I invite the member for, the Minister of Labour to lead the House in prayer or reflection.
Thank you, Speaker. This poem is called Heavy by Mary Oliver. That time I thought I could not go any closer to grief without dying. I went closer, and I did not die. Surely God had a hand in this, as well as friends. Still, I was bent, and my laughter, as the poet said, was nowhere to be found. Then said my friend Daniel, brave even among lions, it's not the weight you carry, but how you carry it. Books, bricks, grief. It's all in the way you embrace it, balance it, carry it when you cannot and would not put it down. So I went practicing. Have you noticed? Have you heard the laughter that comes now and again from my startled mouth? How I linger to admire, admire, admire all the things of this world that are kind and maybe also troubled. Roses in the wind, the sea geese on the steep waves, a love to which there is no reply.
Introduction by members. Minister of Forests.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. My former boss is in the House, the former MLA from Stikeen, the pride of Hazelton, former Minister of Forest, Lands, Natural Resource Operations and Rural Development. Remember the day Doug Donaldson was sworn in by Premier Horgan into Cabinet. He was literally within minutes of being sworn in on his phone getting updates on wildfires back in 2017. He served this province through a number of tough years in forestry during wildfires and has not stopped working. I know that he serves on the board of the Northern Development Initiative Trust, is doing some work with the University of Victoria, the Polis research group there. I met with him yesterday. I think so highly of him. He's been a mentor to me, and I just hope the House will join me in making Doug feel very welcome here today.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also just want to say hi to Mr. Donaldson as well. Doug Donaldson was a critic of my ministry for a number of years. I was a critic of his ministry for a number of years. And I just want to say, you know, they do say when you leave politics, you look 10 years younger. And I hope the recovery's going well. You look good. Welcome to the House.
Minister of Health.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. It is my pleasure to introduce members from the BC College of Family Physicians, including President Dr. Catherine Bell and Vice President Dr. Jennifer Lush. The BC College of Family Physicians is the heart of family medicine here in British Columbia, supporting family physicians and providing equitable, culturally safe, longitudinal care for all British Columbians. The college provides support and advocacy to more than 6,800 members across the province. We're so thankful for the work that they do, the work that all family physicians do. Honourable Speaker, in delivering health care across our province, would the House please join me in making them feel most welcome?
Member for Peace River South. Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Before I start the introduction, I'm going to ask for leniency from those whose names I've worked through my head, and I'm going to apologize in advance here, but I'll give it my best. I'd like to welcome to the House, they're not in the gallery that I can see, but I want to welcome to the precinct representatives from the Canadian Hydrogen Association, a group at the forefront of Canada's clean energy transition, advancing innovation and sustainability across the country. Mr. Nicholas Pocard, Mrs. Leah Mikalopoulos, Mr. Colin Armstrong, Ms. Catherine Bacara, Mr. Dan Brock, and this one I practiced, so I again apologize in advance, Mr. Pranav Chandrasekhar. Sorry again. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to an outstanding delegation that we met with today.
Minister of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'd like to welcome to these chambers a very special and important guest who comes twice a year to visit these chambers and indeed visit all of British Columbia. You may be wondering, but I am actually introducing the emergency alert test, which is going to be today at 1:55 p.m. I want to remind members and people across the province that you're going to be receiving an alert on your mobile device, radio and TV at 1:55 today. In order to receive that alert, you need to make sure that your settings on your cell phone are not on Do Not Disturb or airplane mode, and that you're up to date, connected to an LTE or 5G network. We test it to make sure that we can get information to people in case of emergency. One of the ways we keep people in BC safe. Please welcome the BC Emergency Alert.
Member for Kootenay Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor today to introduce someone very special to me, my wife Heather, who's up here in the gallery today. This week marks our 23rd wedding anniversary, and so I'm super happy to have her here. You guys, the truth is, without her love and her strength, I wouldn't be standing here in this house today. So she's an important part of my life, and let's make her feel welcome.
Minister of State for Local Governments.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I have 3 very short introductions to make today. First, I would like to welcome from the Regional District of Central Okanagan, Loyal Woodridge and Sally Ginter. I had 2 meetings with them today with Mr. Callon, and not only is Loyal a wonderful representative, but also a really dear friend of mine. So thank you so much for being with us in the House today, and could the House please make them feel very welcome. And I'd also like to welcome, and I'm not sure if they're watching question period, but I know they're on the precinct, Mayor of Kelowna, Tom Dias, with his team, Doug Gilchrist, Derek Edstrom, and Ariel Bazet. Can the House please make them feel very welcome? I know they have several meetings with ministers today, and thank you for all their work that they do in Kelowna. And lastly, it is very rare that I have a constituent in the House, and so I was so grateful when I got to see Dr. Johnny Chang, who is here today from the beautiful Creston Valley, and he is here with the College of Family Physicians. So please welcome Dr. Johnny Chang and the Family Physicians. Thank you.
Member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a very special friend and guest in the gallery today, Mr. Don McCormick, who's up in the top row. Don's past president of the Kimberley Rotary Club, past president of the Kimberley Chamber of Commerce, founding director of Tourism Kimberley, past chair of Community Futures East Kootenay, Columbia Basin Trust Director, and he's currently serving his 3rd term as the Mayor of Kimberley. Don's transformed our town from changing from a quiet mining town that was going through a transition into a world-class resort municipality. I just want to welcome my friend to the gallery here today. Would you help me welcome him?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise with great pride to introduce an extraordinary group of students from my riding that are visiting us from École Saint-Sacrement. This school is not only a 75-year-old Francophone pillar of its community, it's also the birthplace of a remarkable global initiative called Young Citizens of the World. Last year, I had the honor of being interviewed by these students along with our Minister of Transportation, where we were profoundly impressed by their curiosity, their insight, and their leadership. What began as a classroom project evolved into a global movement connecting over 1 million young people in 37 countries. They represent the very best of British Columbia, and I'm so proud of them. Honourable Speaker, I ask that all members of this House join me in welcoming the outstanding delegation from École Saint-Sacrement, Principal Mike Height, Grade 5 teacher Marc-André Tremblay, Grade 4 teacher Lucas Fitz, and their incredible students, and of course the dedicated parent chaperones. Bienvenue à l'Assemblée législative. Thank you for being here.
Member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to echo the remarks across the way and welcome Mayor Tom Dias from the City of Kelowna, along with Doug Gilchrist, Derek Edstrom, Excel Bazette, Kirby March, and Michelle Cam. The fine folks from the City of Kelowna are great advocates for a fast-growing community. I know they've built great relationships on both sides of the House. And to the ministers opposite, I would say, please give them what they want, and then I won't ask you so many tough questions.
Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joining us for, I believe, the first time to witness question period is the communications team for social development and poverty reduction. We have 5 members: Ariana Sahota, Teresa Ticha, Hawa Bella Kasim, Mike Allison, and a woman who's supported me both in mental health and addictions ministry and SDPR, Igel Kalai Lay. Will the members please make them all very welcome?
Member for Kootenay Rockies.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Actually, when I looked up in the gallery, I actually noticed somebody else from my riding. Mr. Wayne Stetsky is a city councillor in Cranbrook. So I just wanted to say welcome.
Member for Victoria Swan Lake.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'd like to recognize students behind me in the gallery today. They're from Reynolds Secondary's Flexible Studies program, along with their dedicated teacher, Brad Cunningham. This program provides students from grades 9 to 10 with opportunities to explore ideas of their own choosing in different learning environments. They are now participating in their own model parliament, supported by our own legislative interns, BC legislative intern students who are also in the gallery today. In a few weeks, these students will be sitting in this very chamber to debate their own bills and legislation. I wish them all the luck and would like to recognize their hard work and their curiosity about the democratic process and institutions. Please join me in making me feel very welcome.
Member for Nanaimo Lansville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to commend Nanaimo resident Tom Maffin for his grassroots initiative, the Nanaimo Infusion, which took place on April 26. Sparked by a viral TikTok campaign, we invited a number of Americans to our city, resulting in hundreds of trips that were booked. And for some of the people who showed up, they came for the Nanaimo bar and then asked where the menu was. But they didn't get that. But this influx provided a great boost to our local economy, fostered cross-border goodwill, and it's a testament to how an individual's creativity can positively impact our community. And today I'm actually wearing my Tampa Loves Nanaimo bracelet. So thank you, Todd, for bringing all of these Americans to Nanaimo.
Member for Abbotsford South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. I stand up right now on behalf of my leader, who I believe is doing a scrum, something about a missing cat. I'm not so sure on that. But I do stand up. He did want to introduce, I know that we all heard about, it was his anniversary and his beloved wife's birthday, but there is another very important birthday within the Rustad house, and that is, it is his beloved parrot Biarde's 32nd birthday, which makes the parrot a teenager, basically. And so would the House please give a warm welcome for Biarde.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Statements by members.
Member for Esquimalt Colwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today marks what would have been the 40th birthday of a beautiful soul who was taken far too soon. Kim Novak was a passionate leader, a fierce advocate for workers, a proud union sister, a proud New Democrat, a loving wife, and a devoted mother of 2 boys. Many of us on this side of the House were blessed with the chance to work with her in one capacity or another. As my friend the Minister of Labour has noted, Kim was a joyful warrior. Her tireless advocacy for respect, safety, and dignity for frontline workers during the pandemic was nothing but extraordinary. Kim gave her all, 100%, to the people she served through her union. Her journey as a Labour activist began as a summer student, as a working clerk at Safeway. After graduating from the University of British Columbia, she gave her career to UFCW 1518. She served in various roles. But in 2019, Kim actually made history as the youngest and first female president in UFCW 1518. She was a truly authentic leader. She was one of a kind. She had nothing but empathy that made people feel they were all that mattered when she spoke to them. Her ability to connect with people through social media to relay the importance of being respectful to grocery store workers and safety of poultry workers was unparalleled. Even after her passing, Kim continued to be recognized. She was actually recognized and awarded the King Charles III Medal by the former Minister of Labor in her honor for her service and her union within her community. Kim's smile was actually quite infectious for anyone who knew her. She never stopped talking about how we can make lives better for her members and for all British Columbians. Today you'll notice many of us are wearing blue to remember Kim. This was her signature color and is the proud color of UFCW 1518, which she wore with honor whenever you saw her. So happy birthday, happy 40th birthday, sister. Solidarity forever until we meet again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Langley Walnut Grove.
This coming Sunday, May 11th, is Mother's Day, a day of celebration for most, a day of sadness for some, a day of trauma for others. Not all women want to be mothers, while some women yearn for an opportunity to be a mother that never happened. Some of us have the best mothers in the world, while some of us have the worst mothers in the world. Some of us have lost our mothers, and others of us have lost a child. Some of us are de facto mothers, and some of us have the immense pleasure of being stepmothers. But regardless of the type of mother you are, if you are a mother of any kind, we honor you in this chamber today. But one type of mother I want to highlight is the single mother. If you know one, you know what I'm about to say is true. Single moms are fierce, they are driven to survive, they are resourceful, and they are fighters. To the single mom who comes home after back-to-back jobs to catch the last 15 minutes of their kids' game, to help with science projects, throw in 2 loads of laundry, then meal prep all lunch and dinners the next day, we stand with you. To the single mom who holds 3 jobs while going back to school, who does their own homework at midnight, gets on ladders and mows lawns in the dark, we stand with you. To the single moms who have watched their child cry on your birthday because they were sad they had no present to give you, we stand with you. On this side of the House, we celebrate new moms who show up for work and still perform their job. But on this side of the House, we don't question any mother's ability. We do not question their ability to manage multiple jobs. We do not question a woman's integrity to follow through on promises made to her community. And on this side of the House, we fought for tax breaks to support single mothers. I encourage everyone in this House to do the same thing, because words in this chamber have not always reflected that sentiment. So as we go into this coming weekend, may we reflect on all types of moms that exist, may we honor them, and may we support them.
Member for Burnaby East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to stand to recognize and celebrate Child Care Provider Appreciation Day in BC. I want to say a huge thank you to all of BC's childcare professionals and workforce. Early childhood educators are the heart of the childcare sector. They are dedicated professionals that help nurture and teach the youngest members of communities throughout BC at some of the most important times in their lives. We know that helping children learn through play, caring for their well-being, and supporting their development of social and emotional skills will have long-term positive outcomes throughout their lives. More broadly, ECEs and the teams that run childcare sites are critical to making our communities thrive as a whole. By doing this important job every day, they play a vital role in giving working parents and caregivers, especially women, single parents who we honor too on this side of the House, I might mention, who take on so much care and work within families, the opportunity to work or go to school, knowing their children are cared for and safe. The work they do is absolutely critical, and the Child Care BC plan cannot succeed without them. That's why we've supported them by implementing an ECE wage enhancement of up to $6 an hour, bringing the median wage up to $29 an hour. developing and testing a wage grid for ECEs, which is now being tested at more than 70 centres throughout BC, and supporting more student spaces at public post-secondary ECE programs. We are focused on growing and retaining the number of qualified childcare providers in BC, and we know there is still more good work to do. And we are continuing this work. I cannot thank all childcare providers and early childhood educators throughout BC enough for their hard work, dedication, and their compassion. I invite all British Columbians to join me on Friday during Childcare Provider Appreciation Day and all this Childcare Appreciation Month to celebrate the integral role childcare professionals play in the lives of children and the immense value of childcare in helping us build a core service that families can rely on for a stronger economy and a brighter future for everyone in BC.
Member for Surrey Serpentine River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to talk about an incredible destination in my riding, founded by the late, longtime Surrey residents Chick and Marilyn Stewart. The Northview Golf and Country Club stands as a premier golf destination. It was built in collaboration with golf legend Arnold Palmer. It consists of two distinct signature design courses, the Ridge and the Canal. The Ridge is characterized by tree-lined fairways, elevation changes, a lot of them, and scenic lakes, and it gained prominence by hosting first the PGA Tour's Greater Vancouver Open and later the Air Canada Championship. A highlight in the Canadian golf history occurred in 1999 when Canadian Mike Weir secured his first PGA victory, becoming the first Canadian to win a PGA event on home soil in more than 45 years. The other course, the Canal, offers up Palmer's risk-reward design philosophy with expansive fairways and abundant water features. And who among the best of golfers hasn't enjoyed the occasional splash? It's a lost ball paradise. Both Northview courses are open to the public, reflecting Chick and Marilyn Stewart's commitment to providing a first-class, exceptional golf experience without any membership requirements. With its blend of world-class golf, rich history, and outstanding amenities and culinary options, Northview Golf and Country Club remains a cherished destination for golfers and visitors alike, and I invite all of those in the House to visit this very special place in my riding of Surrey Serpentine River. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nanaimo Lansdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to share a story not of far-off innovation, but of a bold, clean energy future being built right here in British Columbia. HTEC, the Hydrogen Technology and Energy Corporation, is a BC-based company that's not just talking about change, they are building it. In the Lower Mainland, they've built Canada's first network of retail hydrogen fueling stations, connecting communities from Vancouver to Burnaby to North Vancouver. Currently, they're working towards the establishment of a hydrogen liquefaction facility that will provide hundreds of jobs. In Nanaimo, HTEC is advancing a clean hydrogen production facility that will help power everything from heavy-duty commercial trucking to transit fleets right here on Vancouver Island. Across the globe, Germany runs hydrogen trains, Japan is building hydrogen cities, California is rolling out hydrogen-powered transport trucks. The global hydrogen market is projected to hit $500 billion by 2050, and BC has what it takes: talent, technology, and tenacity to lead. Hydrogen is more than just energy, it's a jobs plan, it's a rural development plan, and it's a made in BC opportunity. Just imagine what this means for rural and urban communities across British Columbia. Welders and pipe fitters building new infrastructure, technicians maintaining clean fleets, engineers and tradespeople powering a zero-emission economy. Mr. Speaker, hydrogen is a symbol of what's possible when we dare to lead. especially as we develop our connections with Asia Pacific, such as through the Port of Prince Rupert. Thanks to companies like HTEC, that path runs through Nanaimo, the Lower Mainland, and every community ready to believe in what's next. So let's seize this moment, Mr. Speaker, and fuel a future made in BC by supporting innovation, supporting entrepreneurs, and leading in a way that will keep British Columbia as the best place on earth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kelowna Centre.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today I rise to draw your attention to an exceptional organization in Kelowna that plays a crucial role in preserving and sharing the rich history of our community, the Okanagan Historical Society. It was founded in 1925, 100 years ago. The Kelowna branch was founded in 1948 and has been a pillar of our community for decades. With a mission to keep the people and natural history of the Okanagan alive, the Society is powered by dedicated volunteers who are passionate about preserving and celebrating our local heritage. Some of the remarkable work done by KHS includes weekly stories in the Daily Courier, with over 1,000 articles highlighting the vibrant history of our area, rewriting and publishing the 3rd edition of the Kelowna Street Names book, which tells the stories of the individuals behind the names of our streets. This book's available for purchase, by the way, through the Kelowna branch. Restoration and signage work at the Kelowna Memorial Cemetery, where volunteers have been recording historical information and restoring neglected graves, allowing visitors to learn about our early pioneers in our area. Social events like the summer picnic and the fall social offer a chance for members to gather and share stories about the founding days of Kelowna. A yearly calendar features old photographs of Kelowna, which not only helps raise funds for the Society, but also preserves visual memories of our community. And finally, the Father Pandozzi Mission Site also benefits from the Society's work, including a yearly cleanup to maintain this important historical site. The Kelowna Historical Society's efforts help us connect with our roots and ensure that the stories of those who came before us continue to inspire future generations. I commend their dedication and encourage others to support their work as well. I'd like to thank the dedicated volunteers, some of whom I know personally and count as friends. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Diane Chandler was a 60-year-old mother, a Canucks fan, and someone who had spent years trying to find safety while living with addiction and mental health illness. In 2023, she moved into the Foxglove Supportive Housing Facility in Surrey, a site this Premier once celebrated as a model for complex care. But last April, she died of an overdose alone in her room, and it took 11 days before anybody noticed she was missing. Staff had mistakenly assigned another residence and falsely signed off on a wellness check that never happened. How did this government allow this to happen?
Minister of Housing.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker, and my heart goes out to this family. It's unacceptable for someone to pass away and the family not to be notified in that extended time frame. I appreciate that the people that work in supportive housing work in very complex environments, and it comes with great challenges. But it's vitally important that when this type of incident happens, that families are notified and BC Housing is notified. I appreciate the question from the member. I can share with the member that when this came forward, we issued a notice to the not-for-profit provider that they are now required to notify us within 24 hours if someone does pass away. I can share with the member that we also changed the RTB rules to allow supportive housing sites to do wellness checks. We issued guidelines to all of the not-for-profit providers that they're now required to do wellness checks every 48 hours and required every day to do a verbal assessment and a checklist to see who is coming in and who is coming out. All those changes were made in response to this specific issue and concerns that we heard from our not-for-profit providers last year, Honourable Speaker. Again, my heart goes out to this family. The goal of supportive housing is to support people with mental health and addictions, and we're going to continue to try to do our best in all of our communities to save lives, Honourable Speaker.
Member supplemental.
Mr. Speaker, once again, staff had mistaken another residence and falsely signed off on the wellness checks. But Mr. Speaker, this story gets worse. Diane's children were devastated to learn the truth only after she was cremated. And as the minister has said, BC Housing never contacted the family and reached out to them, I should say. This was not just a tragic oversight, it was a complete failure of care, the failure of oversight, and a failure of basic human dignity. Mr. Speaker, although this is an issue, obviously, on the housing, this is a failure of our health system. The official opposition has been asking and calling out the Minister of Health on many, many issues. And I'm wondering today, Mr. Speaker, if the Minister of Health will stand up today, accept responsibility for this, and resign for the dismal state of healthcare in British Columbia.
Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Again, I shared with the member our concern about what happened in this individual case. I've shared with the member the actions that we've taken place to ensure that all supportive housing sites have practices put in place that ensure that the residents are safe and taken care of. Honourable Speaker, I can share with the member that we've had debates in this building around having safe spaces in buildings where people can use and have healthcare professionals near them. I know it's been heated debates, but the reason why these spaces are created is so that people don't die alone, Honourable Speaker. And we know from the data that overwhelmingly people are dying alone. Even in this space, there was space dedicated to this, but because of stigma associated with drug use, this individual was alone. That, again, being said, we have seen some positive results of supportive housing in our communities, Honourable Speaker, but I know that is not something that's cold comfort for this particular family. Again, my heart goes out for them. I understand they're frustrated, and I would be as well if I lost a loved one in this situation. We have changed practices across the province because of this incident. It all started last year, and we're going to continue to do what we can to support every single individual that finds themselves in either supportive housing or complex care.
Member for Skeena.
The story of Diane Chandler that the Leader of the Opposition just spoke about is not new to the opposition or this government. We've been bringing these issues to this chamber for weeks, and all we've heard are platitudes and excuses from the other side. I don't doubt their sincerity, but the fact is that they aren't getting the job done. So if the Health Minister and the Housing Minister are not willing to take responsibility for this failure, then I would ask, is the Parliamentary Secretary for Mental Health and Addictions willing to take responsibility for this problem?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Again, I have laid out the immediate steps that were taken to address this situation to the member. The member and I canvassed this at great lengths in estimates as well. It's vitally important that we continue to have opportunities for people to get into housing, to get the supports they need. But we also have to work together to lower the stigma associated with using drugs, Honourable Speaker, because even in this situation where there was the space available for someone to use in a safe space with staff, it wasn't taken up. We have a lot of work to do, Honourable Speaker, but we are doing that. We're expanding opportunities in our communities for more people to come off. Surely the member would agree with me that if we want to save lives, the best way we can do that is to get people indoors, get them with supports that they desperately need in our communities. We're seeing results because we are seeing people having less interaction with the healthcare system, less interaction with the corrections and police system by having them in supportive housing. Again, it doesn't help this family. I appreciate that. I share in their sadness, but I can never imagine the pain that they feel. But that being said, we want to make sure we continue to expand this type of supports in all of our communities so we can help every single individual.
Member for Skeena supplemental.
This isn't an issue of stigma, this is an issue of incompetence. And the minister is correct. We did canvass this in estimates already, and I can't help but notice that this specific facility, the Foxglove facility, wasn't mentioned, probably because this government knew about this and was trying to keep it quiet for over a year. It took 11 days to find this woman's body. 10 days later, another person overdosed there. Her daughter said that when she went to visit her there, she saw open signs of drug use everywhere. Mental health and addictions care is in chaos, and the blame rests at the feet of this premier. The late Premier John Horgan did the right thing. He created a standalone Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions. He clearly saw the urgency in this crisis. This premier axed this ministry and demoted its relevance to a parliamentary secretary who is utterly failing. Will the premier swallow his pride and recreate a Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions and an actual mandate with measurable outcomes to finally solve the crisis that BC is facing?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Every question that the member asked in estimates, I answered. And so to suggest that we were hiding something is utterly false. In this situation, I've laid out pretty clearly that the staff that were working there believed they saw the individual and put a check mark beside their name when in fact it was someone else. It was a mistake made by staff. Unacceptable mistake, in my opinion. That being said, we've taken considerable steps to address that. I laid those things out in detail. We heard from supportive housing providers that they weren't able to do wellness checks because they were limited by the rental tenancy branch. We changed that to allow them to do wellness checks when they felt it was appropriate, and also put in policies to be able to monitor who goes in and out of these facilities, not only for the safety of the people that work there, but for the safety of the residents that live there. I shared with the member that we issued a guidance to all supportive housing after the situation to say that they are required to do a wellness check on every individual every 48 hours and daily keep a log of who they see come in and who they go, Honourable Speaker. I fully appreciate that this is not cold comfort for this family. I understand that. But what we're trying to do here is to ensure that we lower the stigma around mental health and addiction and create opportunities for people to get into safe housing and to get the supports they need. It's been successful for many, and I do acknowledge that for some it's just not enough, but we're continuing to do what we can to support everyone.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. As we've noted already, stigma around mental health support is a growing concern in our province. People experiencing mental health challenges are not receiving the support they need and are discouraged from seeking help out of fear of repercussion and judgment. There has been an undermining of trust in mental health support which deters people from asking for the help they need. It's the role of our government to create conditions in society where people feel able and willing to seek help without fear of stigmatization and further barriers. My question is for the Minister of Health. What steps is the ministry taking to combat growing stigma to mental health support and increase public awareness of services so that those suffering don't feel helpless and alone?
Minister of Health.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question and again raising the incredibly important topic of mental health and mental health supports during this week, Mental Health Week, May 5th to 11th. Mr. Speaker, this government remains committed to building out a continuum of care that fully integrates and acknowledges that mental health is part of everybody's health, physical, spiritual, cultural, mental. Mr. Speaker, that includes working in schools and working through public education campaigns to help reduce stigma. Increasing access for youth, Mr. Speaker, through programs like the Foundry and integrating child and youth care teams right into schools. Increasing access to counselors for just the average person living in British Columbia. Mr. Speaker, over the last year, over 29,000 people have accessed free or low-cost counseling, over half of them for the first time ever. It is so important that we have this conversation about ending the stigma around being your true self, about talking about the challenges that people face, about preventing small problems from snowballing into larger problems. Mr. Speaker, I am wholly dedicated to this work. I appreciate the member's question. Thank you.
Leader of the third party supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for that response. Addressing stigma is only useful if the continuum of care being provided is effective, evidence-based, and person-centered. Appreciate the mention of youth and Foundry. As we know, implementing an early intervention system of care for those experiencing mental health challenges is a critical step that our healthcare system has historically neglected. Reactive spending on more policing and a reliance on crisis-level response has taken attention away from addressing the root causes of mental health challenges. Intervention should be in place at multiple levels of an individual's mental health journey before they reach crisis. For the Minister of Health, again, how is this government investing in preventative and proactive mental health care to provide British Columbians with the wraparound support they deserve?
Minister.
Thank you again, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. This year's budget includes $500 million of new funding to support mental health and substance use issues. Mr. Speaker, I've already spoken about some of the programs that this government has undertaken, and we're going to continue to do this. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to build out the continuum of care, to work with children and youth all the way through adulthood, doing everything that we can to normalize the conversations that we need to have, to support children and youth, to support adults, to help prevent small problems from becoming big problems, Mr. Speaker, because we see all too often, as we've canvassed in this House, these problems are serious and have absolutely devastating results for people and for their families. Mr. Speaker, this government remains committed to this work. We're going to continue to do that by integrating the Mental Health and Addictions Ministry back into health. We acknowledge that this is about holistic approaches to healthcare, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to continue to do that work.
Member for Abbotsford West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Safety of seniors is a real concern. Seniors also deserve to walk safely down their own neighborhood streets. However, under this government, all crimes reported to police against seniors, 2/3 were physical assaults. So, Mr. Speaker, why has this soft on crime premier left seniors to fend for themselves on the dangerous streets of British Columbia?
Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the member opposite, it's important that we believe that all citizens in British Columbia should feel safe. As a matter of fact, the incidence of crimes against senior citizens are no greater than against other people. Our Repeat Violent Offender Program is a good example of an intervention program that we have to make a difference and to help people to break the cycle of offending. This crime that you talk about is largely perpetrated by people who are part of a system. And if we involve them, in this case, the Revoy hub, then we get to monitor them and we get to curb their behavior. That's a program that works, that's a program that speaks well of the system, and we will continue that program.
Member for Maple Ridge East.
Mr. Speaker, I have seen seniors being abused. I witnessed firsthand a man verbally abused his own mother, and according to the seniors advocate, reports of abuse and neglect of seniors rose 21% between 2019 and 2023. Can the minister provide updated figures today so we can understand the full scale and scope of senior abuse in BC?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the member opposite, again, I say that British Columbians deserve to feel safe all across the province. There is no greater an incidence of crimes against seniors than there is against any other group. We're strengthening policing in this province, also rebuilding the critical services that make people feel safe. The old government, the opposition leader's old government, cut funding for programs like this for crime prevention and victim services. They ended the prolific offender management program that reduced offending by 40% overall. They cut $360 million from healthcare. Mental health and addiction services were lost or seriously reduced. What we have to do is deal with the problem, and we're doing it.
Member for Delta South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just yesterday, a 73-year-old constituent came into my Ladner office in tears. Her pension is $1,800 a month, her rent is $1,800 a month, and now she's broke and facing eviction in 9 days from now. Her belongings are about to be auctioned off because she can't afford the $1,200 storage bill, and the Ministry of Poverty Reduction denied her crisis help because she's not already a client. Is this what we've come to in British Columbia, Mr. Speaker? Seniors left homeless and humiliated.
Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That sounds like a very hard story, and I would appreciate working with the member so that we can find out what happened, and that we can get seniors the support that they need and deserve. Seniors' income support is delivered by the federal government once somebody turns 65, but that has not stopped our government from investing in seniors, expanding the SAFER grant to help them with rent, building affordable housing targeted especially at seniors. We've doubled the senior supplement that goes on top of federal income supports, and of course building out more affordable long-term care and other supports. But I look forward to working with the member to navigate the system and get this individual the support that they need. Thank you.
Member for Langley Willowbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before the election, the Premier promised 4,000 new long-term care beds, yet months later, not a single shovel is in the ground. Meanwhile, seniors are stuck in 60-year-old buildings, hospitals are jammed, and this government quietly killed the Equip Care, a low-cost program that actually helps seniors. No beds, no equipment, no urgency. If seniors' care is a real priority, why does this government keep treating it like an afterthought?
Minister of Health.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. It is so important to make sure that seniors have all the care that they deserve. They have helped build this province, and it's incumbent on all of us to do everything that we can to support people in this stage of their life. Mr. Speaker, that's why we are taking action across government, across many ministries to support seniors, and that includes adding more than 5,400 new and replacement beds at 33 different long-term care facilities. Mr. Speaker, it includes hiring more home care workers and expanding programs that help seniors stay in their own homes, because we know that when a senior is able to stay at home, they can live a healthier life at home, surrounded by their family and in the contact with their community, getting the supports that they need. Mr. Speaker, we've piloted a long-term care at home program for seniors, Mr. Speaker, a program that is having real results. We are not going to back down from the support that we know seniors deserve. We're going to keep doing this work.
Member for Richmond Bridgeport.
This government fast-track, low barrier, unsupervised supportive housing in Richmond without consulting the community. Meanwhile, Richmond's elders are stuck on wait lists for years without affordable, safe option. Why does the Minister of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness allow vulnerable seniors in Richmond always to come second under this NDP government?
Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. You've heard clearly from this side of the House that we realize the importance of supporting seniors. The member talks about fast-tracking projects in her community, supportive housing projects. Surely the member knows that the fastest demographic of people who find themselves homeless are seniors. The contradiction of all the questions talking about how do we support seniors, and the member stands up criticizing the program that we're putting out to support the seniors that live in that community, Honourable Speaker. Shameful. Absolutely shameful, Honourable Speaker. The member will also know, if the Leader of the Opposition has additional questions, I'm happy to answer them, Honourable Speaker. But
Minister, continue.
The member's asking about housing for seniors and supporting seniors. Surely the member knows that the largest investment in affordable housing for seniors in her community has come under our government, Honourable Speaker. We've invested in more affordable housing for seniors in Richmond that they've seen in the previous 30 years, Honourable Speaker. 30 years. And I appreciate the member is sensitive because she was the minister in the BC Liberal government and didn't take action to support those seniors with affordable housing in our own community. Honourable Speaker, we believe that supporting seniors during challenging times is vitally important.
Minister?
It's not about the press releases. It's about seeing the units opening up and seeing people moving in and realizing how big of an impact that makes in their lives, Honourable Speaker. We're going to continue to do that work across every single community in British Columbia.
Member for Salmon Arms, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope those announcements actually turn into completed projects. In Salmon Arm and across the Shuswap, seniors are facing an impossible choice: staying in aging homes they can no longer manage, or leave the region entirely because there are no affordable assisted living spaces available. Mr. Speaker, what is this government going to do to ensure seniors in Salmon Arm can access safe, affordable housing with appropriate levels of care before it's too late?
Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Again, we value the importance of supporting seniors. The member opened his question saying that he hoped to see some of those units open. Perhaps I can share with the member Birch Place, 340 3rd Street in his community, 35 units open. Perhaps he can go and visit them. Honourable Speaker. Another 32 homes have opened up in his community, Large Place, Honourable Speaker. There's another 64 affordable rentals that are Andover Terrace, 2110 Lakeshore Road, Honourable Speaker. And there's a project right now under construction with Habitat for Humanity, Honourable Speaker. The member, I can assure the member that he's not seen this type of investment in his community before. If he believes there's more, I welcome that. I welcome him to raise that, Honourable Speaker. We believe in supporting seniors. We believe in supporting people in our communities. That's why we're making the largest investment in the history of our province, Honourable Speaker, in affordable housing, because for 2 decades, governments decided that it wasn't a priority.
Member for Prince George Valemount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Affordable housing is not assisted living. Aspen Seniors Housing in Prince George should be providing low-income housing for those in need. However, the Northern Health CEO has confirmed that units have been available for more than 6 months. Why, during a housing crisis, when there is no availability of affordable senior housing and the UHNBC remains overcrowded, is this government letting these housing units sit empty?
Minister.
Thank you again, Honourable Speaker. I appreciate the member is asking a question, and I think the member knows what the answer is going to be. Also, the largest investment in the history of Prince George has come under our government investing in affordable housing, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, Quebec Street House, 36 homes open. Honourable Speaker, on 1919 17th Avenue, 57 units of housing open, Honourable Speaker. 679 Dag Road, Honourable Speaker, housing for folks with special needs, Honourable Speaker. We have on 2541 Oak Street, Prince George, another 6 units that have opened. 1975 Bowser Avenue, Phase 1, Honourable Speaker, 50 units open. I've got pages I can read through, Honourable Speaker, but I know we're limited for time. I will continue to say, members, to the questions that are coming today, we value the importance that our seniors have contributed to our province. We believe that seniors who have worked their entire lives deserve to be supported when they need it most, Honourable Speaker. That's why we've expanded SAFER program, so that not only seniors can get more money, but more seniors can qualify. That's why we're investing historic amounts of dollars to get more units open, because we believe every senior deserves to be able to live in the community that they've grown up in.
Member for Kelowna Centre. Member for Kelowna Centre.
It's great that, thank you, Honourable Speaker, that's great that the largest investment in Prince George ever, but doesn't still explain why those units are empty. In Kelowna, a senior was fined $27,000 for trying to move into her own home after renting it out to long-term tenants during the pandemic. This happened while she was undergoing critical liver treatment, and she had to move in with her daughter in Alberta. She wasn't flipping her house. She wasn't speculating. She was trying to recover. Why has this premier created a system so cold and bureaucratic that even the sick get punished?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It's hard to answer the specific question. Remember, there wasn't enough detail provided. If there are details, the member knows that we are available to help address specific issues. So I'm not sure if it, I'm not sure what the question pertains to. But I would just also say to the member, in the line of housing and affordable housing, that her mayor is here today. And he may even be in the chamber. And I want to thank him for the amazing work he and his councillors have been doing. But Kelowna also has seen the largest investment in affordable housing in the history of this province. And so again, the member has a question, which I just apologize. I don't fully understand the context. But if there's details, I'm happy to get back to the member.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier in question period, my colleague from Delta South raised a pretty sad and tragic story. And the response from the minister was, bring it to me, we'll work on it. It's been brought to that minister's office, and it's been sitting there, sitting in the minister's office. Time and time again, in this House, we bring questions here to question period, and what we hear is bring it forward and we'll work with you. We've done that. We're bringing these issues forward, and we're getting nothing. So either the ministers are unaware of it, or they're choosing not even to answer. In some cases, we've got the receipts. We've got the receipts. The premier got up and said he is going to work with every MLA in this House. Every MLA. So what do we get? Every NDP MLA has a title over there and responsibility. There is more political staff in this building than there's ever been before. Some ministers have over 8. And the fact is they can't even reply to an MLA on casework. It is absolutely unacceptable. They can say it's not true. My question is a direct one, and it's to the premier or to anybody.
Member.
Who am I? I'm the guy that does his job. You must be the other guy.
Members.
Give me a break. The fact of the matter is, my question is to the premier, and it's a direct one. Does he approve of the fact that MLAs and ministers are unaware of cases that are coming into this office, or is he aware of the fact that they are not even responding?
Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And first off, members across this chamber know when they come to ministers with issues, we work with all members to try to solve the issues. And the members complaining about emails, the member surely knows that he was with the BC Liberal government. He was with the BC Liberal government when they didn't reply to emails.
Members. Members, come to order. Minister.
They didn't reply to emails, they triple deleted them. They triple deleted the emails. In fact, they had the member from Surrey Cloverdale can't control herself, Honourable Speaker, consistently heckling in this place.
Members. Member for Surrey White Rock. Question has been asked. Let the minister conclude it. We are almost done.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, my friend from Delta South asked questions about senior supports, and the member knows we have 300 affordable housing units for seniors opening up. I know he knows because he was there with me when we put shovels in the ground, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the member from Surrey Cloverdale can't seem to control her temper consistently in this House. I'm happy to answer the question when she can.
Member for Surrey Cloverdale.
I'm glad the children have left, Honourable Speaker, because that is a poor example of how to act in this place. For a hopeful future leader of the Conservative Party, surely that's not how you want to act in this place, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, we continue to make investments, Honourable Speaker, historic investments to support seniors. I appreciate the member's concern about his email. We'll make sure we try to respond to all of their emails in a timely manner.
Bell ends question period. Member, please. Member for Surrey City Centre.
Oh. Honourable Speaker, the Select Standing Committee on Private Bills and Private Member Bills reports Bill number M202 entitled Eligibility to Hold Public Office Act complete without amendment.
Thank you, members. Bill M202, Eligibility to Hold Public Office Act, will proceed to report stage during the next private member's time. Anybody else? Varna Lambi.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to raise a point of order regarding member from Surrey White Rock for saying twice, accusing me, utterly falsely accusing me for not doing my job, which I am proud to be, and I can tell how I've done my job and how people recognized it again. I'm proud to represent the people of Vernon Lumbee by working 7 days a week. And I want him to withdraw his remarks.
Thank you, member. Thank you. Member for Surrey White Rock, if you have any reply. Member, I caution all members, when we are exchanging questions and answers sometime in a heated discussion, we go overboard. So please do not make any personal comments. When there is a question for the Executive Council members, they should be answering that, and that's their prerogative, who stands up and who doesn't. Thank you so much. Bell ends the question period. Next is Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Before I get to the main business, I've just been chatting with the Opposition House Leader, and I've also talked with the Leader of the Green Party, or the Green Party House Leader. But I want to move that pursuant to Standing Order 16.4, any division called in Section B upon orders of the day on Wednesday, May 7th, be deferred until 8:30 p.m. And I want to add a caveat to that. I'm going to discuss with the member, the Opposition House Leader, on that time may change, but it will be by agreement between the two of us, because we both have the same issue we are trying to resolve.
Okay. Members, you heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I called continued second reading debate on Bill 11, Employment Standards Act. In Section A, the Douglas Fir Room, I call continued estimates debate for the Ministry of Transportation and Transit. And in Section B, or Section C, sorry, the Birch Room, I called continued committee stage on Bill 7.
Committee chairs.
Good afternoon, members. We'll ask for conversations to move to the hall as we've got business to conduct here. We are considering Bill 11, of course, and we will look to Courtney Comox for continued debate on Bill 11.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I won't relitigate. I think our member from Prince George Mackenzie did an excellent job sort of summarizing the issues around this bill. And while this bill is going to see some progress, and I think we can all agree with most portions of this bill, I do feel there are some things that we need to discuss in Bill 11 that are going to have some broader impacts. So I want to start with something that the minister mentioned during the introduction of this bill, which was the conversation around fees for doctor's notes. And I do have to question why we're even paying for these at all. And I'll say it again. In a public healthcare system like ours in British Columbia, why are we being asked to pay out of pocket for these doctor notes in the first place? And that's a question I think that will have broad appeal on that side of the House as well as this side of the House when we're facing such a large affordability crisis. That's effectively fee-for-access healthcare, and it fundamentally undermines the idea of universal care in the province of British Columbia. It's certainly not something I think this government would support, but 8 years later, we haven't seen any progress on that whatsoever. We shouldn't be nickel and diming patients for proof of being sick. Both sides of the House will agree with this. And let's be clear, it's the type of jobs that require sick notes that I think we do need to discuss. Because broadly, and I'm speaking in broad strokes here, it's the people that can least afford to get the note or the time off to get the note that are generally required to get the note. Managers call in sick, they take it at face value and move on. The shift worker that's there to sling concrete, hammer nails, those are the people that are getting questioned on sick notes. There's a few other things. Let's add the lack of a definition in this bill for what actually constitutes short term. It's not in here. We're told it's coming later. I'd venture both sides of the House that agree with the 5 statutory sick days that are already on the books. That seems a reasonable place to start that discussion. I'd also argue that both sides of the House will likely agree that if somebody's sick longer than 5 days, they should probably see a doctor anyways.
Yeah. It's common sense, but this bill doesn't say that. It punts it to regulation sometime later. We're off to a bit of a murky start, but I am looking forward to that conversation as this bill proceeds through. Look, I get it. Before this chapter in my life, I ran a mental health nonprofit. Sometimes I still think I'm working in mental health here in this House. And we didn't ask for sick notes either. We trusted people. We didn't want to add another hoop for someone already navigating anxiety, depression, trauma, or just burnout, let alone bringing them in with a cold or a flu. But that system's built on trust, flexibility, and compassion. And we could do it. We were fairly small. But there's a difference. A small, nimble nonprofit, we knew our staff, we were hands-on. We knew our staff struggled with mental health issues. So we all had a mutual understanding of what that interpretation needed to look like. We could have honest conversations around it. We could offer support, not just permission. So that worked in that area. But this is provincial legislation applied to 500,000 employers and nearly 3 million workers. It's not being introduced out of compassion. I feel that this is being introduced out of necessity, and I'm going to go into that in a little more detail here today. And here's where it gets a little more serious. 1.1 million British Columbians don't have access to a family doctor. That's 1 in 5 people in this province without reliable, ongoing, longitudinal care. And if you do have one, well, good luck seeing them. The average wait time for a routine visit in this province is now closing in on 2 weeks. And that's assuming they haven't left the practice or your doctor's switched on you. I know I go when I have to. I'm not a regularly scheduled doctor person, like most people. Try a walk-in clinic. Well, better pack a lunch. Some cases, you need to pack breakfast and dinner too. If you have kids, make sure you bring a device charger, a blanket, folding chair, because you're not getting out of there quickly, if you can even get in at all. BC has the longest average wait times in the country. 93 minutes to access walk-in care. In the Comox Valley, that number isn't even close to being accurate, by the way. We're measuring it in days there by this point. If you don't show up by 6 a.m. to wait in line for an 8 o'clock opening, you will not get a spot that day. This is the state of healthcare in BC. So,
I'll return to where that impacts this bill. This bill removes one of the last remaining points of contact between people and the healthcare system. And we're being asked to stand and clap for this on behalf of workers. And I think we'll get there. We'll all agree on the ultimate outcome of this bill. But what we have to acknowledge is we are now normalizing non-access. We're not fixing the system with this bill. We're rewriting the rules to pretend that the system isn't broken. Mr. Speaker, I'm not here to defend bureaucracy for its own sake. I am standing on this side of the House after all. We're still firmly on the smaller government checkbox. But nobody wants to clog up waiting rooms just to tick a box. But let's be honest, sick notes, as mundane as they are, do serve a critical purpose. They're a touch point, a checkpoint, a moment where someone who might otherwise avoid care actually gets seen. Maybe it's nothing. Most of the time it is. It's a flu, you need a prescription, you need an inhaler, really basic health care. Health care that you used to just be able to call your doctor, he'd see you 10 minutes later, no problem, and out the door you go. That's not the state of British Columbian healthcare now. What if it turns out to be something worse? What if it's not just a flu that needs some basic antivirals? Maybe it's a chest pain. We're taking that touch point moment out of the equation as we deliver health. We're throttling healthcare, in effect, because we do not have the capacity in this province to deliver services. We're saying, don't worry about checking in, don't bother getting looked at, just stay home. And absolutely, in many cases, probably in most cases, that's absolutely the right advice. You're sick, don't come into work. We all understand this. We all lived through COVID. God forbid anybody come in with a cold during COVID. You'd be pilloried out in the parking lot. This is not that time now. And so we are talking about a broken healthcare system. And this is a Band-Aid. So the minister says this will free up doctors' time. And on paper, that sounds absolutely reasonable. The NDP proposing to move red tape is actually a breath of fresh air. First bill that I've seen that does it, it's a nice change of pace from that side of the House. But Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask you this. How much time is there to actually free up when there's no doctors to begin with? We're still short thousands of family physicians in this province. Urgent care centres can't stay open past lunchtime, if they're even open at all. Walk-ins are shutting down early because nobody shows up to work the shift, if they even still exist. In the Comox Valley, for instance, and I'll use it, it's my local riding, 4 walk-in clinics have been shuttered over the last few years, leaving us with 1 functional clinic at Walmart. If you get there less than an hour before it opens, you will not be seen that day. I've been in that lineup with a sick kid, so I can attest to the frustration of having to drive to my local ER to get services that were once provided by our basic primary care system. And we cannot access those services now. Rural ERs, in places like Merritt, Lillooet, and Oliver, they're diverting patients daily. And I'm going to take a minute just to put it on the record. Diversion. It's an NDP comms department euphemism for an ER closure. That's right. When you walk up to a closed ER in this province, and you get told they're on diversion, that's simply not good enough. That is a comms team spin if I've ever heard it. Orwell himself would be proud of that one. Sorry, back to Bill 11. So I suppose the other side's going to call for me to come up with solutions. What would we do differently? I've heard that many times in this House. Where we're the opposition, it is our job to point out flaws, I've been told. So getting rid of the requirement to see one in the first place. This isn't healthcare reform. This bill doesn't reform healthcare in any meaningful way. I look at it as simple healthcare surrender. We don't see any healthcare innovation. I don't see a forward-looking plan on how to attach more people to doctors, to incentivize doctors to practice walk-in care, which they used to be. It used to be reasonably lucrative for them. 4 or 5 doctors could all share a clinic. They could all work a few extra days, speed people in and out. It was beneficial for the system. This government promised that they'd improve urgent care and said, we don't need walk-in clinics anymore, except the urgent care never came. So let me put it this way. We don't have a forward-looking plan. We're just lowering the bar, shifting the goalposts, and hoping people don't notice exactly what it is. If everyone in BC had timely access to a physician, this bill would be absolutely unnecessary. Individuals who were sick would get care. They'd be seen by the system, by the doctors tasked to look after them. So what are we really doing here? And here's where it gets a bit murky. This government hasn't said how many sick days can be taken without documentation. That'll come by regulation later. Carte blanche approval, and away we go. So we're debating a bill with no clear rules, no defined limits, and no idea how this is going to be applied in practice. If it's like any of the other bills we've seen before this House during this session, we know that the government has not done fulsome consultation with all of the affected stakeholders. I'll point to Bill 7 as another example of an oopsie and a quick backtrack once we realized the problems with the legislation and the overreach. I don't have any faith in this government that this won't be another case of that with Bill 11. I look forward to being surprised. So let's talk about the potential for abuse, because we have to do that here today and put it on the record. It's not an esoteric discussion. Abuse does happen. We know that. We all know somebody that's taken Friday, sick day, and gone skiing. I've certainly done it myself. So it's not just abuse by employers. It is abuse by employees. It cuts both ways. Most people are honest. They take what they need, and they do not try to game the system. But policy isn't built for the average day. It has to count for the exceptional ones too. Because when you remove checks and balances from a system and you don't backstop it with real accessible health care, what do you think happens? You get confusion, you get gaps, you open the door for misuse and abuse, not just by individuals, but by the system itself. So I'll give you a couple of theoretical examples to consider. Small landscaping business up in Cumberland, in the Minister of Health's riding. 15 employees, tight margins, work very much dependent on weather. 3 workers all call in sick on the same day, no notes, no follow-up. The owner's now short-staffed, behind schedule, and under pressure to complete the job before it starts raining again, which never happens on Vancouver Island. Maybe all are genuinely unwell. That is the relationship most people should have, employers with employees that they can trust. But there's no ability to verify, no system in place to verify it. He's forced to guess, and he's going to eat those costs either way. So we need to ensure that there's some balance here. Or we can look at it the other way. Imagine a frontline service agency already stretched thin, where burnout is a known issue. I can't think of any where that would apply these days, given the lack of staffing. Without any kind of physician check-in or support, workers may push through real treatable conditions without ever getting the help they need. I am sure everybody here knows exactly the person that would do that. I think we have some in our caucus. I know you have some in yours, where they will never admit that they are sick. They would lop a leg off and go full Monty Python with no arms and no legs into this house to deliver a smashing line. So I'd like to draw this back. That touch point prompts people to get back and to return to work. So whatever the timing is of this, whether we go 5 days or there's a negotiated length of time, we need to consider this as it affects mental health as well. Because in mental health, isolationism is rampant, where people just, they say they're sick, they go, they don't come back. If there's no reason for them to go seek medical treatment, they certainly won't. They will not go see a doctor. They will stay at home without a framework in place to ensure that at some point they have to go see that doctor, to ensure that they get that help. So this isn't just about fraud, although that's certainly a case. We won't solve that with this bill. It probably won't get worse with this bill. We know that that's an issue. It's about missed care, lost productivity, and a breakdown in trust between employers, employees, and the healthcare system. Under this bill, there's no requirement for that medical moment to happen. No conversation, no diagnosis. Just take some time off and hope for the best. And what gets lost is the opportunity to catch something serious early, whether it's pneumonia, a mental health episode, or the first signs of diabetes. A few more weeks in this chamber, likely many of us will need to take a few days off for those reasons ourselves. But Speaker, good policy creates safety nets and accountability. This bill removes a bit of that accountability, but leaves a net full of holes. Let me be crystal clear. I support reducing red tape. We desperately need to do that in this province. I support workers, and I support common sense, but let's be honest, this bill really isn't about that. It's about relieving pressure, not on people, but on a healthcare system that is struggling. A system that is so overwhelmed, so backlogged, and so short-staffed that the only answer they've come up with is to lower expectations. Bill 11 does this, I suppose. But we're now in the business of pretending that fewer appointments with your healthcare professionals equals progress.
Yeah.
Fewer people seeing a doctor must mean things are getting better.
Yeah.
No, Mr. Speaker, it means the line got so long that people gave up waiting in it. And you know what that means? And I'll be as charitable as I can here on this. Outcomes tend to worsen the longer people wait to see health care. So let me offer an actual alternative. This government is serious about reducing the need for sick notes. Fix the doctor shortage. Fund primary care properly so people can actually access help in a timely manner. Let's start pushing out more medical professionals into the workforce to address that shortage. Let's tear down the barriers for foreign-trained doctors to practice here in British Columbia. We have family doctors in this province seeing 2,000 to 3,000 patients each, running on fumes, while new medical graduates are stuck on the sidelines waiting for a bureaucratic green light. We need to recruit more physicians. Incentivize retention, certainly and especially in rural, remote, and underserviced areas, of which this caucus largely represents across this province. Even in the Comox Valley, which has grown significantly, our primary care capacity hasn't kept up, despite hard work from many, many groups to plug those gaps. Doctors are retiring faster than we're replacing them. We're going to be losing another one in July. 40% of GPs across this province are set to retire in the next 4 years. I'll say that again, 40%. 2 in 5 GPs will be gone from the workforce in the next 5 years. Instead of solving that, instead of addressing the real issues, we see Bill 11. In essence, it says, don't worry about seeing a doctor. You can't get one anyways. Just stay home. This is a quiet admission that this government can't deliver on its healthcare mandate. So they're rewriting the rules to make it look like they're keeping up. Lower the demand, hide the shortage, and hope nobody notices. Move the goal line a little bit closer and take the victory lap anyways. But people are noticing. They notice when they have time to line up, when they have to line up at 6 a.m. for a walk-in appointment. They notice when their rural ER is closed 3 nights a week. We're not fixing healthcare with Bill 11, we're masking a crisis. Mr. Speaker, British Columbians deserve much better than this. They deserve care when they're sick, they deserve a doctor they can trust and access, and they deserve a government that's willing to fix the problem, not patch over it with Band-Aids. Do I support this legislation? The unfortunate reality is that it's absolutely impossible not to. This government has put British Columbia so far behind on healthcare that the only solution to deliver healthcare is to lower expectations, to throttle availability and services, and hope for the best. Bill 11 is the undiagnosed symptom of a far bigger infection, likely because it couldn't get a sick note, or perhaps it didn't get diagnosed early enough because it didn't have to see the doctor first. So I will stand up and vote aye when the time comes, Mr. Speaker, because we don't have a choice. Because this government doesn't have a choice. In fact, because this government hasn't left us a choice. I don't want to further burden doctors that are already stretched to the ragged limits and considering walking away from their calling. We know that if asked, doctors want to see these patients and would be happy to write the notes, to treat their symptoms, to deliver help. We've taken that off the table in this province. Because this government has broken the system, and now Band-Aids like Bill 11 is all this government has left. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member from Victoria Swan Lake.
Honourable Chair, I seek leave to make an introduction.
Thank you, member. Members, you've heard the question. Is leave granted?
Thank
Victoria
you,
Swan Lake.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I would like to introduce a group of students from École Saint-Sacrement, Blessed Sacrament School in Victoria. These are grade 4 and 5 students, as well as their teacher, Terry Brennan, and parents who are visiting us today. So I'd like the House to please make them feel very welcome at this time.
Thank you very much, member. Indeed, welcome to everybody joining us in the chamber today. Recognizing the member from Burnaby East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in complete support of Bill 11 today, the Employment Standards Amendment Act. I'm thankful this bill is before us and I get the opportunity to share my support for it. I'm grateful to the Minister of Labour for keeping our promise to workers who, when sick, will now have the ability to stay home and rest when they need to, not run around on the day they are supposed to be resting, trying to get a hold of a sick note, which is not only expensive, but adds unnecessary stress. It's important to understand why we're introducing this legislation. I heard the member speaking before me talk about the issue and the challenge with doctors. And the reality is, and also I should say, calling it a Band-Aid solution, I guess pun intended, is interesting to me because we have to meet the challenges of the moment while we work to address the issues systemically. We also know that there are ongoing administrative burdens and that these have been a concern for many healthcare providers in BC. In fact, I think the member before me said that it sounds good on paper. Well, we met with the College of Family Physicians today, and I spoke to Dr. Johnny Chang, who's from Creston, and one of the first things he mentioned to me is that workers are being forced to get return to work notes. Here we are talking about sick notes, but this is a doctor who's concerned about another piece, and by the way, expressed his deep gratitude and support for this bill. And I would like to also mention that in Burnaby, there are 3 primary care networks, supporting team-based healthcare in Burnaby, as well as a brand new Burnaby Urgent Primary Care Center. This work is being done across the province, and the list is incredibly long, but I'm going to, of course, speak to my riding and to the city of the folks that I represent. And I want to address a continuous comment that I heard yesterday as well as today. Leave should be legitimate and honest. And I really want to ask the members to consider, is that somehow not an option now? For people who want to take advantage, as the other side keeps saying, he also admitted himself that most people are honest. Most people don't take advantage of the system. And I, as a worker from the labor movement, although I am elected here, I know firsthand that people are very hardworking. They are very honest, and they take leave or short-term absences when they need it. It's also important to note that there was another comment made about there not being any doctors. Well, that's really interesting because in 2024, over 250,000 people were matched with a doctor under this government. And the Canadian Medical Association estimates in 2024 that doctors wrote approximately 1.6 million sick notes. That's a lot of appointments and a lot of time taken away from people who may truly actually need an appointment at that very moment. Not force a sick worker to have to go and line up at a walk-in clinic or make an appointment with their family doctor to be able to get that sick note. And there's another piece that I think is so common sense, and I'm not sure why we're missing this, but of course, with enabling legislation such as Bill 11, there will be regulatory measures that will need to be ironed out. That is standard practice. That's not something new, and that's not something different. Of Of course, we're going to talk to folks, consult with everyone involved, all of the interest holders that would be impacted, about what constitutes a short-term leave. For many of us, we know that it's usually between 3 to 5 sick days, and I can tell you from my own collective bargaining agreement, and this legislation is going to apply to all employers under the BC Employment Standards Act in the public and private sector. This is really important because the private sector is the area where most folks don't have a collective bargaining agreement. If I remember correctly, the last time I checked the statistics, I think only 12% of workers within the private sector are unionized. That's a pretty low number, whereas in the public sector, it's much higher. That means that those people have those protections that they need. Sick notes are not only costly, Mr. Speaker, but this demand from an employer means that much of their time is not spent resting and recuperating, but is spent under stress. First, booking an appointment with their family doctor, or, as I mentioned, going to a walk-in clinic, but that also means that they stand in line and put others at risk, not to mention how are they getting there. If they're privileged and they have access to a vehicle, that's wonderful. They can keep themselves isolated. For most people, and this particular Amendment Act speaks to the most vulnerable workers, those who use transit as their main method of transportation, those who often work in the private sector and don't have a collective bargaining agreement to outline the process for a short-term absence or a sick leave. For many workers who do have a collective bargaining agreement in the public sector, they have good sick leave and absence provisions that already don't require a doctor's note. And as I mentioned, often between 3 and 5 days. And they have short-term disability and long-term disability provisions. For example, my mom worked as a care aide her entire life, proud member of the Hospital Employees Union, shout out HEU, has had access to sick leave and short-term absences for a very long time. She hasn't required a doctor's note for short-term sickness in many years. For the worker who is not protected by a CBA and doesn't have a union to support them, they are left to fulfill any and all requests of the employer, and many times, the request particularly for a doctor's note unfairly impact their healing process, whether it be due to illness or injury. Prior to being elected, Mr. Speaker, I was the Director of Organizing and Campaigns at the BC Federation of Labour. And I remember countless workers reaching out to me about doctor's notes. These were not organized workers, these were unorganized workers. They just needed support and help, so they came to us to find out what their options were. One worker shared a particularly egregious story with me. He worked in a warehouse where they made furniture, and he got injured really badly one day. Something had happened to his hand as well as his shoulder. He went to the hospital, and he was told that he had to rest until he got better. Normal, we all know that. The hospital had provided him with a note, some paperwork. And unfortunately, within 24 hours, the employer said, get a doctor's note. The wild thing about that is the manager who asked for that doctor's note was on site and actually saw the injury take place. Make that make sense. And by the way, that hospital document, that was free. That was just documentation. But forcing that worker to then go and get a doctor's note meant that not only did he not get to rest, he had to also go and get that doctor's note, which costs about $40. The manager who made the request tried to force the worker back to work. And the worker was so injured, but had no choice because he had to pay the bill, so he went back to work. But the way that it works in that warehouse in particular is you're measured by speed. And so you're supposed to complete furniture sets at a certain pace. He wasn't able to keep up. Of course, he had an injury. He got fired. What did that doctor's note do for him? other than add stress, forced him to go and get a doctor's note when he was already in pain and injured, and then he was forced back to work anyways, and because he couldn't keep up, he was fired. These are real stories of real workers in this province, people that I've spoken to firsthand. I remember the worker telling me, I felt punished for getting injured in the workplace, and I felt punished to go and get a doctor's note. It was like a punishment. And it reminds me about what Dr. Johnny Chang said earlier this morning. Get a return to work letter. He said that the patient had had a flu and was better for 1 week already and just wanted to return to work, and the employer wouldn't let him. Another punishment simply for even taking sick leave when this worker was obviously sick and had the flu. So it's really rich when I hear the other side say, well, of course an employer is going to say yes and let them stay home when they're sick. That's just not true. And that's why government does the work that it does, because we have to support workers that need it. We're here for the most vulnerable workers, the workers that slip through the cracks. That's our job. And there's another reality, Mr. Speaker. There are members on that side that say that they're union members, but when it comes down to it, I've seen the focus be so much more on the employer and not the most vulnerable person in that power dynamic. One can fire, the other can't. I mean, it's not rocket science. We want fairness for both parties, of course, the employer and the workers, and we advocate for it. As union members, we have been blessed with many employers understanding the need to not worry about a doctor's note, which is why the language in Bill 11 is worked into many of our collective agreements already, including mine. See, I'm a proud steel worker, and a real steel worker does not associate with clack. I encourage the members on the other side to read existing collective agreements from steel. Use my union as an example. And see what the sick leave provisions are and short-term absences look like. They're already worked in. We're just bringing the standard up. That's the reality, is this bill is bringing the standard in line for all workers with what is already standard practice for union members. Yesterday, the member mentioned the healthcare system, and yes, we should absolutely talk about that. I heard that many times from the member across me before I spoke. Let's talk about the pharmacists who are stepping in to support patients with basic testing for strep, RSV, influenza, and COVID. Let's talk about the doctors who are burnt out and have been working in overdrive because of a global pandemic, and they haven't had time to rest 3 years later. It is very busy. And the doctors I met with today, Mr. Speaker, they are in complete support of Bill 11. Let's talk about the aging population that deserves dignity and healthcare and support, and the many youth who face complex issues. Is it fair to take up a doctor's time with an appointment in the name of a doctor's note for short-term sickness? Make that make sense. To conclude, I'd like to share my heartfelt gratitude to this government for standing up for worker rights, and to the Minister of Labour for her work to advance and fulfill this important piece of fairness for the most vulnerable workers. I urge all members to support Bill 11. I know I will. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, member. Thank you very much. Recognizing the member from North Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill 11, the Employment Standards Amendment Act 2025. This bill proposes to eliminate the need for a sick note when an employee needs to leave for a medical reason. It says that it frees up time for our healthcare practitioners by cutting down on paperwork. And when I'm looking at this bill, superficially, it makes sense, right? Doctors are busy, and a doctor's note's often for what seems to be just the flu. And it's a waste of time for both the doctor and the patient. But like everything else, every bill, you have to look a little bit deeper. And what can sometimes be unintended consequences. And the reason we might have unintended consequences is we have a healthcare crisis in our midst. And I'm just going to give context a little bit, because when you're old and you've been a practicing physician for many years, you've got memories of what it used to be like. And what it used to be like, because I've practiced in different provinces, but in BC for most of my career, 38 years, spanning 38 years. When we got to, when I settled down finally in Campbell River, not only was 20% of the houses for sale, super cheap, but there was too many family doctors. And they were competing against each other. And what did that do? The level of competence, in a sense, came up, because that's what happens. You're trying to give your best to every patient. And you saw walk-in clinics open up. And the reason walk-in clinics open up is because doctors were competing against each other. Let's extend our hours. Let's provide better service. And amazingly, if you didn't like your doctor, you could just switch. And if you didn't like the second one, you can switch again until you found one that was compatible with you. And it was a pleasure as well to practice. And I'll just go back to the doctor's note, because it's an important thing to talk about when we're talking about this bill. Occasionally people would come in for a doctor's note. And it was a way of, sort of connecting with the patient. And, sometimes it was just the flu, but sometimes it was something a little bit more serious. So coming back to practicing, sometimes when people came in with a doctor's note, it was something serious. And I would just pick up the phone and call the specialists. If they were in town, we had quite a few specialists, different specialty like orthopedics, plastic surgery, urology across a few 50 kilometers away, internal medicine, and they would answer the phone, and that patient would be seen shortly thereafter. If that patient was sick enough to be admitted, there was a bed waiting. Not a problem. And so I kind of always want to give context, because sometimes something becomes a new normal, and this is not normal what we're going through right now. And this is not, and the reason we're actually bringing this bill forward is because there's a healthcare crisis, and doctors are overworking, and we're trying to free up time. So I think it's important to remember that. So when we're talking about a solution to this crisis, unfortunately, there needs to be short-term and long-term planning, and there's been some improvement with bringing in some doctors, but when you look at the net connection, meaning the primary people being attached to primary care providers, the net probably isn't that high, because people are still retiring and people are still losing their family doctor. So it'd be interesting to talk, rather than how many have come in, is how many are actually attached. And the other thing as well is we have to remember that even the family doctors that we have now, the doctor that used to work 80 hours a week and do it all is becoming a rarer breed. And for potentially the right reason, people want to have a life, physicians as well. So they tend to, sometimes work less hours because they have families, or they specialize and do just emergency, or sometimes people specialize in addiction medicine, or they even do just, dermatology. So the sort of the doctor that used to do it all isn't as common, right? So we have to remember that as well. So as many as we bring some in, some will specialize in something different, okay? So they won't be providing primary care. And the other thing that's happening is, even if you're attached and you need a doctor's note, and if you phone your doctor, well, your doctor often is busy and you can't get seen for a couple of weeks unless it's a real emergency. So attachment doesn't guarantee a note. So what do you do when you don't have a family doctor Right now, you can always go to emergency, right? And we've all heard of sort of what happens in emergency with the 12, 14, 18-hour wait. So if you're sitting at home going, I need a doctor's note, I'm not feeling very well, are you going to take the time? And that's the question, right? So, and unfortunately, sometimes a flu is not just a flu. Sometimes a flu is not what it seems. So these are just a few examples I'm going to give. And it's not, these examples are not to scare people. They're quite rare, but they've happened. And, you know, somebody who, for example, is a construction worker and has a history of gout, and his toe gets all inflamed and red. Well, sometimes gout isn't gout. Sometimes gout is what's called necrotizing fasciitis. And what is necrotizing fasciitis? Well, it's flesh-eating disease. And that's a medical emergency. And because you didn't go see your doctor for your swollen toe, by the time you see your doctor, you need an amputation. And depending on how long you waited to go see your doctor, you might get a toe amputated or you might get a below-knee amputation. That's how fast it progresses. Rare, but real story. Another example. This is an example close to home, but somebody who, for example, has indigestion, really doesn't feel well, and calls to work, and work says, stay home, but we don't need a note anymore. Okay, great. You don't have a family doctor. You don't want to go to emergency because you've got indigestion. You don't want to bother anybody. It doesn't quite feel like indigestion, but you just don't feel good. Well, that indigestion could be pericarditis or angina. It can present as indigestion. Is that common in terms of presenting that way? It can. And like a previous member sometimes said, sometimes people are tough and they decide, I can handle this at home. You know, you worked out the night before. And again, you're a worker and you're really sore. You're allowed 5 sick days. 5 sick days, you don't need a note. And you know, because you're a construction worker, your shoulder's super sore, even your neck is sore. Well, you could be having a heart attack, right? But you're tough, you're not going to go see your doctor, you don't need that note. So my point being, I can go on, and I will go on, because I want people to kind of understand how important it is to connect with your doctor and to have that easy accessibility, because when it's hard, sometimes you don't show up. And that's why in emergency right now, we're diagnosing stage 4 cancers because people couldn't go see their family doctor. They couldn't access primary care. And by the time they show up in the emergency, they've got stage 4 cancer. Right? So neck stiffness could be a meningitis. You fell at work the day before, and you call your employee and you say, well, you know, I got a bit of a headache, and I think I'm starting the flu because my nose is runny. Well, it could be cerebrospinal fluid leaking. It could be leaking from your brain down your nose. Rare? Yes, but possible. Pink eye, right? Who hasn't gotten pink eye? And you don't notice a little rash beside it. Well, it's shingles. And sometimes shingles around the eye can blind you. A bit of dizziness could be a cerebellar stroke. We all know about cough that continues, right? And again, you don't have a doctor. I mean, I've seen members here coughing for we're talking, you know, MLAs. that cannot find a doctor in Victoria and that are coughing for 2 or 3 weeks. Well, 2 or 3 weeks, maybe you've got a pneumonia. Your sore throat's getting worse, right? You're starting to have trouble swallowing. Could be a peritonsillar abscess. That's a medical emergency. Real story. Bad headache, temporal arteritis. You could go blind. So my point with all this is that connection with your family doctor is important. And when I was practicing, I have to say, we used to like to have people come in for their flu, for the note they needed for work because it was fast, and we got paid for it. That's the reality of it. But now doctors are so busy, over the top busy, so that extra income means nothing to them. That extra income balance, that complex patient you saw that took 45 minutes, you get paid the same, right? So that doctor's note, great, doctor's note, I'll compensate. Now no more, because they're so busy. They say, most of what we see, and I want people to realize all the sort of kind of examples I gave, they're rare, right? But in a time of medical crisis, when you're actually, like I said, diagnosing cancer in emergency, maybe it's time to start looking at why I'll probably be supporting this bill, because the family doctors are supporting this bill. They need to free up time. But I want to support it with caution, because people that have issues, and someone mentioned mental health issues, right? So if you've had some bad weeks at work and you're isolating and you decide to take a day off, but you're actually pretty depressed, and that doctor's note can maybe prevent something worse from happening, right? So I'm going to support it, but with caution. And I think, maybe when we readdress the healthcare crisis and it improves, we should maybe revisit this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing the MLA from Abbotsford South.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the good doctor from Island North for her very insightful words. Now, she and I are a couple of rare individuals in this House that actually had the privilege of being able to write a note for our patients to excuse them from work. And and it is a privilege and it's an honor. And I think when the good doctor speaks, that this side, the opposite side of the House, should listen loud and clear. Now, I too will begrudgingly hold my nose and vote in favor of this particular bill. Bill 11, the Employment Standards Amendment Act, which really, in my opinion, should be called the Healthcare Failure Act. This government has had 8 years to fix the problem, and sadly, the problem has not only not been fixed, but it's actually getting worse. Now, members have heard me talk about my own family's personal stories. One of which, Mr. Speaker, was on the day I was sworn in. My wife tripped and actually fractured her arm and was bounced between 2 emergency rooms in 2 different hospitals and spent over 12 hours waiting to be seen. On about hour 10, Mr. Speaker, She asked for a glass of water, and she told me, no, you go. I'm going to be fine. You go get sworn in. I said, no, I can come back anytime, I can come back anytime and be sworn in. She said, I am not having this. You are going. And for those of you that know my wife, when she puts her foot down, you know, I may not do as you tell me, Mr. Speaker, and you know, I may put up a fight for that, but when my wife puts her foot down, I do as I'm told. Well, I don't know whether I'm smart, but I got a good survival instinct, I'll tell you that. But it was so overworked, and this is how stressed the system is. At about hour 10, she asked for a glass of water, and the response was, do we look like a restaurant to you? Now, I don't say that to embarrass those that are in the healthcare system. I say it as that is a call of desperation, that you are so overworked and the system is that collapsed that you would respond in that manner. Because those that go into, and I know I have healthcare professionals just having shivers go up and down their spine, that one of their own would say that, but those that are on the front lines can understand it. The fact that we are going to a note is an act of desperation. Now, for those that don't understand medicine, I get it. For those that don't understand healthcare, those that have never had to go through the years of training, I understand how this is, you know, going to the doctor for a note is an absolute pain in the butkus. And the doctors are now so overworked and are so overworked with paperwork that they're just saying, look, we've got, come on, most of the time it's like something's, it's just the flu or a headache. We got better things to do with our time because we cannot see, there are about 1 million patients in British Columbia that don't even have family doctor, and you're making me do this stupid note. However, Mr. Speaker, if you were to ask them to say, in an ideal world where you had the time to limit how many patients and that there was more than enough doctors to go around, would you ever deny a patient a note? Because what if, and in Harrison's medical textbook of internal medicine, it talks about what's called a differential diagnosis. And what is that? A differential diagnosis says you take the symptoms, you do a history of your patient, and you say, could it be this? Could it be that? Could it be this? There are multiple things that it could be. And we heard my colleague talk about a few items. Now, I've written, or I've done a quick search rather, of common things. So most of the time, you're going to have flu-like symptoms. Most of the time, it's exactly that. It's the flu. The flu is also one of the #1 killers, Mr. Speaker, every year. So I just did a quick sort of thing on serious diseases.
Could you try again?
This might be a good time to remind
Apparently I
people.
own my own cock as a bottle because Siri thinks I'm talking to her, and that's not good. We're going to put that under there. Wow. So serious and Siri, and also if you say Siri, by the way, she'll do the same thing. So serious diseases with flu-like symptoms. So the result of this bill, actually, I believe it's going to cost people their life or serious injury. It's going to be rare, but we hear oftentimes one death is too many, one life is important. And so I'm just going to read off a few serious diseases with flu-like symptoms. Well, we went through COVID. And if you don't get early intervention with COVID, it can permanently damage you, or you can die from it. I mentioned the influenza itself. And then there's a bunch of them. There's the avian influenza. We all remember the bird flu. SARS, MERS, for those that like to go camping and exploring. There's the hantavirus, which is from rodent exposure, Mr. Speaker. It starts off with a fever and a cough, and you get muscle aches, you can have shortness of breath, and you pass it off. We just recently heard of Gene Hackman's wife who died from hantavirus, and then Gene Hackman himself, because he had dementia, died himself. And that can be exposure to rodent droppings. Now, around this building, they're pretty common, Mr. Speaker. Seem to be they're butched to two about a cat that disappeared, and it was here to deal with the rodents. So a mosquito bite. Well, a mosquito bite could be Da Nang fever. Now, is that local here? No, but we live in a world where everyone travels. And so someone gets a simple mosquito bite, and then they get Da Nang fever, and it's fever, flu-like symptoms, joint pain, headaches. Remember the Zika virus? If you're a pregnant woman, we've all seen the pictures of babies that were born because of the Zika virus. For those that don't know, they see a bat on a lawn in the daylight. A kid goes up and touches the bat, or you go to take the bat away from your child, or you even get into an attack with a raccoon. That raccoon could have rabies. That's also flu-like symptoms, fever, headaches, muscle spasms. You can actually be away on holidays. Actually, you don't even have to be away on holidays. It can happen right here in a restaurant. And you go, geez, I just don't feel well, and I got headaches. And then you start to turn yellow. It's actually hepatitis A. Here's the problem with Dr. Google and self-diagnosing, which is what this note inevitably is going to make people do, is return to self-diagnose themselves. And it comes with a risk. Is it rare? Yes. But as I see some of the smiles on the other side, I would be careful of that indignation and that moral high road that you're on, because you will end up damaging people and costing them lives, because we do not have enough healthcare professionals in this province right now to see people on a timely basis. You know how I know that, Mr. Speaker? My wife is one of them. She does not have a medical doctor. And having to sit in an emergency room or a walk-in clinic to ask for a note, absolutely, currently, it is an absolute miserable experience to go through. But in the real world, where they actually have health care figured out, where they do have access to a medical doctor, and if you get these family doctors aside to say, you know what, if you weren't overworked, would you be asking for this? They would go, no, I remember my training. I remember the boredom of having to go through Harrison's medical textbook. I was there. It's a mistake, and it's going to cost people lives, and it's rare, or they're going to get injured. There's a whole bunch more that I'll go through. We got hepatitis A, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, pneumonia, Legionnaire's disease, tuberculosis, leptospirosis, Lyme disease, typhoid fever, Q fever. We've got Marburg virus disease, Ebola. We've got we've got Rocky Mountain spotted fever. We have the plague, we have malaria, we have toxoplasmosis, we have babiosis, we have African type, I won't even go into that one, histoplasmosis, blastocytosis, sepsis, meningitis. Meningitis starts off as a headache and fever-like things, and it can happen. You know what? I went out drinking with a bunch of friends. We passed the bottle around the campfire, which happens on occasion. I think I'm just hungover. No, you're not. You have meningitis, and it can be fatal if it is not treated in a rapid session. It can be fatal. Again, is it rare? Yes. But do you really want to be responsible for that because we can't figure out how to get enough friggin' doctors for people in this province? Because this government has had 8 years to fix the problem and failed miserably at it? You can have toxic shock syndrome, and then actually one that's personal to me, Mr. Speaker, is Kawasaki disease. My grandson, when he was an infant, had Kawasaki disease. It presents very similar to measles. And had my daughter not taken him in, and she went and saw a medical doctor on top of this, he said, oh, it's nothing, don't worry about it. And she says, no, there's something wrong with my son. And she took him down to Children's, and Children's said, you are lucky that you brought him in, because one of the things with Kawasaki syndrome, although rare, is aneurysms of the heart, and they can be playing soccer and have a heart attack because they have an aneurysm in their heart or other places. That's just fever. Flu-like symptoms, Mr. Speaker. Let's go on to headaches. Headaches are a common thing. Everybody gets them. So people can get, just this sudden severe headache, and we call it thunderclap. It's often described as the worst headache of my life. Well, it's a subarachnoid hemorrhage, and it can be life-changing and fatal. A simple visit to go get a note from a doctor in a timely manner can save that person's life. There could be an intracranial hemorrhage, which is a sudden and severe headache. That can also be severely debilitating. And quite frankly, I listened to the nonsense on the other side about this being somehow employers being evil and mean or whatever it was. And these simple visits to a doctor, especially, I got to speak on behalf of being a male. We don't get health care, Mr. Speaker, real well, most of us. Go talk to our wives. And having to be sent in to get a medical note can generally mean that the doctor will look at you and go, wait a minute, do your blood pressure, or do some other simple things which should happen in a normal doctor's visit when they are not pressed to the max. This note, this amendment, is not built on what the system should be. It is being pushed through because the system is in a free fall. It is collapsing, and it is basically what's called triage, where we are just trying to deal with the most severe things first, but in an ideal world, there is no way this bill would ever be required. This is absolute failure and free fall of our healthcare system. And I would encourage the other side of the House to listen to those of us that actually were able to write notes once in a while, for real, that have the ability to diagnose, and listen to what we're trying to tell you. We will vote for this, but do not be proud on that side of the House that it has come to this. Do not be proud, and don't you dare do a victory lap, because this is not a victory. This is a failure lap. It is a stop, measure, gap to try and stop the bleeding of a system that is dying, Mr. Speaker. Other things with a headache actually can be a stroke. Actually, you can get what's called a temporary ischemic attack, a TIA, where you get this. It can present in many different ways, and you just don't feel well, so you self-diagnose, and then it disappears, and you go, okay, I'm fine. When in fact, that is a dire warning that you are most likely going to have a stroke. Other headaches that can present, as we heard, are tumors in the head, some of which are cancerous, some of which are not. But the result of not seeking early treatment can be life-altering, if not causing death. I mentioned meningitis. And the other one is you can have, there are many, many vascular problems that can cause that. There is also a thing called an aneurysm, which can start to, which is like, you think of it like a balloon in an artery, like where the balloon gets weak. We all as kids who played with those long balloons and it gets a bubble on it. Well, that can pop and cause a stroke. But sometimes there are signs and symptoms that a simple doctor's note can go, wait a minute, this is not a normal headache. This is something far more. I'm going to send you off to get this imagery done or this test done, and it can save a person's life. It can stop them from having a stroke where they're left debilitated in a chair or unable to speak. Depends on where the stroke in the brain is. Sometimes the stroke can cause a clot. This is not a bill that should have ever come before this House. And it saddens me that it's here, Mr. Speaker. It saddens me that our healthcare system has come to this. It saddens me that this side of the House has not been able to fix the problems that lie before it. Are they difficult? Yes, they are. You can wake up in the morning with a headache, Mr. Speaker. Say, hey, you know what, I'm going out drinking with the boys and, woke up with a headache. It's actually not a headache at all. It can actually be the signs of hypertension. It can actually be the signs that you have high blood pressure. And the problem with high blood pressure, Mr. Speaker, is it's like pumping a bunch of pressure through a little pipe. That pipe can blow. It's also a form of a stroke. It depends on where the pipe bursts. If it happens to be an abdominal aneurysm and it blows, well, you got about 5 seconds. And a simple doctor's note in some cases where you've got back pain and an abdominal aneurysm can often present itself as low back pain because the aorta goes down along the spine and it pumps along the spine. And so you're working and you think, you know what? Hey, I just lifted that one piece of equipment. I shouldn't have, but I was, I'll know better next time. And it really isn't. It's actually a sign of what they call a AAA, an abdominal aortic aneurysm. And it can end up bursting, as happened to my friend Jean at his son's birthday. And he literally just fell over and expired. There's the potential that had that been caught, there is intervention of surgery that can actually fix that, and his life might have been saved. Is that going to happen in all the time? No, Mr. Speaker, it's not. As the previous speaker was just mentioning, these are rare. But you add up all the rarities, this is where we get these tragedies where they're misdiagnosed. And I know the other side of the House thinks it's kind of funny because I can watch them laughing and making fun as I'm talking about very real conditions that happen every day. But so I think that this side of the House probably thinks that it's some kind of a joke. And what's a joke, Mr. Speaker, is that we have got to this point in this province where we've reached a point where a note is required. So there's some other ones that can cause it. You can have a brain abscess as a headache. You can have carbon monoxide poisoning, where you're driving on a long drive in your car, you don't know that you actually have carbon monoxide coming into the car, or you have carbon monoxide in your house from your furnace, or you have gone out camping and you've had something and it wakes. And there are things that need to be done, Mr. Speaker, that perhaps that could help. Sadly, with carbon monoxide poisoning, it can often result in actual death. For those that are pregnant, it can be preeclampsia. Preeclampsia starts off with a severe headache. And you get some visual changes, and basically you get high blood pressure and swelling as well. So, and these are just a couple of symptoms that are common that an employer would say, hey, you know what, I'd like a note. And with regards to, there was mention of a return back to work note. Well, that's really not part of this bill. And a return to work note actually is more to do with the bureaucracy of WorkSafe and a few other things that have been put in place that employers are now forced to do, because if that employee hurts themselves at work as a result of that. So it really wasn't relevant to this bill, but I'm glad one of the members brought that up. It is also some red tape that we perhaps should look at. The devil is always in the details, Mr. Speaker. And what seems, one of the wisest individuals I ever had the privilege to work with was the former city manager of the city of Abbotsford. His name was George Murray. George taught me an important lesson. He said, in your passion, in your desire to fix a problem, the devil is always in the details. And if you are not careful, you will create unintentional consequences. The unintentional consequence of this particular bill, if it becomes the norm, will be injuring people, putting them at risk, and in sometimes a death that is preventable by going to a doctor to ask for a simple doctor's note. Yes, it's a pain in the butt. Most of the time, it's just to check off a box. But there are times, Mr. Speaker, that it could save a life. And I will vote in favor of this. But it saddens my heart that the healthcare system of this province has reached a low of this kind, that it requires this kind of intervention to attempt to to keep it going. Our healthcare system literally is on life support, and this is a symptom of the problem of how sick our healthcare system is. It is not an answer. It is a last-ditch effort to just try and keep the system moving in any way, shape, or form. The citizens of this province deserve a hell of a lot better than what they have gotten over the last 8 years of an inability to actually get to the root of the problem and fix the problem. Citizens of this province deserve to see a healthcare doctor. They deserve to have a family physician, and they deserve that family physician have the time to be able to write something as simple as a note that may potentially save their life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing the member from Abbotsford West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, here we are again. And the question that comes to my mind is, would Bill 11 be even necessary if we had enough doctors? In other words, there's no way a doctor wants to see less of their patients. I know I have a great doctor, and I don't see him often enough because I don't go very often, but when we do, and it might be for this or that, and the next thing, he opens my file up. He looks at, oh, maybe we should check your blood pressure, maybe we should check this. And across the aisle, we keep hearing a lot about the previous government. Well, it's been 8 long years to fix things. I think that 8 years is getting kind of old. So speaking to Bill 11, the Employment Standards Amendment Act 2025, I rise today not out of routine, but actually out of deep concern. First of all, for the integrity of our healthcare system, for the working people of British Columbia, and for the future we're building with every piece of legislation that we pass in this House. So at first glance, Bill 11 may appear benign, even compassionate. The government presents it as a practical fix, allowing workers to take short-term medical leave without requiring a doctor's note. However, by removing this requirement, we may inadvertently create a system where employees can take advantage of leave without proper accountability, leading to increased absenteeism and potential disruptions to the workplace. So how can we be sure that employees' absence is genuinely due to illness and not a tactic to avoid worker responsibilities? I heard the member across the aisle talk about unions and how the unions have put a lot of things in place. But here's the thing, many British Columbians don't work for a union. I've talked to small and medium-sized businesses, and they are carrying an extra burden with just the 5 days of sick leave that they're requiring their workers to have. Many of them now have to cut their workforce because of that. They have to work longer hours because of that. And it's tough on small and medium-sized businesses across this province. So on the surface, this bill seems reasonable. Who would argue that a sick individual should be forced out of bed to obtain a piece of paper to justify their absence? And who would argue that a doctor who is already overwhelmed should be burdened with unnecessary paperwork? But that is the reason why we have this bill, because the system and the doctors are overwhelmed. This bill, though, opens up Pandora's box of uncertainties that could have far-reaching consequences for both workers and employers alike. But let's not be fooled. This bill is not a gesture of compassion. It's not a sign of progress. It's actually a concession of defeat. It's not a solution. It's a symptom of a healthcare system buckling under pressure. Doctors know it, and that is why they have aligned themselves with this bill. It's not because they want it. They have no choice. A quiet admission of a much larger failure. Honourable Speaker, Bill 11 is not a sign of progress. It's a signal of surrender. So why does this bill even need to exist? Why must we even debate the necessity of waiving sick notes? Because in the year 2025, in a province as wealthy and resourceful as ours, over 1 million British Columbians, that's 1 out of every 5, do not have access to a doctor. And I have children who have no family doctor. They're unattached from primary care. They're forced to scramble through a broken patchwork of clinics, of online services, of overburdened emergency rooms. These are not just stats. These are people. They're your children, they're my children. They're your parents, they're my parents. They're your neighbors, they're my neighbors. They're seniors in rural towns, young families in suburbs, workers in our cities, navigating the broken maze of walk-in clinics, overburdened ERs, and virtual platforms that promise care, but too often deliver delays. In many ridings, in many communities, emergency rooms are shuttering overnight. Patients are forced to drive many, many hours for just basic care. Clinics close early, lineups begin before dawn, people are being turned away at the doors. Not because of lack of need, there's much need, but for lack of doctors. British Columbia has the longest walk-in clinic wait times in Canada. It's 93 minutes. That's 1.5 hours, according to Metamap Canada. A lot longer in Abbotsford, I can tell you. I was the caregiver for my mom in the last 10 years of her life. She passed away in 2022. Her family doctor retired, and she was dumped into the healthcare system. I navigated that system with her. I stood in lineups with her at 93 years old for hours just to have the door locked because they've reached their quota or the doctor wasn't available. Then I put her in my car and we drive to the ER where we sat and we sat and we sat. This is not a minor inconvenience for many. It's a health crisis. In the north, in the interior, in our Indigenous and remote communities, those numbers climb even higher. The barriers are even steeper, and the consequences are even more severe. They push 2-week mark to see a doctor. Those fortunate enough to even have a family physician are often left waiting weeks for an appointment. Can you imagine waiting weeks to find out what's wrong? If you're sick today, you may be told, come next Wednesday. What good is a sick note when you can't even find a doctor to see? So what is this government's answer? What do? Instead of confronting the healthcare crisis, they lower the bar. Instead of investing in access, they rewrite the expectations. They offer this bill, a legislative workaround, designed not to strengthen our system, but to excuse its shortcomings. Let's be clear, this bill doesn't eliminate sick notes altogether. It merely punts the issue down the road to regulation. It creates a vague, murky standard. No clear limit on how many days can be taken without documentation. No certainty for the employer. Again, another thing that the small and medium-sized businesses are going to have to face with already an overburdened amount of things that they are dealing with each and every day with their employees. No safeguards for workers, just ambiguity wrapped in bureaucracy. This is not clarity. This is not accountability. It's abdication. So let's talk about what's really at stake. A sick note isn't just a piece of paper. And I think that's what I want to get across to the other side. It's not just a piece of paper. It's a point of contact with a person, with a healthcare provider. It's a checkpoint of care. An opportunity, sometimes the only opportunity, to catch something early, possibly to discuss some symptoms they're having, maybe to adjust some medications, to uncover something more serious lurking beneath the surface. And I want to ask the people across the aisle, the members, how often does this happen to you as a member? Going to your doctor. You go in for one reason, all of a sudden discover, oh, actually, you know what? He actually changed something else in my health process. I know somebody very close who had a mole. And I don't know about you, but when you look in yourself in the mirror every day, you don't see things changing. But this person just happened to go to the doctor. And the doctor noticed, that mole, it got bigger. This person's a big football player, and well, they took a chunk of meat, melanoma, out of his back. He had meat to give away. But had he not gone to his doctor, where would that have ended? See, by removing this step, we risk missing those moments, and they're real. They happen. Maybe not often enough, but they happen to British Columbians each and every day. We normalize detachment from healthcare. We reinforce the message that doctors aren't accessible, so don't bother trying. I'm telling you, if we had enough doctors in BC, they would not be asking for this. They're asking for this because the system is broken, and that is why. This bill also risks of being misused. Without clear rules, employers may tighten their own policies. Workers may feel pressure to over-explain or overwork. The system becomes more uncertain, not less. So let's not pretend this is about trust alone. Yes, we must believe workers when they say they're unwell. But we also, more importantly, must build a system that supports recovery of patients, that promotes connection with healthcare workers, that reinforces, not erodes, the relationship between individuals and their healthcare provider. Honourable Speaker, we all know we are facing a profound challenge in our healthcare system. Here's some solutions that I wish the government in the last 8 years would have thought of. They needed to act boldly, and they never did. To train and retain doctors, to expand primary care networks, to rebuild access in rural communities, to restore trust in a crumbling system. All that has eroded in the last 8 years. So instead, what do we get? We get a Band-Aid. A Band-Aid that covers up the wound but does nothing to stop the bleeding. What British Columbians need is not less paperwork. They need more care. They need more access, more time with professionals who can help them stay healthy, not just justify their absences. They deserve a government that sees the crisis for what it is and has the courage to confront it. Bill 11 doesn't confront anything. Mr. Speaker, it sidesteps responsibility and it lowers expectations. For that reason, despite the glossy presentation, it is difficult to support this because British Columbians deserve better. They deserve a healthcare system that is actually functioning. Doctors know it. Patients know it. A government that leads and laws that heal rather than hide the truth. When being sick doesn't mean facing a system that's just as broken as your own body, Honourable Speaker, Bill 11 does not solve these problems. It sidesteps it. And as the members on our side of the aisle said, you know what, we're going to hold our nose and we're going to vote for this, but we want the public to know that we're completely aware of what the real issue is. Our health care system is broken. And that's why the doctors are supporting this. They're not supporting this because they don't want to see their patients more often. They're overwhelmed. There's just not enough of them and too many patients and too much need. And that's why this bill is here. And this government is sidestepping the real need in our province. And that is about all I've got to say about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members. Seeing no further speakers, members, the question will be second reading of Bill 11, intituled Employment Standards Amendment Act 2025. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Minister.
I move that the bill be committed to the Committee of the Whole House to be considered at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members, you've heard the question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. Government House Leader.
I move second reading on Bill 13, Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act. I'm calling for business. Okay.
Thank you very much. Minister of Forests.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Bill 13 be now read a second time.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this bill, the Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2025, Bill 13, amends a number of statutes. I'm pleased to be able to provide second reading response on behalf of the Attorney General, who is otherwise preoccupied on another piece of legislation. The amendment, this bill, as I said, amends a number of statutes. The amendment to the Housing Supply Act is necessary to correct a minor drafting omission to assure that government can apply compliance measures to the City of Vancouver as and if needed, consistent with all other municipalities subject to housing target orders. As the Act is currently written, reference is made to the Charter regarding permitting. However, corresponding references are not made to the Charter regarding land use bylaws. There will be several amendments to the Local Government Act. First, they establish a new requirement on municipalities to provide a pre-tax sale notice to property owners. The notice will serve as an individual advance warning to a property owner that their property will be offered at the annual municipal tax sale auction unless delinquent property taxes are paid. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. The proposed amendments will protect property owners by closely implementing recommendations of the ombudsperson, while at the same time maintaining certainty and ensuring that municipalities follow a standard of behavior during the notification process. Amendments under the Local Government Act will also ensure regional districts can meet new provincially mandated requirements under the Fire Safety Act by providing statutory authority for regional districts to designate fire inspectors and fire investigators and to recover incidental costs related to these services without a service establishing bylaw. The legislation supports greater fire safety in unincorporated areas of the province. The exception from the service establishing bylaw requirement is narrow in scope and modeled on already existing similar exceptions in the LGA. Thanks very much. Mr. Speaker, amendments to the Local Government Act, Local Elections Campaign Financing Act, Island Trusts Act, and the School Act relate to local elections, including those for school boards and local trust committees, and support administrative efficiency for election officials, improve fairness, accessibility, and privacy in election proceedings for all election participants. They are being brought forward based on feedback received after the 2022 general local elections from local election administrators and election partners. The amendments are proposed for spring 2025 to be able to provide enough sufficient time for all election partners to finalize all of their materials of guidance ahead of what is going to be a busy 2026 with the election period for the local government, local mayors, councils, school boards, regional directors, so on and so forth. Changes to the Local Government Act and an act to incorporate the Greater Vancouver Sewerage and Drainage District will extend in-stream protection on Metro Vancouver Regional District development charges for certain development applications from 12 to 24 months. This amendment enables an agreement between the federal and provincial government to secure $250 million in federal support for Phase 1 of the Iona wastewater treatment plant upgrade. The expansion for the in-stream protections from 12 to 24 months will apply retroactively and save the development community in Metro Vancouver area up to $220 million in development charges that will make a significant contribution to the financial viability of many projects throughout the region. Proposed changes to the Local Government Act and the Vancouver Charter will give clarity to local governments and the development industry on how density benefits frameworks amended in April of 2024 applies to individual site-specific zones. The changes will ensure that local governments can continue to use their existing density benefit programs while they update and transition to the new system. This supports the wide range of actions we are taking to create more homes that are within reach for people and are addressing the housing crisis in British Columbia. Additional proposed amendments to the Vancouver Charter provide that the City of Vancouver can regulate with the same sphere as the province if a bylaw is not inconsistent with a provincial enactment. This is equivalent to the authority provided for other BC municipalities under Section 10 of the Community Charter and establishes a default rule regarding the relationship between municipal bylaws and provincial laws. The amendment also clarifies that they are very specific to restrictions about regulating passenger-directed vehicles and do not limit authorities provided in the Vancouver Charter. The legislation is expected to clarify the City of Vancouver's regulatory authorities and ensure Vancouver has the authority it needs to regulate matters that are part of the everyday work of a large and modern municipality. I'm sure the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs will be able to touch on this during his remarks in second reading and certainly later when we reach Committee of the Whole as well. Moving on, Mr. Speaker, the bill amends the Professional Governance Act. These amendments clarify the regulation-making powers under the Act, which specify that the Lieutenant Governor and Council can make regulations related to job titles, while the Act provides the regulation-making power to say what professional titles are reserved only for certain professionals. These amendments will provide the clear ability to determine what titles are not reserved. Clear regulation-making powers are important to give government the option to respond to concerns around industry standard job titles that are restricted under the Professional Governance Act regulations. Today, as we're discussing and debating Bill 13, this Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act, the Ministry of Forests, as a minister, I'm proud to be bringing forward proposed amendments to the Wildfire Act limitation period. Before I touch on that, I just wanted to, it's been a busy number of weeks for the BC Wildfire Service. We've had boot camps all across the province, hard-working men and women who put everything on the line, run into fires, don't ask questions, as was acknowledged by members on the other side of the House just prior to question period this week. Just incredible heroicness, not just from our wildland firefighters that make up the BC Wildfire Service, but also firefighters in communities all across the province. I think of the firefighters in your constituency, Mr. Speaker, who again, don't ask questions, go out, help protect communities, help protect livelihoods, and then wake up and do it again and again and again. Just got so much respect for all these individuals, and I know it's going to be a busy wildfire season. We're taking every step we can to ensure we're prepared for the worst case scenario. I want to thank all the hardworking men and women of the BC Wildfire Service, our interagency agreements, for all the support that they're providing. I'm bringing forward proposed amendments to the Wildfire Act limitation period, which governs how long the minister has to make orders against parties found to have caused or contributed to the start of a wildfire or to have contravened the Act or the wildfire regulation. Currently, government may not have enough time to pursue fire control costs, damages, or administrative penalties, and parties may not have adequate time to prepare a response. This is really important, Mr. Speaker, as we see the severity of wildfires increase here in our province. It's important to bring forward these amendments at this time. The proposed amendments will provide that the limitation period ends with giving notice of an order and an opportunity to be heard, rather than issuing the determination order. It will also provide a new authority for the minister to extend the limitation period as well. This will provide more time for the government, for the BC Wildfire Service, the Natural Resource Service, to investigate and calculate costs and damages and assess facts, and for parties to have meaningful opportunity to respond. They will also make the Wildfire Act more consistent with other natural resource statutes like the Forest and Range Practices Act. I want to thank the hardworking team in the Forest Service for the work that they've been doing on this legislation, and I know there's so much more that we'll look forward to discussing in the committee stage, as well as discussing in the weeks, months ahead as it relates to the Wildfire Act. Amendments to the Wildlife Act being brought forward by my colleague, Minister of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship, will proactively prevent the introduction and spread of aquatic invasive species and whirling disease across the province by requiring that drain plugs be pulled from watercrafts when traveling over land, and that persons transporting boats, aircraft designed to land on water, and water-related equipment must stop at open watercraft inspection stations along their route. These amendments strengthen authorities for officers to post signs to stop drivers request and collect information and inspect boats, vehicles, aircrafts designed to land on water equipment like boat trailers, items used for fishing, and water-related infrastructure like rafts or docks being transported. Related offenses for non-compliance are included in the proposed bill as well. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the bill also makes transitional provisions and consequential and related amendments to other statutes as well. I'll just conclude by saying I'm looking forward to hearing the discussion this afternoon on this very important bill, different aspects of it. I know my colleague, the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs, will get an opportunity to dive more deeply into the pieces that pertain to his ministry. I'm sure other colleagues will get an opportunity as well. We look forward to hearing the feedback from the members opposite on the pieces that they're interested in chatting about, and look forward to engaging in a more fulsome way when we get to committee stage. But just also wanted to take an opportunity to thank the hardworking public service in all of our ministries that really put in the work to be able to allow us to be able to bring forward and introduce legislation like this. Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Minister, for opening debate on Bill 13. And now we'll call on Boundary Similkameen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to speak to Bill 13, the Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2025. This is primarily a housekeeping bill, but serves an important function in maintaining the currency and consistency of British Columbia's laws. These bills allow for updates, corrections, and procedural refinements that might not warrant a standalone bill in principle, but they help us modernize legislation, align overlapping provisions, and fix unintended gaps or inconsistencies across ministries. Honourable Speaker, it is exactly because of these sweeping and technical nature that we must be diligent. A clause may look minor, but buried in a single paragraph may be a fundamental shift in how rights are administered, how accountability is enforced, or how government powers are exercised. It is our job on this side of the House not to oppose for opposition's sake, but to scrutinize, to question, and to ensure that the intent behind each provision matches its real-world consequences. While my primary focus in my role is on Part 4 and the amendments to the Wildlife Act under clauses 78 to 86, I believe it is important to walk through the bill in full, starting with the forest amendments in Part 1, then continuing through the housing and local government changes in Part 2, and the professional governance amendments in Part 3, and concluding with the aquatic and invasive species enforcement provisions in Part 4. Let's begin with Part 1. These changes primarily focus on orders issued under the Wildfire Act, particularly for individuals alleged to have caused or contributed to a fire. Clause 1 introduces a new section 24.1 to the Act, which formalizes a requirement to provide written notice and an opportunity to be heard before such orders are made. This seems like a positive move until you consider Clause 3, which removes the guaranteed 30-day window for response that previously existed. While there is still a duty to give notice and opportunity to be heard, there is no longer a specific defined response window. That reduces certainty and shifts the discretion heavily towards government officials. Clause 6 repeals the original limitation period in Section 33 and instead gives officials more discretion by tying the timeline to when an official becomes aware of the facts, not when the incident occurred. That could significantly extend the period of uncertainty for landowners, contractors, and forestry operators. In rural areas, especially in interface zones like my region of Boundary Similkameen, these changes could matter. A single spark can lead to devastating wildfire, but responsibility is not always straightforward. Machinery failures, dry lightning, neglected slash piles, and improperly extinguished recreational fires all present risk. Just this week, I met with Fortis BC, who is looking to impose preemptive blackouts to prevent wildfires caused by electrical lines. It's essential that people who act in good faith are not subjected to an open-ended process without clear notice, fair hearing, and the ability to respond. We all agree that BC must improve wildfire preparedness and cost recovery, But in doing so, we cannot sacrifice procedural fairness. The government must ensure that stronger enforcement tools do not come at the expense of due process. For Part 2 is a broad in scope and dense in impact. At its core, it addresses development costs, electoral procedures, candidate registration, campaign finance rules, and the governance of local councils and boards. Clause 8 is particularly notable. It locks in pre-March 2024 cost charge rates for in-stream subdivision applications in Metro Vancouver. This is being done to accommodate projects caught in transition, but the fiscal implications for taxpayers and local governments remain unclear. Who makes up the funding shortfalls for infrastructure tied to projects that are exempted from updated charges? Will it be local taxpayers, provincial transfers, or delayed capital projects? This may also include large projects like the wastewater treatment facility in North Vancouver, which has been plagued by cost escalations. Projects like this underscore the importance of fiscal clarity. Clause 13 through 17 give the Chief Electoral Officer authority to deregister organizations not using their full legal name unless they update their registration within 60 days. On paper, it sounds technical, but the consequences are real. Smaller, grassroots organizations may not have legal teams watching these administrative changes. This could result in organizations being shut out of elections over branding issues, or represents a significant change that could disrupt the electoral rights of smaller and less resourced groups. Elsewhere in this part, we see new powers for ministers to retroactively amend election processes under special circumstances. These orders can be applied up to 80 days before voting day. While flexibility may be needed in emergencies, the bar for such discretion must be very high. Retroactive lawmaking must be tightly scoped and only used with clear public interest rationale, particularly when it touches democratic processes. We also see changes that affect local representation. Clause 36 allows for the appointment of acting directors and alternates to regional district boards when no election is held or when someone resigns. It's framed as a practical solution, and I understand the motivation, but again, it speaks to the slow erosion of direct representation, especially in rural areas where democratic participation already faces many challenges, and we often have acclamations or low turnout. And finally, buried throughout these clauses are numerous changes to transparency, record keeping, and the handling of nomination documents. Candidates' places of residence must now be disclosed, and public access to nomination papers is being made more flexible. While adding new privacy protections, these are welcome updates in a digital age, but the cumulative impact of all these changes deserve a more thorough debate than a single miscellaneous bill might allow. Part 3 amends the Professional Governance Act and related regulations. Some of these changes are editorial, switching practice with a C to practice with an S, but others are more substantial. Clause 75 gives the government power to designate or remove reserved professional titles. While the bill does not name specific examples, it opens the door for broader use of regulated terms in evolving fields. For instance, it raises the possibilities like titles like software engineer could be used outside current regulatory frameworks. Welcome to the chair, Madam Speaker. This raises valid concerns about the dilution of regulated designations, allowing individuals who are not registered professionals to use protected titles like engineer or biologist. This could cause confusion, particularly in fields tied to safety, science, or infrastructure. British Columbians rely on these titles to carry meaning. If someone is working on a bridge, a flood mitigation plan, or a mine reclamation strategy, they want to know that the person has the qualifications to back up their plan. A title isn't just a name, it's a signal of trust, competence, and accountability. We must be careful not to undermine the trust in the name of administrative efficiencies. Our critic for advanced education will delve deeper into these implications, but I want to flag this as yet another area where incremental legislative change could lead to a broader systematic effect. especially in a province already navigating labor shortages and shifting skills demands. Finally, Honourable Speaker, I turn to the section of Bill 13 that falls within my critic responsibilities, and that is the amendments to the Wildlife Act. This section introduces sweeping new powers to combat the spread of aquatic invasive species. It defines aquatic invasives as a subset of controlled alien species and gives officers the power to stop, inspect, and enforce regulations on any vehicle, trailer, boat, float plane, or equipment that is suspected of transporting these species. Clause 84 is particularly notable. It lays out the authority for uniformed officers to perform inspections, require documentation, and enforce penalties. Non-compliance will become an offense. These are significant expansions of authority and should not be taken lightly. I support the goal of what we're trying to achieve with these amendments. Aquatic invasive species are among the most pressing ecological threat in this province. Zebra and quagga mussels in particular could devastate our lakes, reservoirs, and water infrastructure. If they were to establish in the Okanagan or Similkameen watersheds, the economic and environmental damage could be irreversible. But I want to highlight that regulation without funding is not protection. We cannot legislate our way out of this crisis without resourcing the tools that enforcement requires. We need inspection stations that are open and staffed during high season. We need educational campaigns in multiple languages at every boat launch, marina, and campground. We need collaboration with Indigenous governments, regional districts, and volunteer stewards who are already doing some of this work on the ground. We also need transparency. How many boats are being stopped at the border? How many violations are found? Are we tracking hotspots? Are we funding innovation in decontamination or detection? These questions remain unanswered, and Bill 13 doesn't appear to address them. If we're serious about preventing the spread of invasive species, then boaters must be stopped. They must be inspected, and they must be decontaminated. So the excuses for underfunding frontline efforts has to stop. I'm asking this government to pair these legislative tools in Bill 13 with the fiscal tools that will make the difference. In Boundary Similkameen, this issue is deeply personal. Osoyoos Lake, Christina Lake, the Similkameen and Kettle Rivers, these are not just water bodies. They are engines of tourism, pillars of agriculture, and ecosystems vital to Indigenous and all communities. Let us not wait for the damage to be done. Let us act now, not just with words in Hansard, but with inspectors on the ground, programs in place, and budgets to match the ambition. Honourable Speaker, Bill 13 may be titled miscellaneous, but there's nothing miscellaneous about the impacts it will have. From wildfire enforcement to housing development charges, from professional title governance to invasive species control, each clause of this bill reflects decisions about how we balance government authority with public accountability. As an opposition MLA and critic, my role is not to simply accept these changes at face value. It is to question their purpose, challenge their implications, and ensure the people of British Columbia, especially those in rural and resource-based communities, are not left behind in the fine print. I look forward to the committee stage where we can get into the work clause by clause. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Thank you. It's my pleasure to be able to speak briefly to Bill 13 and some of the elements in this. And there's a lot of the elements that my colleague, the Minister of Forestry, ably walked through. I just want to touch on a few of the measures that are connected to housing. Of course, my colleague here would have touched on the amendment on the Housing Supply Act, and it's necessary to be able to correct some minor drafting omissions in the act to ensure that there's compliance measures for the City of Vancouver, and so that is one piece of it. There's a second piece, which is some changes to the Local Government Act that establishes new requirements for municipalities to provide pre-tax sale notice to property owners. And this may be familiar to some members here in the House. There was a significant case in Penticton a couple of years ago where there was an individual who had their property put up for sale. There was, I guess, some discrepancy around notification being provided to the family, and we made some changes to ensure that local governments had the tools to be able to respond. But in addition to that, there was a lot of local governments that had some unique challenges and unique feedback to us, and asked for some minor changes to be able to allow them the ability to be able to respond in a more effective way. And so that's reflected in that section of the change. There's another section in here around regional districts so that they can meet the provincially mandated requirements under the Fire Safety Act. And so it's essentially providing statutory authority for regional districts to designate fire inspectors or fire investigators and to recover incidental costs related to these services without service establishing a bylaw. And so this legislation supports greater fire safety in unincorporated areas of the province. And of course, the exception from the service establishing bylaw requirements it's narrow in scope and modeled on something that already exists, similar to exceptions in the LGA. The third piece, Honourable Speaker, is some work, and I have to give credit to UBCM. UBCM has really been leading work on how we can support our local governments, our school boards, to ensure that those that run can do so in a very safe way. And these recommendations are coming directly from UBCM. The changes reflect what they heard from their members. And we'll be able to go through a lot more information in committee stage if it gets to that point, Chair. But it's really to help make sure our democratic process in local elections is strong. And elements, for example, we heard from a lot of people that were wanting to run in local government, especially in environments where it's a little more hostile, and we know there's a lot of areas it's tougher to run in. In fact, I would argue that it's tough to run in any community right now, in any level of politics. But it's tough, in particular in smaller communities where everyone kind of knows who you are. And we heard from a lot of women in particular who were running that when their addresses were published, it came with additional challenges for them. And so one of the changes we're making here is coming directly from UBCM. It's to ensure that those addresses are not made public so that people have the safety in knowing that when they put their name forward for public office, that it won't come with the threat of someone knowing where their home is and the elements that come with that. All of these changes that are in this section are pretty common sense. They will help address challenges. We heard from a lot of local governments who say, smaller communities where nobody ran, nobody put their name forward, and it's difficult to find somebody within the community. And we heard from a lot of local governments say, is there ability for us to look outside of our community to find somebody in the case that nobody wants to run? And so that provision, of course, is available here if no one does run. So there's a couple elements in here, but it's about improving fairness in our election process, more accessibility, and making sure that people have a level of protection and privacy. And those elements, again, they're coming directly from UBCM, from local governments who wanted to see these changes. The third piece is a little bit bigger, and it's a bigger topic when it comes to housing. And we've had an opportunity to canvass this issue in the House. In fact, my opposition critic and I discussed at length about cost of building. And one of the discussions we've been having with the federal government was around their Community Housing Infrastructure Fund and how do we leverage those dollars to support local governments to advance housing. And I should give some credit to the previous Minister of Housing federally, who worked closely with us to try to get some of those dollars to flow to British Columbia. And our role from British Columbia was more of a facilitation, a conversation, in particular with Metro Vancouver, where they were wanting to move forward with Iona wastewater facility. The province, we made a $250 million contribution. And the federal government wanted to make a contribution, but the conversation was about how we can lower costs for those that are building homes, given that Metro Vancouver has made some significant increases to their cost structure to support them with infrastructure that they need. And part of that conversation was Metro Vancouver stressing the need for them to have more dollars to support their infrastructure, the federal government stressing the need for them to ensure that, that those dollars flow and support housing to be actually built in Metro Vancouver. And so we were able to propose this solution to them, which was if they made a commitment of $250 million, that we would ensure with Metro Vancouver and support them in extending in-stream protections from 12 months to 24 months. And of course, that's welcome news by the development community, by home building community, because they see better protections and they see some lowering of costs in this challenging time that they're in. And beyond that, there was an understanding from Metro Vancouver, and they went through their process, their governance process to get support for this measure. So Metro Vancouver gets $250 million. The development community, the home building community sees about $220 million of savings from their projects, and there's about $30 million difference that Metro Vancouver gets to put directly towards some of the work that they're doing. And so this change, again, is something that was supported to us by Metro Vancouver, and again, not controversial in nature, supported. I think you may hear from some local governments who say, well, there should be 3 years, 4 years, but that's not the motion that they passed. And if Metro Vancouver wants to have those conversations, I certainly leave it up to them. But this change was something that Metro had asked us to make. And I think it touches on the need for us to ensure that any dollars that flow from the federal government and the provincial government towards infrastructure help enable more homes to be built. It is a major challenge that I know the federal government is dealing with across the board. And again, I shared with my critic in estimates debate that the new Prime Minister, Prime Minister Carney, has made a commitment to significant infrastructure dollars. The details of how those dollars will flow to communities is not there yet. But I think that there's certainly an agreement from us here in British Columbia that any dollars that come from either the province or the federal government ensure that we have strong, livable communities that have the infrastructure needs that they need to support that growth in their community, but also enable for housing to be built. And this, I think, amendment or this change reflects, I think, a path forward for us to ensure that we can have both. And you know, I think that the federal government was looking for similar measures from other provinces and weren't able to successfully get that. So hats off to the mayors at Metro Vancouver who grappled with this for some time, but we were able to find a resolution. And the last change is around the Vancouver Charter, and it's essentially allowing them to regulate the same way that other communities are able to do in the community charter. So this provides City of Vancouver to regulate within the same sphere as the province if a bylaw is inconsistent with is not inconsistent with the provincial enactment. So it's the equivalent authority provided to BC municipalities under Section 10 of the Community Charter, and it establishes the default rule regarding the relationship between municipal bylaws and provincial laws. The amendment also clarified that very specific restrictions about regulating passenger-directed vehicles do not limit other authorities provided in the Vancouver Charter. The legislation is expected to clarify the City of Vancouver's regulatory authority and ensure Vancouver has the authority it needs to regulate matters that are part of the everyday work of large modern municipality. And so, again, these changes are minor in the large scope of things, but I think still make some significant impacts on our democracy, make some significant impacts on the Vancouver, our community in Vancouver in particular, and help us ensure that we can continue to have safety in many parts of our community. So happy to hear the debate today, and hopefully looking forward to having a deeper discussion if this piece of legislation continues to move forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member from West Kelowna Peachland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the official opposition, the Conservative Caucus of British Columbia, to voice our strongest objections to Bill 13, 2025 in its current amended form. This legislation, innocuously titled the Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2025, may sound harmless, but make no mistake, Bill 13 is a sweeping omnibus bill that conceals serious threats to good governance, local autonomy, and public trust. It touches on everything from wildfire liability to housing development changes, from municipal powers to school board elections. And in each of these areas, it raises significant legal, economic, social, educational, and political concerns. Today, we expose those flaws. We will not mince words because British Columbians deserve to know how this government is rewriting the rules and accumulating power at their expense. Our message is clear. Bill 13, even in its amended form, remains fundamentally flawed. It undermines our legal frameworks and economic stability. It disrespects our communities and our schools, and it offends core democratic principles. We are here not simply to criticize, but to demand accountability, advocate for transparency, and insist that this government stop bulldozing through legislation without consultation or consent. To the people of British Columbia, especially those in our municipalities, our classrooms, and our small businesses, we want you to know we stand with you in opposing this overreaching legislation. Over the next 15 minutes, I will present our critique across 5 key fronts: legal, economic, social, educational, political, and I will demonstrate how this bill fails you on each. We in the opposition are not here just to tear down. We are here to propose a better path forward. We urge the government to either make significant revisions or withdraw Bill 13 entirely in favor of a more balanced and consultative process. Bill 13 might be miscellaneous in name, but its consequences are anything but minor. It amends a laundry list of statutes: the Wildfire Act, the Local Government Act, the Greater Vancouver Sewage and Drainage District Act, the Housing Supply Act, the Local Elections and Schools Act, the Vancouver Charter, the Professional Governance Act, and the Wildlife Act, just to name a few. This grab bag of major policy changes has been lumped together and rushed forward with minimal consultation and even less scrutiny. That alone is a disservice to democracy. This government has chosen to use an omnibus bill to quietly push through major reforms that would draw sharp criticism if they were presented and debated on their own. Madam Speaker, British Columbians expect better. They expect major policy shifts to be presented openly, debated honestly, and implemented fairly, not buried deep in a catch-all bill and hustled through the House. That is why our official opposition is bringing this bill into the light, and it is why I will begin today by addressing perhaps the most glaring flaw: how Bill 13 undermines emergency preparedness, weakens wildfire response, and centralizes power at the expense of local knowledge and public safety. Madam Speaker, I must raise a serious legal concern with a specific amendment proposed in Bill 13, an amendment to the Wildfire Act that would allow the government to extend the timeline for investigating the origin and cause of a wildfire by an additional 1.5 years beyond the existing 3-year window. Currently, the government has 3 full years to conduct its investigation, determine responsibility, and pursue recovery against a citizen or entity it deems liable for a wildfire. That is already a substantial period, But now, Madam Speaker, this bill would allow the minister to unilaterally extend that window by another 18 months. That is a total of 4.5 years in which a British Columbian would be kept in limbo under investigation with potential civil liability hanging over their head. Madam Speaker, I have personally conducted fire investigations as a certified fire and explosion investigator accredited by the National Association of Fire Investigators. I have seen firsthand the complexities involved in wildfire investigations. However, that does not justify extending the investigative timeline without proper oversight. Madam Speaker, we must ask, what are the guardrails around this extraordinary extension of power? Who decides if the time extension is warranted? The very minister responsible for the investigation, not a judge, not an independent body. The same executive that's pursuing liability is now also the arbiter of how long they get to build their case. That is a profound conflict of interest and a dangerous erosion of procedural fairness. Consider this, Madam Speaker, under Canadian criminal law, where the jeopardy is not money but liberty, the state has strict timelines. The Supreme Court's Jordan decision makes it clear that unreasonable delays in prosecution violate an accused person's charter rights. If the government can't get its act together within a reasonable time, the case is thrown out. And those are complex criminal investigations, Madam Speaker, sometimes involving international evidence, digital forensics, or wiretaps. Yet here in a civil matter, where the stakes may be severe, thousands or even millions of dollars in liability, we're being told the government can move the goalposts whenever it likes without oversight. That's unacceptable. And what about the Limitation Act? The basic limitation period for civil matters in British Columbia is 2 years. If a private citizen misses a deadline to bring a claim, their case is dismissed. Why then should the province be allowed to extend its own clock indefinitely with no independent review? Where's the fairness in that? Madam Speaker, I am not denying that wildfire investigations can be complex, but complexity is no excuse for unchecked power. If an extension is truly needed, let the minister present its case before a judge. A provincial court judge could review the facts, hear arguments, and determine whether an additional 18 months is warranted. That's how justice works, through transparency, checks and balances, and independent judicial oversight, not through unchecked decisions made behind closed doors by a single minister. I'm deeply concerned about the precedent this sets, Madam Speaker. Today it's wildfires. Tomorrow it could be another area of law where the government grants itself the ability to rewrite timelines, extend its investigative reach, and expose citizens to prolonged legal risk, all without review, without accountability, and without balance. This legislature should never give one office unchecked authority to decide how long a citizen remains under investigation. That is not how a fair democratic system should operate. We call on the government to amend this section of Bill 13 to require judicial authorization for any extension of wildfire investigation timelines. We further call for clear limits on the minister's discretion and for the publication of any data justifying such extensions. Because, Madam Speaker, justice delayed is justice denied. And power without accountability is not just bad governance, it's dangerous. Madam Speaker, let's speak plainly about the economic impact of Bill 13, because this bill is not just a legal threat, it is also an economic one. We are in a time of strained household budgets, housing shortages, economic uncertainty. British Columbians deserve smart policy, not blunt force legislation that ignores reality on the ground. Now let's examine the economic implications of the wildfire changes. Yes, those who start fires should be held accountable, but extended liability windows may force ranchers, forestry operators, or private landowners to hold reserves or legal counsel for years just in case. That's a hidden tax on rural BC, and it creates risk for industries already operating on thin margins. Madam Speaker, as someone who personally fought wildfires and investigated their origins, I can tell you speed and clarity are crucial. What we needed was more capacity to investigate quickly, not endless legal drag-out that discourages land use and investment. British Columbians are not looking for a government that rules by stealth. They are looking for a government that listens, partners, and builds with them, not over them. And that is the core social failure of Bill 13. It ignores the people. It sidelines the very communities it claims to serve. It centralizes power in the hands of a few while muting the voices of many. Madam Speaker, this government often talks about equity, about reconciliation, about inclusive governance. But how inclusive is it to override local decision-making without even knocking on the door first? How equitable is it to grant a financial grace period to developers while residents worry about infrastructure that won't keep pace with new towers? Madam Speaker, you cannot legislate trust. You have to earn it over time through transparency, through humility, and through meaningful dialogue. Bill 13 does the opposite. It assumes authority, it assumes correctness, it assumes consent where none was given. Let's not forget the symbolic weight of this bill, Madam Speaker. It amends the Vancouver Charter, a document that has stood for decades on a recognition that our largest city is unique. A city with its own DNA, its own challenges, yes, its own governance framework. The Charter was never meant to be a doormat for public ambitions, provincial ambitions, yet Bill 13, the government is treating it just that way, stepping over it without even pretending to knock. And what message does that send to the rest of BC municipalities? Madam Speaker, if Vancouver, a city with a legislated charter, can be overwritten this easily, then what hope do smaller communities have to protect their planning, their infrastructure, and their way of life? The message is chilling. You're not partners in building this province, you're branch offices to Victoria. That is not how you foster community. That is how you earn loyalty or legitimacy. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, apologize. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, the official opposition of British Columbia stands firmly opposed to Bill 13 in its current form. We have presented a comprehensive, well-reasoned case addressing the legal, economic, social, educational, and political implications, and we'll be hearing more of that through the day here. I do not stand here today in opposition purely for opposition's sake. This is a principled argument rooted in the Conservative caucus's strong commitment to good governance and the public interest. To briefly summarize, legally, Bill 13 is an egregious overreach that undermines municipal autonomy and unjustly concentrates power within the provincial executive. Economically, it risks disastrous consequences for housing, disrupts infrastructure funding, and injects unnecessary uncertainty into our markets. Socially, it alienates communities, erodes trust, and disregards the important approach we need to build solutions together. Educationally, it offers superficial fixes that do nothing to solve the underlying issues while undermining local educational planning. And politically, Bill 13 embodies a complete disregard for accountability, transparency, and the democratic collaborative spirit. Now, Madam Speaker, some may ask, what would you do instead? It's easy to criticize without offering alternatives. I assure you, we have a better way forward. On legal and municipal matters, the Conservative caucus advocates for true partnerships with municipalities and towns. Let's create a provincial municipal working group to align provincial goals with local plans, offering support instead of imposing unilateral changes. On housing and economic development, we support increasing housing supply, but in such a way that fosters collaboration, strategic investment, and supports municipalities in overcoming obstacles like permitting delays and funding shortages. And on development changes in infrastructure, we advocate for a balanced approach that compensates regional districts and ensures stable, fair infrastructure planning without placing undue burden on local communities. When it comes to Bill 13's stance on wildfires, we suggest a different approach that doesn't extend the already lengthy investigation timeframe and involves expanded support for prevention, community education, and rural firefighting resources. Furthermore, we call on the government to cease the use of omnibus bills as a shortcut. I stand here today to demand distinct, well-debated legislation for each policy area, ensuring transparency and accountability. Madam Speaker, British Columbia needs checks and balances now more than ever. We have witnessed the dangers of unchecked power when government sidelines dissenting voices, dismisses alternative viewpoints, and pushes through flawed policies without a chance for correction. The consequences of such actions are painful and often irreversible. We cannot afford to let this government take our province down that path. As the official opposition, our role is to act as a check on the government, but we can't do it alone. I urge all members, regardless of party affiliation, to listen to your constituents. If you harbor reservations about any aspect of Bill 13, it is your duty to speak up. Your allegiance is not to the Premier's office, it is to the people of the province who elected you. Now is the time to stand up for your constituents and demand change. It is not a betrayal to ask your government to do better. It is the very essence of public service and the democratic process. And to the Premier and his ministers, real leadership does not lie in blindly bulldozing forward when legitimate criticisms arise. It is okay to pause, reflect, and amend course when necessary. You have heard our concerns. Now it is time for the government to make a decision. Either you can substantially amend Bill 13 to remove its overreaches, or it is time withdraw it and split this bill into manageable parts for proper consultation and debate. In closing, Madam Speaker, the Conservative Caucus of BC, as official opposition, is committed to working constructively for the betterment of this province. We have no pleasure in opposing this bill, but we know what we must do our duty. We will be voting, I call on all members who value democracy, local decision-making, and accountable government to do the same. British Columbians expect us to be their watchdogs and their voice to keep this government in check. Today, we reject Bill 13's approach and instead choose to support democratic collaboration, public accountability, and respect for local government. BC can tackle housing affordability, wildfire safety, professional standards, and democratic participation without compromising our principles or our partnerships. Let's choose the wiser path for a better British Columbia, one that listens to the public, works together, and builds a future we can all be proud of. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the Minister for Water, Land and Resource Stewardship.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. I appreciate it. It has been very entertaining listening to these opinions this afternoon, so it's my privilege to actually present the facts. It's been disappointing to politicize this legislation contained in Bill 13 that local governments have actually been advocating for. And this is the job of government and provincial government, to work with local governments and make changes for the better. So it is absolutely my privilege to speak at the second reading of Miscellaneous Bill 13, particularly on the section of amendments to the Wildlife Act, which falls under my ministry, Water, Land and Resource Stewardship. These amendments seek to strengthen measures that prevent the entry of highly invasive mussels, such as zebra and quagga mussels, into this province, while also preventing the spread of a microscopic parasite that causes whirling disease in juvenile fish. These amendments are important because invasive species are recognized globally as the most significant threat to biodiversity after habitat loss. And it's not just contained to water. Ranchers, I met with the BC Cattlemen's Association yesterday, and the fear of invasive species spreading through land in their tenures is something that concerns them greatly as well. Invasive species can spread rapidly and outcompete native species, dominate natural and managed areas, and alter biological communities. In addition to threats to biodiversity, invasive species can also cause significant socioeconomic impacts, including loss of productivity in agriculture, aquaculture, and forestry, damage to infrastructure, hazards to human health and safety, and degradation or loss of recreational areas and activities. And we know this because in 2023, the province commissioned an economic assessment called Potential Economic Impact of Zebra and Quagga Mussels in BC, and the report found that if those mussels were introduced into BC's waters, mitigation costs could be between $64 million and $129 million annually. Costs to manage these invasive species can hit all of us hard, from small businesses to large power utility companies, and that is why it is so critically important that we all work together as a province to do everything we can to keep BC's lakes, rivers, waterways clean and healthy through investments like the Invasive Mussel Defense Program. The threat of invasive species requires collaboration across government ministries and society. And in BC, we manage invasive species through a collaborative approach. It's the Interministry Invasive Species Working Group, which includes the Ministry of Forests, Ministry of Transportation and Transit,
Ministry of Agriculture and Food, and the Ministry of Environment and Parks. And one important example of cross-government collaboration is the Invasive Mussel Defense Program, in which we work with the Ministry of Environment and the Parks Conservation Officers Service, who actually employs a dog named Major, which is one of the most important parts of what we do to ensure that invasive mussels do not enter BC. We also work closely with First Nations, local and federal governments, industry, the Invasive Species Council of BC, and other partners to provide input on policy and help manage invasive species. And I want to talk for a couple of minutes on some of the very specific components of these amendments. This is coming in on purpose just in time for before the 2025 boating season. And so these are things that we're hoping that everybody who takes any type of watercraft out on the water this summer, whether it be a lake, a river, a stream, or the ocean, works on these initiatives to help keep us all safe and to help keep invasive species out of our waterways. So the first one is called Pull the Plug. It's a requirement with mandate the removal of drainage plugs in motorized and non-motorized watercraft, such as boats, jet skis, canoes, paddleboards, before being transported overland. It would require persons transporting watercrafts to stop at open watercraft inspection stations, authorize an officer to inspect watercrafts and watercraft equipment to search for aquatic invasive species, and in addition, the amendments will enable the requirement for inspection of watercrafts entering BC from another jurisdiction prior to being launched in BC's waters. This authority will be brought into force through regulations following further analysis and engagement. Should I keep going? Past engagement with First Nations through the Wildlife Act review with unanimous support and consultation with external working groups and committees since January 2025. There they go. They're adding the third bell. We're doing it again.
You must have pressed the wrong button. Yeah.
There we go. Okay, good.
That's going to cause some chaos in the building.
Yes, it is.
And here they come.
Yeah, we'll see how many people come here. So the introduced Wildlife Act amendments will allow our officers to take effective action for known high-risk pathways of aquatic invasive species, the overland of transport of waterways and equipment in an intentional and an efficient way. The measures we're putting in place now have far-reaching beneficial consequences for communities that live near fresh bodies of water by protecting jobs in tourism and hospitality. And let me be clear again, if these invasive species start entering and inhabiting our waterways, we could lose $129 billion annually. The cost of mitigating those mussels are incredibly expensive and will damage our watersheds, our BC hydro systems, and take away the enjoyment of fresh bodies of water in tourism and hospitality as well. The amendments will help save millions of dollars in costs for water infrastructure and utility companies that service British Columbians, support the long-term social and economic well-being of communities throughout this province. This will not only protect BC's waterways and native aquatic species, but also our hydro, our agricultural irrigation, water supplies, and utilities, where these invasive mussels can establish and damage these vital systems. So I urge you all to vote to approve miscellaneous Bill 13. And Honourable Speaker, I'll thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member for Fraser-Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So today, as the official opposition critic for municipal affair, I'm glad to be standing here and talking to this bill that we've got before us. It was nice to hear the minister speak earlier about some common sense items in this bill. We tend to agree with that. It's always nice to hear when the opposition says common sense, but that's really good. This is a bill that truly highlights the BC NDP government's love-hate relationship with local governments that we've seen over the last little while. On one hand, we see the desire to regulate even the smallest minutiae of municipal affairs, But on the other hand, we see occasional glimmers of common sense that even we admire. I standing here today must acknowledge the work that's been done in this bill, this omnibus bill. We recognize that. And perhaps this bill is a rare moment of reconciliation in the House, though given the vindictive way they treated our colleagues from Langley Walnut Grove with Bill M202, my hopes are perhaps misplaced, but time will tell. Starting with Clause 26, so I just want to briefly go over some of the clauses just to give us a little bit of light where we want to go. We're really looking forward to addressing some of these concerns in the committee stage, so I really look forward to that. But let's just touch on a couple of the clauses that we're a little concerned about here as we move forward. This government seems very concerned about who precisely can represent communities on municipal councils. Indeed, requiring appointed council members to live in or immediately adjacent to the municipality makes a lot of sense. Common sense. Most voters in British Columbia do not realize that you do not need to live in a community you choose to run in or represent. A lot of people don't know that. So this clause could ensure that representatives understand the local needs, challenges, and opportunities of the communities they wish to serve. So yes, shockingly, this government has stumbled upon a reasonable idea. Ensuring appointed members carry the same authority as elected ones helps to prevent governance gaps and maintain functional councils. Let me congratulate the government for solving problems they themselves help exasperate. Municipal candidates shortages due to increased pressure, red tape, and the constant downloading of provincial responsibilities onto local government. A conciliatory note, we are open to supporting these measures, and we look forward to further discussion to rationalize municipal governance during the committee stage. But, Madam Speaker, let's not get carried away. Moving to Clause 36, appointing acting directors of electoral area seats that become vacant through court order or renunciations is reasonable, even necessary. An acting director stepping in to maintain continuity makes administrative sense. But let's not overlook the irony. The BC NDP often lectures us about the democracy and local representation, yet here they are legislating detailed scenarios of electoral area appointments from Victoria. Clearly, local democracy only matters to this government when it suits their narrative. Yet, despite this micromanagement, there's practicality here that we can cautiously support at this point. But once again, in the committee stage, we certainly hope to drill down deeper into that and see if we can find some common ground. However, another concern, the bill stipulates an acting director must appoint an alternate within 50 days or the board intervenes. I caution the government to ensure this requirement is not overly bureaucratic or biased. These appointments should prioritize local input rather than central oversight. Community engagement must always supersede Victoria-driven rules. In committee, let's talk about ways to ensure local autonomy isn't compromised by provincial interference again. Now, on to Clause 47, perhaps one of my favorite clauses in the whole bill. Simply for this spectacle of this government lecturing municipalities, especially Vancouver, about regulatory consistencies. I must say I enjoyed seeing the NDP government explicitly reinforce provincial supremacy over municipal bylaws, even though it feels somewhat ironic. How often have we heard this government accuse others of interference and bullying when they themselves are the masters of that? Nonetheless, this provision makes logical sense, clarifying that Vancouver's municipal bylaws must not conflict with provincial legislation brings necessary consistency, ensures that businesses and individuals aren't burdened by contradictory or overlapping regulations that already suffocate planning, investment decisions, and growth. The subtle allowances for additional municipal requirements, as long as compliance with both provincial and municipal laws is possible, is balanced and fair, a sensible step for this government. But let me be clear again, while this approach is broadly acceptable, it underscores the urgent need for better provincial municipal collaboration and consultation, something this government has not been too willing to do in the past, but hopefully we're going to get a change of nature when we come to the committee stage. If the province insists on supremacy, then it has a responsibility to consult municipalities thoroughly and fairly. I look forward to raising questions about how the supremacy clause will operate in practice. I suspect the answers will be instructive if we receive any straight ones at all. Now, Clause 53 brings another commendable clarification. Transparency in elections regarding candidate residence helps voters make informed decisions about who they want to vote for. Citizens deserve clear information about who they elect to govern their communities. No argument there. Still, I want to propose that we take this transparency further. The government, seemingly committed to fairness and clarity, could address another ongoing issue: frivolous candidates. Some municipal elections have become marathons for vanity candidates, making ballots' absurdity long and overwhelming to voters. Let's raise the bar slightly, perhaps increasing the threshold for nomination signatures, ensuring candidates demonstrate a modicum of local support before cluttering the ballot. This would streamline elections, focusing voters' attention on serious community-supported candidates. In committee, let's discuss this practical solution. I believe we might find some common ground on this one as well. Further, why not enhance local democracy by encouraging civic education for potential candidates? Many individuals enter local politics unaware of governance fundamentals. Maybe we should provide accessible training of resources, perhaps online modules or optional workshops, to equip interested citizens with the knowledge they need to serve effectively. Not as a barrier, but as an empowering tool. Let's debate and explore these optionals further during the committee stage. Now, I said my notes were going to be brief today, and they are. I think the most important thing is we'll have some speeches from some of the opposition here, but I think getting to committee is going to be very, very important on this particular bill here as we work through the many changes that we want to do. I'm just sitting on the municipal affairs piece in that, but I think there's a lot of work to do on this bill, and I look forward to doing that. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, Bill 13 is a mixed bag. There's no question about that. These are areas we can cautiously support, acknowledging practical, necessary housekeeping changes. Yet, a little bit of skepticism still remains about the government's intention regarding local autonomy. If the BC NDP truly cares about municipal affairs and democratic governance, they will listen carefully, genuinely collaborate, and be open to practical improvements during committee stage. I think at one time before I reached out my hand over here to the opposition and said, you know what, it's time that we work together. I hear that out in my writing all the time. When are you going to work together in that House? Maybe this is an opportunity. I don't think there's too many contentious clauses within this bill that we can't get around or get our heads wrapped around. Maybe we can come up with some great ideas that we can work together on. But let's hope our sincere debate and genuine cooperation, the people we represent, those who elected each of us to this legislature, expect no less. Despite our differences, good governance and sensible municipal management are ideals we all can and should be sharing. Let's seize this rare opportunity to improve this legislation together and genuinely for the people of British Columbia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the Minister for Post-Secondary Education and Future Skills.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it is my pleasure to have contributed to Bill 13, the Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2025. And I do hear from opposition loud and clear that collaboration is definitely needed, and we will look forward to debating the bill in committee stage. So as mentioned by the Attorney General, this bill amends the Professional Governance Act. And people may be wondering, what does Professional Governance Act have to do with the Ministry of Post-Secondary Education and Future Skills? So in addition to post-secondary education and skills training programs, my ministry mandate includes responsibilities related to professional regulatory bodies. I'm very proud to have the International Credentials Recognition Act in my ministry responsibilities. That act holds 18 professional regulatory authority accountable for fairly and quickly assessing internationally trained professional credentials. My colleague, the MLA for Vancouver-Langara, who also serves as the Parliamentary Secretary for International Credentials, has been working really hard since her appointment, and I thank her for that work. The Premier has asked her to make sure the International Credentials Recognition Act is successfully implemented, and that's exactly what she is doing. She has been meeting with regulatory bodies, immigrant-serving organizations, and people with the lived experience of immigrating to British Columbia. Many of them have faced significant hurdles, having their education and experience recognized so that they can get to work in their chosen field. As immigrants to this beautiful province, the parliamentary secretary and I are both truly passionate about helping people succeed in their chosen home, in their chosen fields. And my portfolio includes legislation for a number of self-regulating professions, such as chartered professional accountants and landscape architects. It also includes the Professional Governance Act. Introduced by this government in 2018, the Act is a result of independent professional reliance review. The review made recommendations to improve public confidence in professionals' roles in regulatory regimes such as permitting processes. The review found that self-regulating professions could play a stronger role in upholding public confidence in registered professionals who provide advice and services respecting natural resource use activities. Advice and services provided by professionals in the natural resource sector can have a major impact on public and environmental safety. It is important for the public to know that professionals will be held accountable for poor practice and unethical conduct. Allowing professions to generally regulate themselves ensures that bylaws, policies, and practice standards for the profession are informed by deep technical knowledge and experience. However, there can be value in adding professional and provincial oversight of self-regulating professions. That was another important aspect of the Professional Reliance Review. The public needs to have confidence that regulatory bodies are effective and accountable. The public needs to know that if they have a complaint about a professional, it will be dealt with in a fair and timely way. Establishing provincial oversight of the regulatory bodies under the Act was a key recommendation of the review and an important reason for creating the Professional Governance Act. The Act provides a modernized legal framework for 6 regulatory bodies that collectively oversee more than 50,000 professionals in BC. Many of the professionals under this Act work in natural and built environments. They include applied biologists, applied science technicians and technologists, agrologists, architects, engineers, and foresters. The Act also establishes a superintendent who is responsible for oversight of regulatory bodies under the Act. The superintendent reviews bylaws, conducts performance reviews, issues standards and best practices, and generally monitors regulatory body activities. Regulatory bodies under the Act have worked diligently to modernize their governance to match the high standards set under the Act. The Act requires them to be focused on the public interest, not the professional advantage of their registrants. In working with regulatory bodies, I am finding that they are passionate about protecting the public interest by upholding high standards for the professions they oversee. To my knowledge, British Columbia was the first province to enact legislation like the Professional Governance Act. Our neighbors in Alberta's Legislative Assembly are currently considering their own Professional Governance Act. It has some key similarities to BC's Act. It seems that our province may have something of a trendsetter when it comes to modernizing frameworks for self-regulatory professions. The concept of modernizing governance standards and adding professional oversight has been successful. In fact, a similar concept has been established for BC's health sector with the Health Professions and Occupations Act. While the Professional Governance Act is still fairly new compared to some BC legislation, it does require periodic updates to ensure it is working effectively. In that spirit, this bill amends the Act to clarify regulation-making powers. This minor clarification of an existing authority ensures that the Lieutenant Governor in Council has clear authority to make regulations related to job titles. The Act already provides a regulation-making power to say what titles are reserved only for use by registered professionals. These amendments would provide clear ability to say what job titles are not reserved. A regulation made using this clarified power would make sure that people cannot be told by regulatory bodies to stop using certain job titles set out in a regulation. When industry standard job titles are similar to titles that are protected under the Professional Governance Act regulation, a lack of clarity can arise. Government has heard concerns from some sectors, such as the information technology sector, that regulatory bodies are stopping them from using industry standard job titles due to similarities to protected titles. A common example is that the job title of software engineer is similar to the protected title of professional engineer. This clarified regulation making power would give government the option to respond to such concerns. It is important that government supports BC employers, businesses, and workers. Having a tool to respond to their concern about job titles is a practical way to support a good business climate in BC. There would need to be a cabinet decision-making process to determine if and when to make regulations that rely on this amendment legislation. Out of respect for that process, I will reserve comment on potential uses for this clarified power. I will, however, acknowledge that the information technology sector has said that not being able to use industry standard job titles hurts their ability to recruit and retain employees. I know my colleagues, the Minister of Jobs, Economic Development and Innovation, and the Minister of Finance have also heard these concerns. Software development is a very international occupation with a high degree of workforce mobility. Based on the 2021 census, there were about 17,500 software engineers in BC in 2021. The BC Labor Market Outlook forecasts over 11,000 job openings for this occupation in the next 10 years. There were also just over 12,000 software developers and designers in BC in 2021. These high opportunity occupations provide good paying jobs, and it is worth making sure we support growth and opportunity in this industry. Information technology companies have also brought to our attention the amendments to Alberta's Engineering and Geoscience Professions Act. The Alberta amendments make it clear that a person can use the title of software engineer without breaking any laws governing the practice of professional engineering. I will not presuppose any future decisions of government, but I will note that I am committed to listening to ideas for how to support a vibrant economy in BC. I do think it's important to consider alignment with our neighboring provinces, especially as we are working to bolster Canada's economy against the threats posed by American tariffs. I value the role of BC's self-regulating professions. Every day, they work to ensure professionals keep public and environmental safety at the forefront of their practice. Government also needs to consider our responsibility to nurture economic growth. I believe that we can find a healthy balance. The Act contains authority to make regulations that reserve certain titles for use by registered professionals, protected titles to help uphold public safety and provide industry clarity, respecting people's qualifications. And each regulatory body under the Act already has protected titles prescribed in legislation. Our goal in introducing these amendments is to ensure the Lieutenant Governing Council has the necessary flexibility to additionally clarify that certain job titles are not reserved only for registered professionals under the Act. Basically, to allow the possibility of using industry standard titles that happen to bump against protected titles. The sections of the bill that amend the Professional Governance Act also makes some minor editorial changes. These updates are consistent with BC legislative drafting practice. With that, Honorable Chair, I look forward to further discussions of these amendments during Committee of the Whole debate. Thank you so much for allowing my time to provide remarks.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And through the chair, I like the opportunity, won't be taking much time. I want to first say I appreciate the opportunity with the Minister of Forests and his staff to be able to be brought up to speed on these changes before they were brought to the House's attention, just for feedback from myself and also my caucus member that spoke previously. Just a couple of things that I'd like to be able to talk about, because I understand this is a housekeeping bill in the section pertaining to the Wildfire Act and the Forest Act, but just a couple of things that I'd like to point out in the process, and I just look forward to the opportunity in committee to be able to talk to this as well. And a couple of things that come to mind is when we change the ability to be heard in the process of determining if there's fault in a fire and who is going to be paying for what, that the opportunity to be heard was specifically in 3 or 4 of our sections, and now those have all been removed, and now it's only in section 24.1. And I would like the opportunity when we get to committee to be able to ask some pertinent questions, because in the briefing that we received on determining the opportunities for notice, it's been changed that instead of within 1 month of the order, it can be as long as 3 years for that opportunity to be heard. So I'd like a little bit more clarification on that process, not only in being notified of what's actually occurring, the opportunity to be heard, and also the opportunity to be able to offer evidence in that proceedings. We know that according to the other 2 sections, I believe it's sections 39 and, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's 35, where it when it ends up, and it's not relevant to this housekeeping, but it is relevant to if an order is prosecuted by the authority of the Minister of Forests, what those appeal mechanisms are. And one of those mechanisms through the Commission on appeal is allowed. But then when there's the Forest Practices Board involved, there's additional opportunities for appeal, including judicial, where that isn't necessarily available in one of these other sections. So obviously when we get to committee, I'm going to have some specific questions to the Minister on how that relates to the changes in language from sections 25, 26, and I believe 27, to be putting it all into only 24.1, so that we have a clear understanding on how that process works. I understand through the ministry that one of the reasons why they wanted to expand the length of the time and extend the time limit of 3 months by an additional 18 months at the discretion of the minister is because there could be complex investigations, there could be multiple jurisdictional issues, and there needs to be more time to be able to have a more thorough way of determining not only the cause of the fire, but what are the ramifications and who's ultimately responsible for that. I appreciate that, and I look forward to those opportunities to discuss that. Previous to what my colleague had said, I will be supporting this bill. I would certainly like the opportunity to be able to work collaboratively with all sides of the House on this, because I believe it's moving forward on legislation that needs to be improved. But I would certainly like the opportunity as we go forward to be able to ask those pertinent questions when the time is relevant. So with that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you, member. recognizing the member for Kelowna Centre.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Can I just have a moment?
Yep,
Just
sure.
waiting for a lectern. Thanks.
Certainly. Yeah,
Thank you,
continue.
Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, colleagues, and fellow British Columbians, I rise today to speak to Bill 13, the Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act. While the name may suggest a grab bag of small administrative changes, the bill in fact touches on some of the most critical issues we face in this province: forestry accountability, housing policy, electoral integrity, and the future of our post-secondary system. As always, the devil is in the details, and the official opposition believes in getting those details right. My concerns are not with the intention of this legislation. This bill touches on a number of important sectors: forestry, housing, elections, local governance, post-secondary regulation, and environmental protection. But rather than addressing these issues in a comprehensive or targeted way, the bill spreads itself thin across many areas. In doing so, it fails to deliver meaningful action where it's most needed, particularly on housing affordability, fire resilience, and poverty reduction. These are not abstract policy concerns. These are the lived realities of people in my community. The rising cost of living, housing shortages, and increasingly devastating wildfire seasons all demand urgent and coordinated responses. I will begin with Part 1, which deals with forest-related amendments, a particularly relevant issue for the Central Okanagan. Wildfires are not a theoretical problem in my riding. They are a recurring, escalating threat. Over the past decade, Kelowna and the surrounding region have seen multiple states of emergency due to the fires. We've witnessed the physical destruction of homes and businesses, the disruption of livelihoods, and the emotional toll on families who were forced to evacuate, and I can speak firsthand to that. This is why any changes to wildfire legislation deserve careful scrutiny. Clause 1 establishes a new limitation period for ministerial orders under the Wildfire Act, along with a requirement for notice when someone is alleged to have caused or contributed to a fire. This clause also introduces a default clock for when the limitation period begins. From an administrative standpoint, these are sensible changes. They provide clarity and consistency. But I would have liked to see a broader discussion about how we're proactively managing wildfire risk. What's missing here is any tie-in to stronger prevention strategies, such as vegetation management, emergency planning support for local governments, or investments in early warning systems. These amendments clarify liability procedures, but they don't address the root problem. We are still far too reactive in our approach to wildfire management. Clauses 2 and 3 revise the language around ministerial orders and remove the explicit requirement that someone alleged to have caused a fire be given an opportunity to be heard. I would urge caution here. While procedural efficiency is important, the right to respond to serious allegations, particularly ones that could lead to financial penalties, they should not be too easily dismissed. I would have preferred to see safeguards retained that ensure individuals have a fair process to present their side of the story. In a small community, the reputational damage of such an allegation, even if unsubstantiated, can be significant. We need to be careful not to sacrifice justice in the name of speed. Our forests are a defining part of British Columbia's heritage and economy, but accountability in wildfire prevention must strike a balance between responsibility and fairness. This bill proposes to remove the right to be heard before being found liable for contributing to a wildfire. That's not justice, that's bureaucracy wielding a hammer. We should hold bad actors accountable, yes, but due process should never be sacrificed for expediency. It is troubling that someone can be accused, penalized, and left with limited recourse in what is often a complex and emotional situation. If you're going to name someone responsible for something as serious as wildfire damages, They deserve the right to speak, to defend themselves, and to be heard, period. Honourable Speaker, this bill, which addresses housing and municipal affairs, and this particular section, for many British Columbians will have the greatest day-to-day impact. For people in Kelowna, housing affordability is not an abstract policy debate. It's a crisis. It's a young family unable to afford a first home. It's a senior forced to downsize in a rental market with few options. It's a frontline worker spending hours commuting because they cannot afford to live near where they work. This part of the bill includes several administrative and governance-related changes. Some are reasonable and help clarify rules. These amendments tinker around the edges without addressing the core affordability issues that so many of our residents are struggling with. Clause 8 deals with development cost charges, or DCCs. It extends exemptions for certain in-stream developments from newly introduced charges by Metro Vancouver. These clauses are here to ensure the Iona wastewater treatment plant does not face a funding crisis given the fixed budgets allocated for the construction of it by senior levels of government by freezing the DCCs applicable to it. While I understand that these changes are necessary to get critical municipal infrastructure built, they are only needed because the broader climate of bureaucracy and red tape delays things so long that government funding timelines are constantly missed and retroactive fixes like this one are needed to get anything done. I just hope that all the private sector developers who are risking their own money building up our beautiful province get treated with the same level of care and respect in terms of cost certainty that this government is attempting to give other government agencies, both in this bill and in Bill 15. Development costs ultimately influence home prices. When the rules around these charges change, especially midstream, they create uncertainty for builders, which can slow the pace of new housing starts. And this ultimately hurts the young families trying to get into the market. I support clear and predictable timelines for fee structures, but I'd like to see the government go further, perhaps by standardizing how DCCs are applied across jurisdictions and for long periods of time to create a stable regulatory climate to allow broader private sector investment in the province in a range of industries. We've seen how even a short delay in permitting or uncertainty around fees can derail much-needed housing projects. This clause saves a specific project in a specific place for a specific time, but it doesn't fully solve the broader problem. Clauses 13 through 20 mostly focus on electoral and governance housekeeping, simplifying how electoral organizations register and appear on the ballot, improving how information is disclosed online, and clarifying the rules around ministerial orders during elections. These aren't unhelpful changes. Some even reflect best practices in modern admin, such as redacting private addresses while preserving financial transparency. One small but welcome change is found in Clause 15, which, excuse me, stumbling over my words, which balances electoral transparency with privacy. It ensures that campaign finance documents remain available when redacting sensitive personal information. This reflects a growing concern in our communities about digital privacy and the safe handling of personal data. It's a small measure, but a thoughtful one. Where this section again falls short, however, is in its failure to connect governance improvements with outcomes that reduce poverty or improve affordability. Nowhere in these 20-plus clauses do we see any reference to the rising cost of municipal services, which are directly tied to property taxes, a major burden for seniors on fixed incomes. Nor do we see any changes to how local governments can better align zoning with housing need. Nor do we see any attempt to simplify the permitting process for builders who want to create affordable housing stock. Instead, these clauses ensure that bureaucracy and government can function and be funded. Clauses 29 to 31 deal with election procedures and judicial rulings on disqualification. These are important elements of democratic process, and I support greater clarity on how such situations can be handled. In summary, this section of the bill does some administrative cleaning, but it doesn't touch the real problems. Kelowna continues to see high rental rates, limited housing starts, and too many residents left behind. A truly ambitious housing section would have addressed affordability head-on. It would have explored how municipalities can be better equipped and better incentivized to create a range of housing options, including getting young families into homeownership. Honourable Speaker, Part 3 of Bill 13 concerns post-secondary governance and the regulation of professional titles, a topic that may not generate headlines, but carries real implications for economic opportunities, skills training, and access to the labour market. Kelowna is a growing hub for tech, trades, and applied sciences. As our local economy continues to diversify beyond agriculture and tourism, we are seeing more residents seek out careers in software, engineering, healthcare, and technical services. So any changes that affect professional credentials and regulated titles should be approached with caution and clarity. Many of the clauses that primarily address updates to the Professional Governance Act include housekeeping edits, revisions to definitions, and the governance authority to define and regulate reserved professional titles. One of the practical outcomes here is the clarification that certain job titles, such as software engineer, can be used without requiring a full professional engineer designation, provided it does not mislead the public. On one hand, I understand the intent. We don't want unnecessary barriers preventing people from entering high-demand fields, especially when talent shortages are holding back innovation. But on the other hand, title protection exists for a reason. It signals qualifications, public accountability, and safety standards. I support the intent behind this bill, this portion of this bill. I look forward to having in-depth conversations with my colleagues on both sides of the House in committee stage. I urge the government not to rush this through with parliamentary trickery. Part 4 addresses amendments related to aquatic invasive species, a growing concern in BC and particularly relevant in the Okanagan, where our lakes and waterways are critical to both the environment and the local economy. In Kelowna, the lake is a core part of our identity. It supports recreation, tourism, and ecosystems. The introduction of invasive species like zebra mussels would have a devastating impact, clogging water systems, harming native fish, and costing millions in cleanup and control. Clauses 78 through 86 give the minister new authority to define and regulate aquatic invasive species and empower officers to stop vehicles that may be transporting them. These measures are generally reasonable. Prevention is far more effective and affordable than containment, and giving frontline officials the tools to intercept risks is a sound approach. Still, I'd offer a word of caution. This bill provides significant discretionary authority to stop and inspect vehicles. This may be necessary, but it must be exercised fairly with clear guidelines and transparency. We cannot afford arbitrary enforcement or actions that unfairly target specific communities or create confusion for residents and visitors. More broadly, I'd like to see this section paired with greater public education and funding for local governments to carry out monitoring, signage, and boat inspection programs. The cost of managing these threats often fall on municipal governments and volunteer groups, not the province. In the Okanagan, local stewardship groups and First Nations have taken the lead in protecting water quality and species. Supporting them with resources, training, and coordination would go a long way to building resilience. This part of the bill moves in a good direction, but again, without the resources to back it up, the impact may be limited. Honourable Speaker, as we reach the conclusion of this speech, I want to return to where I began by emphasizing that Bill 13 includes a number of detailed and well-intentioned admin changes, but it's full of missed opportunities. British Columbians need more from their government right now. There are some measures in here that I support in principle, like clarifying election rules, modernizing the language around development cost charges, giving officials more tools to prevent the spread of aquatic invasive species. These are not inherently bad ideas. But for every clause that solves a narrow administrative issue, there are broader problems that go unaddressed. In my community and across this province, people are not asking for clearer definitions of electoral organization abbreviations. They're asking, where can I afford to live? How will I rebuild after wildfire season? Will my children be able to stay in the community they grew up in? What's the plan to reduce poverty, homelessness? In Kelowna, we need housing approvals that are faster and more affordable, especially for non-market units. We need local government to be supported, not just regulated. We need investor and builder confidence. We need prevention-focused wildfire policies that match the scale of climate risks we face every year. And we need post-secondary strategies that help low-income and rural students access high-demand jobs. Bill 13 is largely an exercise in legislative housekeeping. To the government's credit, some of these updates were necessary, but for a province in crisis on multiple fronts, housing, affordability, public safety, climate resilience, I believe British Columbians were expecting more. In future, I encourage the government to bring forward legislation that focuses less on administrative realignment and more on practical, community-centered solutions that make a measurable difference in people's lives. The people of Kelowna Centre, like all British Columbians, are counting on us to deliver more meaningful progress. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member from West Vancouver Capilano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a pleasure to be here today to speak about Bill 13, the Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2025. This bill represents a crucial step forward in updating and improving various pieces of legislation across British Columbia, enhancing the efficiency, fairness, and effectiveness of government operations in several key areas. Introduced by the Honourable Nikki Sharma, Attorney General and Deputy Premier, this bill demonstrates our commitment to modernizing our laws to better serve the people of this province who elected us. Let's take a look at some of the significant areas this bill addresses and the positive changes, hopefully, it brings about. Firstly, we see important forest amendments, specifically impacting the Wildfire Act. Wildfires are a critical concern for our province, and this bill makes improvements to the legal framework surrounding them. A key addition is a new provision requiring notice and an opportunity to be heard before certain orders are made under the Wildfire Act. This is a positive change that enhances procedural fairness. It ensures that individuals who may be subject to proposed orders related to causing or contributing to a fire, spreading a fire, or contravening regulations are given notice and a chance to present their case. The bill provides clarity by stating that this notice must generally be given within 3 years of the relevant facts coming to the knowledge of an official, with the minister having the ability to extend this period by up to 18 months. This provides both a firm timeline and necessary flexibility. Consequential amendments streamline other sections of the Act, removing redundant references to the opportunity to be heard now that it is centrally located in this new section, thereby improving readability. The bill also updates the specific information that must be provided when the orders are issued, including details on amounts payable, reasons for the order, and rights to review or appeal. These changes make the process clearer and more accountable. Furthermore, a transitional rule is included to ensure pre-existing administrative proceedings continue under the formal rules. Overall, these wildfire amendments are about ensuring due process and clarity in a critical area of public safety and environmental protection. Next, we move to Part 2 of the bill, covering housing and municipal affairs amendments. This section addresses several acts vital to local governance and housing development in our communities. Amendments are made to the Greater Vancouver Sewerage and Drainage District Act and the Housing Supply Act. For the Housing Supply Act, the bill adds a definition for, quote, Vancouver land use provision, unquote. This kind of amendment helps bring clarity and precision to the language, which is so important in any bill. So it does provide clarity and precision to the language used in legislation related to housing, which is essential for consistent application and understanding of housing development rules so that we can all understand them. The changes also apply certain sections of the Local Government Act regarding development cost charge bylaws to the Greater Vancouver Sewerage and Drainage District Act, standardizing processes where appropriate. The Islands Trust Act is also amended. The bill applies a section of the Local Government Act to local trustees, allowing for the appointment of acting local trustees in specific situations. This ensures continuity and stability in local governance for the unique communities within the Islands Trust area. A significant portion of this part involves amendments to the Local Government Act and the Vancouver Charter, particularly regarding local elections. These changes aim to improve the administration, integrity, and accessibility of local elections. For instance, the bill introduces changes related to elector organizations on ballots. It requires notification to the Chief Electoral Officer regarding the name, abbreviation, or acronym used on a ballot, and requires consultation when a shorter name is used. This helps ensure clarity for voters. And perhaps that's what would be necessary on these very, very long lists in some of the elections. The bill also makes important updates to the nomination process. It amends the information required in nomination documents. Notably, it removes the requirement for original nomination documents to be delivered by fax or email, while allowing public access via the internet or other electronic means. The bill prohibits the public display of the residential address of a nominated person. This is a sensible step that enhances privacy for candidates while maintaining transparency in the nomination process. A requirement for a signed statement before inspecting nomination documents is also added. Further enhancements to this election process include clarifying the criteria for elector organization endorsement on the ballot and removing the requirement to file separate endorsement documents. The bill also updates what information must be included in a notice of election. Crucially, for voter access, the bill amends provisions regarding mail ballots, authorizing specified locations as authorized drop-off locations for mail ballot packages, and requiring the use of secrecy envelopes for mail ballots. These changes are good. These changes are designed to make voting more convenient and definitely more secure. Other electoral amendments clarify how ballots are marked and counted as valid. and streamline the process for filling vacant offices by conferring authority only on councils. The bill also provides clarity on the status of elected candidates affected by court applications challenging their qualification or the election's validity, ensuring legal certainty in such circumstances. The minister's authority to make orders and regulations related to elections and assent voting is also expanded to ensure appropriate administration, which is critical. Within the realm of municipal affairs, there are also adjustments to rules around development cost charges and amenity cost charges, including provisions to delay their application in certain circumstances, related to subdivision applications and building permits. This, too, provides flexibility during transition periods, which is needed. Changes are also made to tax sale procedures, requiring clearer notice to property owners. These amendments contribute to more transparent and predictable municipal processes, thereby helping out and supporting municipalities in our province. Bill 13 includes one specific amendment related to the School Act. For School District number 39, which covers Vancouver, the bill requires the board conducting a trustee election to identify a public notice posting place that meets the requirements specified in the Local Government Act. This is a positive, albeit specific, administrative change aimed at improving transparency and accessibility of information regarding school trustee elections in Vancouver. While this bill primarily focuses on other statutes, this amendment ensures that required public notices for Vancouver School Board elections are made available in a clear and designated location consistent with practices for local government elections. Part 3 covers post-secondary education and future skills amendments, focusing on the Professional Governance Act. The changes here are primarily technical and administrative in nature, involving housekeeping amendments and updates to the Lieutenant Governor in Council's regulation-making powers concerning reserved titles and reserved practice under the Act. These amendments do help keep the Act current and functional for the oversight of various professional bodies in the province. Finally, Part 4 addresses water, land, and resource stewardship amendments through changes to the Wildlife Act. This part of the bill is focused on strengthening our ability to protect British Columbia's natural environment from the threat of aquatic invasive species. The bill amends definitions to clarify that aquatic invasive species are a subset of controlled alien species. It establishes clear regulation-making authority for the minister to designate species as controlled alien species or aquatic invasive species. Furthermore, it grants additional regulation-making authority to prevent the entry into or spread of aquatic invasive species within British Columbia, which will really help continue to make British Columbia truly the best-looking province in Canada. To ensure these regulations can be effectively enforced, the bill provides officers with the necessary authority, which is really needed, to stop and inspect vehicles, aircraft, boats, and water-related equipment to check for aquatic invasive species. It defines specific offenses for failing to comply with directions to stop or providing false information during inspections. These are crucial steps to prevent ecological and economic damage caused by these harmful species, which impacts our tourist industry and our economy. The bill also updates offense and penalty provisions and establishes authority for requesting records for research and data collection to better understand and combat invasive species. These amendments are a strong signal of our commitment to protecting British Columbia's waterways, ecosystem, and natural environment. Bill 13 also includes transitional provisions and commencement details, outlining how and when different parts of the Act will come into force, ensuring a smooth transition to the new rules. In conclusion, Bill 13, the Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2025, is a valuable and necessary piece of legislation. It brings about sensible, positive updates across a range of provincial statutes, from enhancing fairness and clarity in wildlife management processes to improving the administration and integrity of local elections, to safeguarding candidate privacy and to providing practical updates for municipal finance and governance. The bill addresses important operational aspects of government. It includes specific positive steps for transparency in local education governance for Vancouver School Trustee elections. It updates the framework for professional governance, and critically, it strengthens our ability to combat the threat of aquatic invasive species, protecting our environment for future generations. These amendments, while diverse, absolutely diverse, share a common thread. They are designed to make our laws more effective, our processes fairer and more transparent, and our province stronger. And even though I have some suggestions and concerns regarding this Bill 13 today, I am looking forward to committee stage where further consideration and collaboration can take place. I thank you for the time today, Madam Chair, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the member from Abbotsford South.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, I believe this is the first opportunity I have had to speak in front of you since the incidents of the Lapu-Lapu. I want to give you my sincere condolences. I know we've had an opportunity to speak in the hallway personally, but I also want to commend you for the work that you and your office did throughout that, and my heartfelt condolences. Today I rise to speak to Bill 13, the Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act of 2025. While it's branded as housekeeping, a routine legislative update, this bill actually presents some sweeping changes that merit careful, clause-by-clause scrutiny. At this moment, I do not intend to declare whether I support or oppose this bill in its final form today. Rather, I hope to raise some serious questions about the implications, its breadth, and the government's approach to using large bills, omnibus legislation to centralize power and streamline authority at the expense of public transparency, local democracy, and a fair process. And as you've heard, there is varying points of view with regards to this bill as to its merits and its shortcomings. The Conservative Party of British Columbia that believes in a limited accountable government. We believe decisions are best made closest to the people affected by those decisions and not by unelected bureaucrats or ministers that are operating through orders in council, and many provisions in this bill challenge those basic fundamental principles. So today, I'd like to take a few minutes to review the bill carefully, clause by clause, and take a moment to reflect on whether each section truly represents the best interests of British Columbians' rights and local governance. Now, as many in this House know, I served in local government. I served on regional district. Actually, I served on both the Fraser Valley Regional District and Metro Vancouver at the same time. It was unique with Abbotsford because of the amalgamation of Abbotsford and Matsqui. And I went back and served. I was a mayor, and then I also served as part for 2 years on council, as a councillor. So local governance and local government is very important, Madam Speaker. And I've often said to those that are going to vote, if you're going to vote, the vote that matters the most is local government, because it generally has the biggest impact on your life, because it's local government that actually decides land use, provides our parks for the most part, our places, our schools, and it has a huge impact on your local life. It's where you work, live, and play. Then it comes, and that's probably, Madam Speaker, why mayors are generally known more so than MLAs. Everybody in the town generally knows their mayor. A lot do not know who their MLAs may or may be. So let's take a look, if we can, on some of these. And I am a big proponent, Madam Speaker, of local government knows best. Consultation with local government. And we're hearing the same, dare I say, with Indigenous governments as well. And it's been their fight that they have not been consulted enough. So let's take a look at some of the clauses of this bill. So clauses 1 through 7 deal with amendments to the Wildlife Act, Madam Speaker. These provisions standardize timelines and clarify enforcement procedures. Sounds pretty simple enough on the face of it. But what they truly do is expand the province's timeline to pursue cost recovery or penalty orders from 3 years up to 4.5. Clause 1 introduces a new section, 24.1, and sets out the new extended limitation periods. It grants discretion to government officials to retroactively determine when the clock strikes, when the clock starts, rather. So it may not be 4.5 years. It could be much, much longer because it can go retroactive. So it determines when the clock starts on an alleged wildfire violation. That discretion, Madam Speaker, is not guided by judicial oversight. It rests entirely in the hands of bureaucrats. Now, consider how this may impact communities such as Abbotsford, which lies on the edge of forest territory, and it faces increasing risk from interface wildfires. Less so than other communities, albeit, but let's just use my hometown that I'm familiar with as an example. So, Madam Speaker, if an equipment spark, and we have equipment that operates in many of these areas, and if an equipment spark either on the areas or on farmland, it could become the subject of litigation nearly 5 years later, long after memories and evidence have faded. Clause 3 is particularly troubling as it repeals the requirement that an individual accused of causing or contributing to a wildfire must be given an opportunity to be heard. It repeals that. So you're accusing someone of something, yet they don't get their day to be heard. This is a stunning departure from procedural fairness. There's no right of a reply. There's no hearing. There is simply a penalty order. Now, in the Fraser Valley, where rural landowners and farmers are legally actively allowed to manage burn piles and brush clearings, these types of allegations could emerge from misunderstandings. Without a fair hearing, individuals would have no chance to explain mitigating circumstances or perhaps even haven't taken steps under government advice. So let me explain what that means. In Abbotsford, you just can't start a burn fire if you're a farmer. And there are many good reasons why you need to burn some things, Madam Speaker, such as scorch that is in blueberries. It needs to be burned. So what they do is they carefully manage these piles, Madam Speaker. There are strict conditions on when they may burn them. They can't burn them in the middle of the summer, for instance, when it is an extreme hazard. But the wind conditions, we live in a valley, can often change, and the sparks from these fires could inadvertently get out of control, even though they have done everything, followed the book, followed the fire department, and done everything humanly possible to prevent that. It can still inadvertently get out of control. So, in spite of following all the advice, these people could now be faced with a bureaucrat that now becomes the judge and jury. No chance for reply, no chance for a hearing. There's your penalty, pay it. So the clause, and I hear some chattering from the other side, and I'm sure they will get up and speak. But Clause 6 repeals the old limitation period altogether. Instead of ensuring certainty and finality in administrative proceedings, this bill opens up an undefined window of prolonged legal vulnerability. It will affect ranchers, backcountry users, small operators, and in cases even some municipalities. Anyone could be liable for years longer than previously understood, Madam Speaker. This section alone should give all MLAs in both sides of this House reason for pause. I think we can all agree, Madam Speaker, that due process matters. Government power should not be limitless. We have already heard concerns from agricultural associations that these amendments could discourage landowners from reporting minor burns or even seeking guidance. It could actually inadvertently make things worse rather than better, Madam Speaker, because they will fear retribution long after the fact. Instead of improving fire resilience, Clause 6 may drive risk underground. It will, the old adage of, it's better not to raise one's head, just to go ahead and do it, rather than have all the legal trail as an example that would be involved in this, Madam Speaker. So it could have undetermined consequences, and I do look forward to the committee stage to be able to drill into some of these with more wholesome debate. As we know, this is the phase where we put up the look on the whole of the bill. Here's some issues. We need some better answers. We're not going to get them here. You get them in the committee stage, as we all know. Part 2 is the longest section and the most consequential. It contains dozens of changes to the Local Government Act, the Vancouver Charter, the Community Charter, and the Housing Supply Act. These clauses taken together increase provincial control over local developmental improvements, elections, administration, zoning, and cost charge exemptions. So let's review a few of those. Clauses 8 and 40 retroactively extend the exempt period for Metro Vancouver development cost charges. Now, originally, DCCs, Development Cost Charges, that protection lasted 12 months for applications that were already in stream. And that's before any new fee bylaws. It basically gave certainty to those that were in the construction business because it's part of their cost analysis. This bill extends that window to 24 months, and it applies to retroactively to March of 2024. Now, on the face of it, Madam Speaker, it could potentially create a windfall for developers. While potentially, here's the kicker, shortchanging municipalities and cities by tens of millions of dollars. Now, if that is in fact accurate, which we will find out, where will that funding gap be made up from? Will it come from the provincial coffers? I doubt it. From local taxpayers? Probably. But we have no answers. The government should have offered an impact analysis alongside the clause. So take Abbotsford, for example. Now, this is a city that's already grappling with the costs of expanding sewer, road, drainage, infrastructure to accommodate new growth. Now, I would add at this time, Madam Speaker, that Abbotsford is the largest city by land in British Columbia. The largest. Now, if a subdivision project avoids contributing to those upgrades due to retroactive protection, taxpayers in Clearbrook or East Abbotsford may end up footing the bill for other areas. One local planner has mentioned that this move could result in delayed school construction and park servicing in new neighborhoods such as the McKee Peak, which has been proposed in Abbotsford. Again, I look forward to pulling this into more depth as we go throughout into the committee stage. Clauses 9 to 11 bring Vancouver explicitly under the Housing Supply Act. Clause 47 inserts language into the Vancouver Charter, nullifying any local bylaw inconsistent with provincial enactments. These changes collectively consolidate authority over housing development within the executive branch. If a municipal zoning bylaw or permit condition slows down a project that meets a provincial housing target, that bylaw can now be rendered null and void. This centralization bypasses the planning discretion of city councils. It leaves residents without a recourse if their neighborhoods are drastically changed. The province states goals are there to speed up housing, but the method in which they're doing this is brute force. It's about as subtle as a D9 cat. The residents in the Fraser Valley are already expressing frustration. Homeowners in Central Abbotsford who spent years working with their local council to develop a neighborhood plan that carefully balanced low-rise density with green space preservation under Clause 47 of Bill 13, that local plan could be nullified overnight if it conflicts with a provincial regulation. That is not local planning, and it certainly does not sound very democratic to this cowboy. Electoral organization rules, clauses 13 to 15, 23 to 27, 53, 55, 58. These clauses revise how electoral organizations register their names, endorsements, and campaign disclosures. Okay. Clause 13 empowers Elections BC to deregister groups that fail to register under their commonly used name. While intended to improve transparency, it also grants sweeping authority to the Chief Electoral Officer to determine organizational identity. That could be potentially problematic. Clause 15 mandates redaction of residential addresses of candidates and contributors from campaign finance documents. Privacy is important, yes, but so is accountability. These changes definitely warrant further debate in the committee stage. Consider the local Abbotsford municipal election of 2022, when confusion arose over nearly identical elector organizational names. Under these new rules, Elections BC could step in with unilateral authority, even suspend a group without appeal. While the intended to prevent voter confusion, the unintended consequence, Madam Speaker, may be the suppression of grassroots electoral efforts in small municipalities, which is really not the intent of this. Again, I look forward to the committee stage. Retroactive ministerial orders in elections, clauses 17, 33, 34, and 60. These clauses allow the minister to make retroactive orders to address irregularities or special circumstances in local elections or assent votes, and the orders may be backdated up to 80 days. Retroactive legislation, I believe, is always dangerous. It comes at a price, and it must be monitored closely. The fact that one minister can issue backdated orders with legal force undermines certainty and public trust in a time when the public distrusts the electoral process to begin with, Madam Speaker. The democratic processes should not be subject to post hoc intervention. In the 2023 Abbotsford School Board by-election, concerns were raised about unclear balloting procedures for mail-in votes. Had these powers existed, then the minister could have issued a retroactive order modifying voting rules weeks after the vote had occurred, and that should chill us to the bone. It is very concerning. Vacancies and appointments, clauses 12, 26, 35, 36, and 37. These clauses streamline the appointment of local trustees, directors, and alternatives where vacancies arise. Okay. They also permit appointments where insufficient candidates stand for office. All right, but here we got to stop and ask, are we creating a slippery slope where councils become appointed rather than elected bodies? So, okay, what criteria will govern these appointments? What transparency will exist? Democracy cannot and should not be reduced to paperwork. It just shouldn't. In the past, we've seen school trustee seats go unfulfilled in rural zones. Electoral areas as well in some cases, Madam Speaker. Now, the usual solution was a by-election or outreach to increase participation. Now, under Bill 13, Clause 26 allows appointments from outside the district if no candidates are found. This opens the door to politicized placements. A resident of one municipality could now be appointed to another council if not enough candidates come forward. Who knows what government of the day or what bureaucrat will do that and what their rationale will be. That should be concerning for us all. Nominating and voting rules, clauses 22, 28, 32, and 54. Clauses in this group modernize nomination submission options, allowing electronic filing and standardizing ballot instructions. They also reduce the reasons a ballot could be rejected. All right. While these updates appear reasonable, at the risk of cumulative complexity is real, election legislation should be clear, accessible, and tested through wide consultation. I believe these Changes deserve more time and scrutiny. Part 3, the post-secondary and professional governancing clauses, 33 and to 37. Clause 75 gives Cabinet authority to regulate the use of professional titles and designate which titles are reserved. This has practical effects. Mr. Speaker, welcome to the chair. Under this clause, someone could use the title software engineer without being a licensed P engineer. Professional regulators may lose the ability to restrict title usage. That has drastic unforeseen consequences. It raises concerns about public trust, credential dilution, and liability. The government must tread carefully before undermining long-standing professional designations. So, for instance, local engineering firms, many of which in Abbotsford specialize in agricultural infrastructure, floodplain management, depend on consumer trust in titles like professional engineer. Goes along with that fancy little pinky ring they wear, Mr. Speaker. If those titles become meaningless, how can farmers or businesses evaluate professional expertise? One civil engineer has mentioned and warned this could result in costly project errors if unqualified persons misuse their titles. Clause 76 empowers the Lieutenant Governor and Council to create differential regulatory regimes for different classes of peoples or entities. This broad delegation of authority should be troubling and deserves further scrutiny, Mr. Speaker. Regulation should be consistent. It should not be arbitrary. Part 4, Water, Land and Resource Stewardship, clauses 78 to 85. These clauses amend the Wildlife Act to enhance powers regulated to invasive species control. Clause 84 allows uniformed officers to stop vehicles suspected of transporting invasive species. Now, this side of the House agrees on the seriousness of zebra mussels and the, I'm going to mess this up, the quagga mussels. The enforcement mechanisms must be matched with resources, not just legal powers. And the province, sadly, Mr. Speaker, has done this before. They have done that in the agricultural area where the policing of what happens on agricultural land, while it's provincial and there are a few provincial inspectors, it ends up falling on local governments to actually do the heavy lifting and the local bylaw officers to actually do it. It's not fair. It's a downloading to local governments with no transfer of money to pay for that. In Abbotsford, boating access to Cultus Lake and Sumas Lake area waterways and the Fraser ceased traffic from Alberta and Washington. Now, local marina operators, I think, would want more and agree to more inspection stations, but not arbitrary stop powers with no clarity or funding. Clause 84 gives officers new authority, but no guarantee of expanded infrastructure to support and police compliance. So in other words, Mr. Speaker, while on the whole we agree for it, who's going to pay for it? Where are they going to set it up? How are they going to do this? And what's the end result going to be? It can't just be ad hoc and random. It needs to have further debate through the committee stage to figure out who's actually going to pay for this and how, and where are these new personnel going to come from? Will it rely on local law enforcement officers to do this? Will it be part of the conservation officers, Mr. Speaker? Where it needs to be more defined. Clause 85 allows the ministers to enact regulations for research purposes. All right, okay. Once again, who decides this scope? Where's the reporting requirement? These tools need to be scrutinized, Mr. Speaker, so that there is not government overreach. In a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, there's an awful lot in this bill that should be concerned to pause, that needs to be answered in more wholesome debate. My fear, Mr. Speaker, is that we are not going to get the answers even in the committee stage. On the whole, I think the bill has got some merit. It's mainly, as I said, it's a housekeeping bill to improve the way that certain areas in governments do business. But, as I said, the wisest person I ever worked for once before was the former city manager of Abbotsford that said you can have unforeseen consequences because the devil is always in the details, and you can create 4 more problems trying to fix one if you don't carefully plan it through. So I look forward to healthy committee stage and debate and getting answers, because there are some concerning parts of this huge omnibus bill that deserve public scrutiny, deserve answers, and we need to have some legitimate reasons why government thinks that in some cases some of the huge powers that they have put into this bill are reasonable and rational, and what safeguards are in place to ensure that it does not become the whim of the government of the day, the political flavor of the government of the day. I am sure the opposite side of the House would be screaming their head off if this side of the House were to decide we're going to do things the way we want to do with no consultation and absolutely zero oversight. There needs to be a balance in democracy, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to finding out how we can ensure there is balance, fairness, and transparency in much of what is in this big, huge bill. I do appreciate your time, Mr. Speaker. It is always a pleasure, and I look forward to the next time I get to speak in this House. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing the member from Chilliwack North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to Bill 13, the Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2025, a bill that reaches across multiple ministries, sectors, and statutes. While I recognize the role of omnibus bills in managing regulatory housekeeping, this particular bill touches on issues far more consequential than its miscellaneous title would suggest. The bill includes provisions that affect wildfire accountability, local governance, housing development, elections, professional credentials, and invasive species management. These are not minor matters, and as the MLA for Chilliwack North, I can confidently say that every one of these subjects has a direct impact on our community, whether through development planning, emergency response, or local democracy. I am troubled by what I see as a theme of expanding powers of this government in housing and municipal affairs amendments. Clause 17 states, expands the authority of a minister considered necessary to achieve the purposes of this act. And again, section 99, B01, make any order the minister considers appropriate to achieve the purposes of this act. Clause 33, section 167, expands the authority of the minister. Clause 34 expands the authority of the minister to make regulations if the minister considers that special circumstances exist that affect or are anticipated to affect the administration of conduct of election proceedings. This is troubling to see this government entitling themselves to more authority without checks and balances. Regarding the mail-in ballots, rather than adding pages of redundant details, adding more bureaucracy than is actually necessary, how about this practice be changed to only allow mail-in ballots under extraordinary circumstances, Trust is waning with voters, and the use of mail-in ballots does not alleviate their confidence. After running in 9 elections, just when I think I've got it all sorted out, there's a whole new batch of busy work that has been added. I was literally harangued for a year and a half for the sake of $4. No joke. From election expenses that apparently didn't figure into my disclosure, I'd suggest that the cost of this employee's wage didn't equate with any kind of cost savings. My point being, there seems to be an appetite to continually add more and more regulations rather than give candidates and their financial agents the benefit of the doubt that they actually have common sense without the need for such onerous obligations. Hours and hours of our lives we're never getting back. While I support some of the clarifications and modernizations in this bill, I believe it ultimately misses an opportunity to meaningfully advance the interests of British Columbians, particularly those living outside the Lower Mainland and core in fast-growing communities like Chilliwack. So now I'm going to speak to the forest amendments. I'll begin with wildfire-related provisions. Bill 13 proposes to change the Wildfire Act, including new limitation periods for ministerial orders, procedural rules about notice, and a narrowing of the circumstances under which a person can be held liable for causing or contributing to a fire. On paper, these are reasonable updates, but in practice, they reflect a narrow lens focused more on managing liability than building resilience. In the Fraser Valley, wildfire season is no longer a hypothetical threat. In recent years, we've seen fires encroach on residential areas, damage agriculture lands, and stress emergency services. The key issue is not how quickly the minister can file a notice, it's how we prevent fires in the first place and how we equip local communities to respond when they do occur. And we have had several fires in this last 2 weeks in Chilliwack. It's bizarre. What's missing in this part of the bill is any provision to expand fire mitigation infrastructure in interface zones, support coordination between provincial and local fire services, invest in fire-resistant construction and land use planning. If we're going to amend wildfire legislation, we should be doing so with an eye towards the next 10 years, not just tidying up rules from the last 10. Again, in housing municipal affairs, this portion is the largest section of the bill and one that should be of great interest to anyone involved in local government or housing development. Clause 8, which modifies rules around development costs, provides certain exemptions for in-stream developments from recently introduced fees. Well, this offers clarity to developers, particularly in Metro Vancouver. It does little to address the broader question, how do we ensure that infrastructure keeps pace with growth? This is a real problem. In Chilliwack, we're seeing significant expansion in residential neighborhoods and that growth is outpacing our infrastructure. Roads are congested, schools are full. In fact, the schools in Chilliwack grow by the population of schools in Chilliwack grows by an entire school every year. Utility networks need upgrading. Local governments are doing their best, but they need predictable revenue and meaningful provincial partnership. Rather than simply adjusting the application date of a cost charge, the province should be exploring province-wide DCC reform, co-investment programs for infrastructure tied to new housing, incentives for affordable housing linked to reduced charges. Clauses 9 to 12 expand the authority of the Housing Supply Act apply certain provisions to Vancouver and outpace procedures for appointing trustees when local officials are unavailable or insufficiently elected. We just heard about this from my colleague. Again, these are pragmatic changes, but they highlight a deeper issue, the growing strain on local democracy. In some areas of the province, councils are struggling to fill their seats. People are not running for office, not because they don't care, but because the job has become too complex, too political, and too under-resourced. Rather than focusing only on the rules of the substitution, we should be asking, how do we make civil leadership more accessible and sustainable? And how do we honor local autonomy? That's a big problem. Clauses 13 through 35 cover everything from the naming of electoral organizations to campaign finance disclosure and nomination processes. On a positive note, the bill introduces privacy protections by removing candidates' personal addresses from online disclosure, a small but important modernization. However, I worry that the cumulative impact of these changes is a growing administrative burden on small communities, especially those without full-time election staff. Even in a city like Chilliwack, compliance with ever-expanding rules takes resources away from direct voter outreach, policy development, and local engagement. These amendments should be paired with provincial funding for election officer training, standardized digital platforms for compliance, outreach to ensure these rules are understood and consistently applied. Clauses 36 to 66 deal with acting directors, alternate appointments, voting instructions, ballot markings, disqualifications, and procedural changes around court-ordered elections. Many of these are technical, but several have practical consequences, especially around clarity for voters and continuity of governance. One particular concern is Clause 60, which grants the minister retroactive authority to issue orders addressing irregularities in elections or assent votes. This is significant power. And while I understand the need for flexibility, it must be used sparingly with full transparency, preferably in consultation with affected communities. Consultation. Clauses 73 to 77, this section allows the government to regulate the use of certain professional titles such as software engineer without requiring the PENG designation. I understand the desire to modernize credentialing in fast-evolving fields like tech and software development. However, I would caution that such moves must be made in consultation, there's that word again, with regulatory bodies and employers to avoid confusing employers and consumers about what qualifications are truly being claimed. In addition, there's no mention of access to training programs for young people in emerging fields, supports for workers retraining in response to job market shifts, affordability of post-secondary education. The title of this section includes future skills, but the content doesn't follow through. We're missing the policy muscle that actually prepares people for tomorrow's workforce. In clauses 78 to 86, this section deals with aquatic invasive species, including zebra and quagga mussels, which pose a serious threat to our ecosystems, infrastructure, and tourism economy. I have actually cut my foot on a zebra mussel once, and it was not fun, so yay. The bill expands the power of conservation officers to stop vehicles and enforce compliance, especially around boat launches and watercraft. These are important measures, and I support them, but again, we must ensure that officers are trained and resourced to apply these powers fairly. Public awareness campaigns are funded and widespread, and partnership with local governments and Indigenous communities are built into the enforcement strategies. In the Fraser Valley, our rivers, lakes, and aquifers are not only environmental treasures, they're economic and cultural anchors. They deserve more than a set of regulation-making authorities. They deserve a fully funded action plan. Mr. Speaker, Bill 13 does a great deal, but in many cases it does too little of what matters and too much of what is procedural. It modernizes language and consolidates rules, but it stops short of transforming the systems that British Columbians are relying on. Systems related to housing affordability, local democracy, workforce development, and climate resilience. In a community like Chilliwack North, these are not abstract policy categories. They are daily concerns of families, small businesses, municipal planners, farmers, and first responders. If we're going to bring forward a bill that amends this many statutes, then we owe it to our constituents to make those changes meaningful. While this bill is far from perfect and does not fully address the pressing needs of communities like Chilliwack, I believe it does make progress in some key areas, and I hope that future legislation builds on that foundation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing the member from Maple Ridge East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in response to Bill 13, Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2025, specifically to Part 3, Post-Secondary Education and Future Skills. I also notice that the Minister for Post-Secondary Education and Future Skills is also in the House electronically. In this debate,
just to let you know, we don't typically refer to the location of our members when we speak in this chamber. Thank you.
Yes. So in this debate, Mr. Speaker, I will speak only to Part 3 because I am the opposition party critic for future skills and international credentials. Since this part of the bill has only 5 clauses, therefore my response will be a shorter one today. The change to this legislation is that it allows the government to designate professional titles from the list of protected and reserved professional names. We have been told that the changes made to this section are in response to software engineers believing they should not be required to be registered with Engineers and Geoscientists BC to be designated as engineers. Since 1999, software engineers have fallen within the definition of a professional engineer in the Professional Governance Act. Under the current statute, individuals and firms, including corporations, partnerships, and other legal entities wishing to practice software engineering or use the title software engineer in British Columbia must first be registered with Engineers and Geoscientists BC. In BC, 700 professional engineers and engineer-in-training members work in software engineering. As the professional landscape evolves, especially in the engineering and technology field, there is undoubtedly a case to be made for adjusting how and when protected titles like engineer apply, especially when the work does not fall under the traditional engineering fields like civil, electrical, electronics, chemical, or mechanical. If a non-registrant, that is an individual or a firm, practices software engineering, call themselves a software engineer, or uses another title or language implying that they are a software engineer or authorized to practice software engineering in British Columbia, they are contravening sections 54 and 52 of the Professional Governance Act. And engineers and geoscientists BC would take enforcement action where warranted. These amendments will allow government to determine what titles are no longer protected under the Act. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that the labor market is changing, so our approach to professional regulation must adapt. I want to make it very clear that we do not oppose the changes in Part 3 of this bill. In fact, a more flexible framework for regulating professional titles can support innovation, especially in the fast-moving sector of applied science like engineering and technology and future skills development. That being said, flexibility must not come at the expense of public confidence or safety. While we support removing blanket restrictions on certain job titles where it is reasonable and well-defined, we urge the government to ensure that consultation with regulatory bodies remains thorough and that the distinction between a licensed professional and an unregulated individual remains clear to the public. Mr. Speaker, I understand the need to reduce barriers and modernize credentialing, but we must not erode public trust or safety. Professional titles are not just about legal compliance. They are about public trust. The right to practice a reserved profession or use a reserved title is a privilege and a responsibility. We are satisfied that these amendments in Part 3 of this housekeeping bill maintain that balance, provided they are implemented with care and oversight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing the MLA from Abbotsford West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill asks us to trust the amendments. But I think what we're asking is, where are the parameters? Where are the guardrails? Where are the safety measures? Where are the clarity with definitions? And I think in committee stage, we'll be able to dive deeper into Bill 3 clause by clause. So tonight I will address an overview of some of the issues and concerns and questions that need answering. So I rise in defense of the integrity of our legislative process, in the sanctity of our democratic institutions, and in the trust our constituents have placed in us to act with wisdom, to act with transparency, and to act with foresight. We are told this is a miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act, a tidy-sounding phrase suggesting technical tweaks and harmless corrections. But we must not be lulled into complacency by clever naming. This bill is anything but miscellaneous. It touches on core areas of our governance, on elections, on local government, on housing, on wildfire liability, on post-secondary standards, and environmental enforcement. And yet it does so without the depth, without the scrutiny or clarity these subjects deserve. And again, we are looking forward in committee stage to dive deeper and more thoroughly into these concerns. So let me begin with Part 1, Forestry Amendments. In a province that has experienced unprecedented wildfire seasons, which cost lives, displacing families, destroying ecosystems, it is absolutely essential that we hold individuals accountable for reckless actions. I say absolutely. British Columbians would say absolutely yes. But we must also hold ourselves as MLAs elected accountable for enacting legislation that is absolutely clear, crystal clear. It needs to be enforceable, and it needs to be just. This section empowers the government to charge individuals who assist in the spread of wildfire. The intent is understandable, like I said, but the language is dangerously vague. So what does it mean to assist? Are we referring to criminal negligence only? Or could this intend to individuals who are involved in legal activities that inadvertently contribute to the spread of wildfire? And I want to remind the House, the members across the aisle, August 25, 2023, the Bush Creek East fire. It was started by lightning, but what caused it to spread? Backburn. The Bush Creek East wildfire spread in part due to a planned ignition called backburn, attempt that went awry. The backburn intended to create a fire break and reduce fuel load, inadvertently ignited dead debris on power lines and allowed the fire to spread rapidly in a windstorm. The wind shifted, carrying the flames towards the communities like Scotch Creek and Celestia, exacerbating the situation. So the question I have for the members across the aisle is, does this equate to assist or not? And that's the problem with this bill. We do not know. And therein lies the problem. Will Indigenous land stewards using traditional fire practice be caught in this legal net? We don't know. The bill doesn't define that. Will a well-meaning camper who fails to properly extinguish a fire face criminal liability despite lacking intent or awareness? See, these are not rhetorical questions. These are real scenarios that could result in real legal consequences under this bill, without proper definition or procedural protection. This part of the bill is not clear enough. And again, we look forward to committee stage, where we will go through it clause by clause. Part 2, Housing and Municipal Affairs, a legislative landmine. This is where the bill becomes particularly troubling. It empowers chief electoral officers to unilaterally demand electoral organizations change their registration names based on informal observations of how these organizations brand themselves publicly. And here's a scenario or an illustration. If an organization is registered as People's Progressive Front, but commonly referred to as PPF, the CEO can force them to re-register under the short form or face deregistration altogether. This is unprecedented. Political parties and organizations build identity, community recognition, and legitimacy through careful branding and legal registration. They can't simply be undone because an electoral officer believes a nickname is more commonly used. So here are the questions. Where is the democratic oversight here? Where is the right to appeal? There's nothing in this bill. Where is the line between election administration and political interference? We don't know. It's not in this bill. So let us not overlook the implicit threat. If the organization does not comply within 60 days, it can face deregistration. This is coercion, not administration. This provision would give any future government or electoral officer undue power to dismantle grassroots political efforts and disqualify candidates by exploiting bureaucratic technicalities. But it doesn't stop there. This section also states that any candidate deemed disqualified remains so until the Supreme Court of Appeal reverses the decision. Just think about that for a second. We are abandoning the presumption of eligibility. We are now declaring someone ineligible to run for office not based on conviction or legal violation, but based on accusation or administrative decisions, leaving the burden on the candidate to clear their name. This isn't just anti-democratic, it is potentially unconstitutional. Then we come to the rules on council appointments. When vacancies emerge or not enough candidates stand for election, this bill allows for direct appointments of directors and alternates. In other words, it allows unelected individuals to hold office in our local democracies. I think what we should be asking is, why aren't people running, not bypassing the electorate altogether? If we normalize appointment in place of democratically held elections, we normalize disengagement, and we degrade the very democratic values we claim to defend. So the question, are we a democracy, or are we becoming autocratic? And again, at committee stage, we will dive a little bit deeper into that. Regarding development cost charges, this bill creates exemptions for projects that are already in stream before Metro Vancouver's bylaw, March 22nd, 2024. But the government can't or won't tell us how much this will cost the public purse. Will it be millions? Tens of millions? Well, we just don't know. There are no abstract numbers. These are taxpayer dollars we're talking about, and this government is about to give them away without fiscal impact study, without transparency, and without accountability. Also, the provision requiring candidates to disclose where they reside in election filings is also deeply problematic. Yes, transparency is critically important in politics, but so is safety. In an era when public officials, especially women and racialized people, face targeted harassment and threats, here's some questions. Why are we making it easier to find them? Why are we putting some of their families in possible risk? This is not transparency. This is carelessness. And again, in committee stage, we will dig deeper into those. Part 3, post-secondary and skills, future skills. Here we see a clear undermining of professional regulation. The bill allows the government to strip protected titles of their legal protection. For example, in enabling someone to call themselves a software engineer without holding a PNG designation, professional engineer designation. I guess I have a question. Here's a scenario. Many of our RNs do a lot of work in the hospitals and probably pick up a lot of slack from our doctors. Are we going to put MD beside their name? I don't think we would. But we're asking the engineers to do that. My son wears a ring. He is actually an engineer, software engineer with a ring. He spent years and years in study. He's earned it. If we continue to erode professional standards to chase short-term industry convenience, we risk long-term consequences in public safety, educational integrity, and workplace trust. These protections exist for a reason. They represent years of regulatory oversight, safety protocols, and public accountability. To throw them out with a signature or a shrug is absolutely reckless. And we will dive deeper into that in committee stage. Part 4, water, land, resource stewardship, a noble intent, concerning in practice. The fight against aquatic invasive species is serious, but so is the right to privacy and protection for unreasonable search. And that's the issue here. This bill grants government agents the power to stop and to inspect vehicles suspected of carrying invasive species. Again, the intent is good, but again, no safeguards in place. So the questions are, where are the limitations? Where are the checks and balances? What prevents misuse or overreach? Again, this bill is unclear. If you give the state a hammer with no manual, don't be surprised when everything starts to look like a nail. And I'll repeat that. If you give the state a hammer with no manual, don't be surprised when everything starts to look like a nail. Colleagues, I say this plainly. This bill is bloated. This bill is overreaching. This bill is dangerously under-examined. And that's where committee stage comes in, where we examine it clause by clause. It's being pushed through under the guise of administrative necessity, but its consequences are far-reaching. We are being asked to pass sweeping changes to the electoral law, to environmental enforcement, to housing governments, to professional standards, all bundled into a single omnibus bill. This is not a democratic process. This is legislative evasion. We are not here. I did not get elected to rubber stamp. I was elected to scrutinize, to challenge, to ensure that laws we pass serve the public interest, not bureaucratic convenience. This bill, as it stands, dilutes democratic rights, compromises public safety, centralizes power with vague mandates and no oversight. You are placing more control in the hands of unelected officials while making it harder for candidates to stand for office. You are deregulating without data and spending without accounting. So, let me be absolutely clear. This is not the work of good governance. This is the work of expediency. If we cannot take the time to question it here, if we cannot take the time to fight for clarity and accountability, then we are failing the most fundamental duty of our office. As it stands right now, I cannot accept Bill 13 as it stands, but that's why we're looking forward to committee stage on this side of the House, where we can get clarifications, get definitions, and make sure we know what we're voting on. We will demand clarity, we will demand integrity.
Just pause for a moment,
we will demand
member.
Better.
Just pause for a moment.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, member. Go ahead.
No, I was just wondering if we were taking a vote. Oh, here we go again.
Maybe pause one more moment.
Okay. So let me just finish here, and then we'll conclude. I cannot accept
One moment,
this bill
member.
as it stands.
Sorry, carry on.
Go ahead.
Carry on, member. I'm very sorry for the confusion.
It's okay. Thank you. I cannot accept Bill 13 as it stands, but in committee stage, this side of the House will demand clarity, we will demand integrity, and we will demand better, because our democracy deserves nothing less. So I conclude my remarks until committee stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, member. Sorry for the rocky end to that. Seeing no further speakers to Bill 13, the question before the House will be second reading of Bill 13, intituled Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act of 2025. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Say nay. Carried. Minister. Minister.
Honourable Speaker, I move that the bill be committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered at the next sitting of the House after today.
Thank you, Minister. Members, you've heard the question. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? It's carried. Government House Leader.
Do you know what you call it in the meeting house? Do you know what you call it?
Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I call Bill number 14, the Renewable Energy Projects Streamlined Permitting Act.
Thank you very much, Minister. Maybe we'll call on you to say a few opening remarks to begin our debate, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'm honoured to move second reading of Bill 14, the Renewable Energy Projects Streamlined Permitting Act. It's I think, a significant bill for this session of the legislature, one that is, I think, important for these times, one that facilitates the energy and the electricity we need. A bill that also, Honourable Speaker, by facilitating that electricity, by bringing projects forward, by allowing projects and British Columbia to succeed, Honourable Speaker, allows all of us in BC the opportunity to pursue our dreams in every part of the province. In short, Honourable Speaker, it's my view that this piece of legislation builds on key actions by the government to promote our province and to promote the future of our province. And I want to just describe and start briefly, Honourable Speaker, by describing the situation in the context of the legislation, because I think it's important to understand that context, Honourable Speaker. The legislation, Honourable Speaker, takes place at in the period that we know, a period where the province has come through the COVID-19 pandemic. The entire world has come through a period of remarkable inflationary pressure. Our world is living in a time, in parts of the world certainly, of war that has dramatically affected energy markets, Honourable Speaker, and dramatically affected all that we do together in the planet to support one another. In fact, the war in Ukraine and its implications, Honourable Speaker, have had a deep effect, I would argue, on energy markets around the world and force us to reflect on our need for self-sufficiency, our need for strength in those energy markets, our need to become the renewable energy superpower that we know that we can be. And so, Honourable Speaker, on top of that, I'd argue the period that we're in and the impacts of what's happening with respect to climate change are profound. And we see that all around the world. We're in a period where 16,000 homes were destroyed, Honourable Speaker, in Los Angeles. A period where an experience that surely the people of Lytton understand. I would argue, Honourable Speaker, the people of Williams Lake, who when I was first appointed to the cabinet, many of the people, certainly the people living in long-term care and in communities in Williams Lake, I had to meet at the time in Prince George and in Kamloops. We had, Honourable Speaker, in Williams Lake at that time, doctors who were serving the community in Williams Lake and 100 Mile, serving their patients away from home in either Kamloops or Prince George, principally Prince George, who themselves had lost their own homes in those fires. And the impact that had on them and on all of us. It was deep and it was profound. And of course now, Honourable Speaker, all of these events of climate change, the floods and the fires and the heat dome, Honourable Speaker, building on all of those things is a change in our relationship with the United States. A change that, notwithstanding, and I think as Canadians we were proud that how well our new Prime Minister represented us yesterday in the Oval Office, how proud we are as a country and how we've come together in these times, the change and the tearing up of our agreement, not an agreement, but our agreement with the United States, that we would work together, that our economies would work together, that we would support each other in times of peace and of war. Those questions have been put in doubt by capricious acts, economic acts, and threats against our country. Threats against, not least of which, our water, our economy, and significantly our sovereignty. When people say that the border between our countries might disappear. It tells us that we have to take action here to build a stronger economy, here to build a stronger electricity system, here to address climate change, here to diversify our economy. And at a core of it, therefore, that's what this legislation does. We need in British Columbia to reinforce our historic approach to electricity, Honourable Speaker, our historic approach to building our economy, which is ensuring electricity that is there and available, not just for existing businesses and existing homes, but for new businesses and for new homes. We have an opportunity, Honourable Speaker, with respect to the development of clean energy that is as great and significant and important, not just for energy, although electricity and energy are crucially important and will create thousands of jobs. There's a capital plan at BC Hydro, a 10-year capital plan that will create between 10 and 12,000 jobs a year, on top of which we are taking all of the other actions we've described in our electricity plan. In short, Honourable Speaker, we need to drive our ability to dictate our energy future. And that ability to dictate our energy future depends, at least in part, on our ability to drive, to put in place, and not just to announce, not just to have electricity purchase agreements, not just to go through processes, but to build renewable energy in our province. This will create jobs and growth and prosperity, not least of which, Honourable Speaker, in the northwest of our province. And one of the things that I think you hear when you go around the province is a sense of inequality at times, a sense that the major dams that were built, especially in the Peace, disproportionately serve the south and not the north. And that's why, Honourable Speaker, it's so important that we increase the access to that electricity, for example, in the northwest of our province, where at the same time we have some of the most exceptional and extraordinary opportunities in terms of critical minerals, in terms of energy production, in terms of the Port of Prince Rupert, in terms of all that we can do, and in terms of better residential service for the people of the northwest. In other words, we need to build renewable energy projects. We need to add to our electricity in our province, our capacity of electricity, and, Honourable Speaker, we have to increase access through our transmission system throughout the province. And finally, we have to address climate change. And this is fundamentally the way to do it. To do what we have done in BC, where 99% of our electricity is renewable, to build on that and to expand out that system and to attract and attach more people to that system and more services to that system and more machines to that system and more energy to that system, to build a stronger economy in our province. So that's the context in which we are. We need more clean energy. We need more electricity, Honourable Speaker. And we need the ability, and we need to take action, not sometime in the future, but now, to leverage our incredible natural strengths, to diversify our economy, to lower our carbon emissions. And so, Honourable Speaker, we have this piece of legislation, which is part of a broader effort by the people of BC and by the government of BC to do what I just said, to expand our economy, to diversify our economy, to strengthen our economy by building. The response to these issues is not to sit back and allow actions abroad to dictate what we do in British Columbia, but to take control, to be, as they say in Quebec, maîtres chez nous, to be masters in our own house, and to take control of our policies now. And so, Honourable Speaker, I feel...
Minister, could I get you to just pause for a sec? Just until...
Could that be a ring of support for the legislation? I ask myself.
Terribly sorry, Minister. Carry on, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So what does the legislation do here? It establishes the BC Energy Regulator as a consolidated natural resource authorization agency for prescribed renewable energy projects and transmission lines. It removes the environmental assessment requirement for the 9 wind energy projects from BC Hydro's 2024 call for power, the North Coast Transmission Line, and related transmission lines and prescribed wind power projects. It enables a new regulatory framework for prescribed renewable energy projects. It allows for prescribed renewable energy projects and transmission lines on agricultural land. It's consistent with the current legislation of the BC Energy Regulator, and it allows the BC Energy Regulator to recover costs of permitting and oversight from industry. And it does so, and we'll go through just briefly the bill and its parts. We'll have an opportunity to discuss that at committee stage. Part 1 deals with the interpretation and the definitions. Part 2 is a substantive section that deals with project streamlining. Part 3, the legislation deals with applications to other enactments, in particular the Environmental Assessment Act. And Part 4, the legislation deals with general applications and regulations. It creates, Honourable Speaker, 3 levels of project streamlining. Level 1, project streamlining allows for ministries and other agencies to transfer and share powers with the BC Energy Regulator while regulations are developed. Level 1 streamlining will allow the BC Energy Regulator to immediately assume authority for early permitting requirements, such as investigative permits, without causing delay for applications already under review by other ministries. Level 2, project streamlining allows the BCER to be the single window authorization agency for a project without the requirement to regulate the construction and operation of the project, referring to BC Hydro transmission lines, which will be Level 2 projects, as BC Hydro has established procedures and processes in place. Level 2 projects allow for the streamlining of the provincial authorizations for BC Hydro projects to be brought under the one-window model without undermining or conflicting with other established regulatory processes. And Level 3 project streamlining, which we'll spend the most time talking about, I'm sure, allows for the BC Energy Regulator to oversee the full scope of a renewable energy project over its operational life cycle, while maintaining the same efficiencies of the one-window approach. Construction and operation of many renewable energy projects are not captured in the current regulatory framework, and this legislation will allow for the BCER to create a new, streamlined regulatory framework and ensure there are no gaps in the absence of environmental assessment requirements. The legislation also proposes to exempt the North Coast Transmission Line and related transmission lines, wind projects from the BC Hydro's 2024 call for power, and other wind projects from environmental assessment, Honourable Speaker. Fundamentally, what the bill does. Let's talk about the regulation, because I think this will be important to members of the House. We have, over time, seen this regulation, this life cycle regulation, in action. Where did we see it? In the BC Energy Regulator and the regulation of oil and gas in the province. The Oil and Gas Commission was established in the province. It's been around for a long time. It's effective, and it's important as life cycle regulation. Single window, but also taking you from exploration through to production and then the end of the life cycle, where we require actions in terms of restoration of the land. That's why a one-window regulator, such as the BC Energy Regulator, makes sense. Further, Honourable Speaker, it simplifies that process and develops an expertise in the subject matter, namely renewable energy, just like the BC Energy Regulator has established that expertise in oil and gas regulations. 3 years ago, Honourable Speaker, this House passed legislation that did the same thing as we're doing here with hydrogen and the BC Energy Regulator. The exact same thing, created one-window regulation. It was unanimously supported in this House, as I hope this legislation will be as well. Honourable Speaker, because we did the same thing then, it made sense then, Honourable Speaker. Simplifying the process, there's lots of people who think simplifying the process is good for proponents. And maybe it is, because it means they don't have to go to multiple ministries. It's also good for interveners. Simplified, understandable processes are good for interveners. Many of us who want to intervene in issues do not have the capacity to involve ourselves in multiple ministry processes. This is good news for those of us who don't hire lobbyists, those of us who don't have the same level of power to have a single window regulation, as has been shown in oil and gas, has been shown, Honourable Speaker, with respect to hydrogen. It will be very effective here. It is not an issue of whether we say yes in a single window regulation or no. The issue is, and what makes the BC Energy Regulator effective, I think, is that it ensures simplicity of access and expertise in regulation. And that is good for proponents, and that is good for interveners. And it's why, Honourable Speaker, the core of this legislation, which is to shift renewable energy projects under the BC Energy Regulator, is good for BC, good for the timing, good for permitting, good for advancing projects, but also good for interveners who have different views on those projects. I want to just talk a little bit, because the legislation specifically addresses issues of renewable energy and of wind projects, to talk about wind projects in BC. Because here, in my view, inexplicably, there appears to be a difference of opinion between members of the House. Wind energy has grown by 20 times in the last 20 years. In the United States, for example, from 196,000 megawatts to 428,000 megawatts in, overall in renewable energy, and 72,000 megawatts to 153,000 megawatts in wind energy. In other words, doubled in the last 10 years in the United States. Is it because people in the United States are more interested in climate change than other jurisdictions? That may be the case. It may not be the case. In any event, in generally private models of energy regulation in the United States, people have been choosing wind and solar energy to a dramatic degree, Honourable Speaker. In 10 years, 2.5 times increase in new renewable projects. And in the United States, you can see a doubling in the number of wind projects. In Canada, Honourable Speaker, we've seen an increase in the same period of about 70% in the megawatts produced by wind in Canada. We are behind the rest of the world in this regard. 97% of the new electricity in the world comes from renewables last year in 2024. It's countries all over the world investing in hydro, but less in hydro these days, in solar, especially these days, and in wind. BC has the ability to do this as well. Wind power, as I'm suggesting, is well established around the world. It has grown dramatically. And why is that the case? Well, we see that in the recent call for power in BC. What happened in the recent call for power? We got prices for that power 45% below a similar call in 2009. We can't think of many things that are 45% less expensive over that period of time. But with respect to wind energy and the results of that call for power, we saw exactly that. Average levelized cost of $74 per megawatt hour against an average levelized cost, for example, in Quebec in their recent call of $80. So in short, those wind projects were a good deal in BC, Honourable Speaker. They have dropped in price dramatically, Honourable Speaker. And in addition to that, as members will know, across those projects, 51% of those projects are owned by First Nations. In other words, when we think of large energy projects, we frequently think of projects that are owned by large multinational corporations. Well, in this case, you have the majority ownership in wind projects that are every part of the province. They're in Kelowna. They're in the north of Vancouver Island. They're in the Peace. They're in the central interior. They're near Prince George. They're all over the province, Honourable Speaker. And they're majority owned by First Nations in those parts of the province. In other words, as they produce energy and as they produce revenues for those First Nations, those revenues will stay in the province. it is an exceptional thing of which I think the people at BC Hydro are certainly proud, but the people of BC should be proud. It is a unique, I think, and important change in the approach we've taken. Of course, we are a bit, it should be said, late to the party in this respect. There are wind projects, and wind has been a major source of energy around the world. Really, the first large wind project in BC came to BC in 2009 with the opening of the Bear Mountain Wind Park. And my colleague, the member for Peace River South, represents that area, and he knows it well. I visited the Bear Mountain Wind Park as well. Anyone who's been to Dawson Creek really can't miss it. If they're visiting the new hospital we're building in Dawson Creek, they can look up and they can see the wind farm. And but I think it's fair to say that we have lagged behind other jurisdictions, even though the opportunity, as shown in our call for power, is exceptional. On top of that, of course, Honourable Speaker, we've seen the dramatic increase and growth of solar power across our province, across our country, and across the world, transforming world economy, including and especially in the United States, but in other jurisdictions. There are African countries that are majority run on solar power, Honourable Speaker. So we had this discussion, and when the Leader of the Opposition dismisses what the world is doing, what the world is investing in, what Texas is doing, what Iowa is doing, what every country in Europe is doing, what the world is doing, he is, I think, out of touch with where opportunity is. Why is wind power so valuable, Honourable Speaker? We've talked about the decline in price for both wind and solar power and its cost, but of course it's renewable and it's sustainable. It's easier to deploy than other major projects, as we've seen. A project such as Site C can take a long time, Honourable Speaker. I think I wrote a university paper about the project in 1986, and we'll be opening the 2 final units at Site C this year in 2025. Sometimes those projects take a long time. They certainly take a long time to build, Honourable Speaker. And what we have, I would say, Honourable Speaker, though, in this case, are wind projects that are relatively fast to deploy, that create jobs, that don't create emissions, that are certainly, compared to other energy industries, dramatically, they use water dramatically less than other alternative energy forms. And they give us a phenomenal opportunity. So we have, Honourable Speaker, the call to power that we put in place last year, the electricity purchase agreements that we announced in December, and then in December we announced our intention to do what we're doing in this bill, which is exempt those projects from environmental assessment, Honourable Speaker, and to move forward with those projects. And this is not, I should say to the members of the House, and in particular my excellent critic from Peace River South, who does a lot of work on energy issues, as do I, and I've enjoyed working with. In this, they are not different, or they're not unique as wind projects in BC. In fact, he will know that Moose Lake Wind, which I think is in this constituency, Honourable Speaker, 15 megawatts near Tumbler Ridge. The previous threshold, Honourable Speaker, was 50 megawatts, which exempted you from environmental assessment prior to this, or Penasque Wind Farm near West Bank, or Shinnis Creek Wind Farm near Summerland, or Sukunka Wind Farm near Chetwynd, Honourable Speaker. In fact, 2 wind energy projects near Chetwynd, all put in place, all under the previous threshold of environmental assessment, Honourable Speaker. And so we have also very significant experience because over time, under the current Act, 11 projects, 5 projects have been constructed with environmental assessment certificates. In other words, have gone through the environmental assessment process. So we know what issues are important with respect to environmental assessment and wind. And the Bear Mountain, amongst those are Bear Mountain, but also Cape Scott, the Doki Wind Energy Project, the Michael Wind Energy Project, the Quality Wind Energy Project went through those processes. So we have the experience of environmental assessment. We know what the issues are. It was raised. I should say that those projects cumulatively spent 13.5 years in environmental assessment. 13.5 years for those 5 projects in environmental assessment. And I think, Honourable Speaker, and this is the point I made when we announced the electricity purchase agreements, Honourable Speaker, is that we need to proceed with this electricity now. We need to ensure the highest level of regulation, and that's why the one-window life cycle regulation provided by the BC Energy Regulator makes sense. But we need to go as an economy. And this, Honourable Speaker, is a way to do it. And it aids, Honourable Speaker, the comprehensive plans that we put forward as a government. This $36 billion capital plan, which addresses issues in distribution, in transmission, and in generation of energy. It affects as much the member for Peace River South riding as a member, for example, the member for Surrey White Rock, who is seeking significant increases in distribution in his community, Honourable Speaker. In addition to that, we are seeking out new energy. We have these 10 projects that are affected by this legislation and a new call for power. We have a call for expressions of interest for firm power, taking advantage of the opportunities that may come in hydroelectric power, but also in geothermal and other forms of renewable energy, Honourable Speaker. All of this, on top of that, Honourable Speaker, we have all of the effort to increase connections to new people and all of the investment in First Nations energy production across our province. This is a comprehensive plan of which this legislation is a piece, Honourable Speaker. This legislation ultimately is intended to provide the highest quality of regulation, but also to increase the speed of permitting and regulation of renewable energy projects. It establishes the BC Energy Regulator as the one-stop shop for certain renewable energy projects and priority transmission lines. It ensures, Honourable Speaker, as I've noted before, that we have the opportunity to pursue what British Columbians in every region want to pursue. We need more electricity for critical mineral development. We need more electricity for mining. We need more electricity to decarbonize. We need more electricity for EVs. We need more electricity for a population that has grown at an unprecedented rate. We need electricity, Honourable Speaker, to address fundamental issues of climate change while continuing to grow our wealth and grow our economy. There is the President of Hydro-Quebec, and they are pursuing a similar agenda to us, has talked about the noise and the signal. The noise being the actions that we've heard from the United States, not just with respect to tariffs and the sovereignty of other countries, Honourable Speaker, but moving away from renewable energy. He talks about the noise and the signal. The noise is the end of clean energy programs that the United States federal government announced or put in place or pursued by President Trump. The noise is the moving away, sometimes under pressure of financial institutions from climate policies that they had pursued successfully over time. That's the noise. But the signal is what I described before. What is the United States actually doing? What are United States investors actually doing? They're investing, as we are, in wind energy, in solar energy, in transmission, Honourable Speaker, in the distribution of that energy to promote economic development, whether it be mining or whether it be data centers. They are doing that to ensure that people have access to clean electricity. That is the signal. That is what we should be following. That is what every country in the world right now, the agenda they're pursuing. And with our gifts in British Columbia, our nationalized, 100% publicly owned BC hydro system, put in place by a social credit government in the 1960s, nationalized BC Electric, Honourable Speaker, built dams in British Columbia, established a hydro system that is the backbone of our economy, ensures today, and since this government came to office, a hydro rate increases 12% below the rate of inflation. 12% below the rate of inflation, after they'd gone up under the previous government by 54% above the rate of inflation. But that hydro system has allowed us to have, with Manitoba and Hydro-Quebec, two other 100% publicly owned hydro systems, the lowest electricity costs in North America, half the electricity costs of our neighbors in Seattle and Portland. It is an advantage to us, and we have to build on this because that hydro system allows us to add intermittent forms of electricity like wind, add to our economic wealth. And if we ensure that everyone has access, Honourable Speaker, by doing what this legislation does, which is assisting us to build the North Coast transmission line, which we support, and I hope all members will end up supporting, because it ensures that the wealth of the peace can be shared with the people, Honourable Speaker, in Northwest BC. And I think that's important for our province. It's fundamental for our province, Honourable Speaker, to do that. Then I think, Honourable Speaker, that this plan will help build our province into the future and create opportunities for people and small businesses and young people and construction workers, Honourable Speaker, and help us address fundamental issues of climate change in a significant way. I encourage members of the House to support this legislation, which will help us build the electricity we need, the energy we need, the energy security we need, the clean energy we need, help us act against climate change, Honourable Speaker. That's what this legislation seeks to do. It doesn't make sense, Honourable Speaker, and I believe this strongly. It doesn't make sense to spend more time in permitting and regulation of a project than it takes to build it. And that's what we were facing. And so we are taking action here to do for renewable energy what we did for oil and gas 26 years ago. To do for renewable energy what we did for hydrogen. Unanimously supported 26 years ago, unanimously supported now. We're doing it for renewable energies, a life cycle regulator that will be able to regulate the construction of wind energy projects and take them right through to perhaps the day when they would be taken apart, Honourable Speaker. Life cycle regulation. A regulation that will give access to people to take part, opportunity in these projects that build wealth in First Nations communities, Honourable Speaker. That's what this bill is about. It's about wealth for the people of BC. It's about prosperity for the people of BC. It's about building when we surely need to build. It's about energy independence, and it's about ensuring that we as a province fulfill our obligation to future generations to address the issue of climate change in our time, to give us the means to displace. A lot of people talk about displacing fossil fuels. You need to have electricity to displace fossil fuels and maintain the economic and the social activity that you have. This bill does that. It's consistent with what the opposition has supported in the past. It's consistent with a view of British Columbia, and it's consistent with the times we live in. We need to act to diversify our economy. We need to act to strengthen our economy, and we need to act on climate change. And this bill, which helps us build renewable energy projects and build transmission lines, does just that. I ask all members to support this legislation.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, could I call on you to adjourn debate?
I would be delighted to. I'm just moving adjournment. They're reporting. I can't wait for the speech. Believe me, I can't wait. Honourable Speaker, I move adjournment of the debate.
Thank you very much. Members, you've heard the question. Adjournment of the debate. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Section C reports Bill 7 complete with amendment.
Thank you very much. When shall the bill be considered as reported?
next sitting, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Government House Leader.
Honourable Speaker, I call Bill 14, the Renewable Energy Project Streamline Permitting Act, again.
Where have I?
I think. And in Section C, we'll call Bill 5.
Minister, recognizing the member from Surrey White Rock on Bill 14 debate. Thank you very much, members.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the minister for the kind intro. I always appreciate that, and I always appreciate listening to his remarks in the House. And I'll go designated speaker. I don't know. We'll just put it on there and see how we go. Why not? Am I getting doubted for my?
All members will have a chance to speak here today.
I know. Well, not tonight, but maybe
Surrey
we'll see.
White Rock has got the floor.
Yeah, it's we'll see how it goes. But no, this is an important piece of legislation. The minister is right on that, and we'll get into our positions on this throughout tonight, tomorrow, and in a committee. But I will say this though, because I think it's important to point out. I always look for little Easter eggs, and the minister did do some of his speech in French. So I don't know. Federal leadership race, run. We don't know. You got a little bit in French, so test driving a bit out there. I don't know, but let the rumors start now. He's speaking in French, so but he does when he speaks in French. We always enjoy it. So thank you for that little treat.
All right, can we get back to Bill 14 today? The chair is terribly interested in learning about this bill this afternoon.
All right, I will. But on that, because I think it's important, and this is like, and I say this because I understand how things change in this building, and the people change, and sometimes the people don't change, but their views change, and that can happen, and I understand that. My views change on some things as well. But in a parallel universe, I would love for the 2013 Leader of the Opposition to be able to watch the 2025 speech that we just got from the Minister of Energy. He would love it? I'm not taking that bet for a couple reasons. Number one, and views change and things change, but I think it's important we talk about why we're here and the necessities for what we need. We have a massive shortage right now in terms of our energy needs. And that's a fact. It's a fact that we've outlined, the minister outlines, and there's no argument about that. Whether it's in different areas of the province, and we're talking about the Northwest Transmission Line and we'll continue to talk about that, and we'll talk about areas that we represent too. And we've canvassed this before about the electricity needs or the shortfalls that we're seeing even in Surrey, right? In an area that was represented by myself, but even the former mayor of Surrey, who now represents as the MLA for Serpentine, and the work that she did and previous mayors did, whether it's the current MLA for Surrey Serpentine now, or previous Mayor Watts or Mayor Locke that's out there now. The work, and you look at Campbell Valley and the growth that is happening out there, transformational, thousands of jobs. No transit, but thousands of jobs. And the shortage that we are seeing for electricity out there. And that's a real, real struggle. Now, the minister's talked in the past about wind energy and support, lack of support, and I understand wind energy. We've been talking about wind energy in this place for over 16 years. In fact, when you go out to Tumbler Ridges and you go out to Dawson Creek and other places, you can see them. They're there. You can't miss them. And it's almost incredible to see when you're driving and you see, and you're going through Chetwynd and you see them, and it's quite a thing. Now, we had that conversation many times, and this is not a new conversation that we've had in this House, about wind energy and support. And it was actually the minister, when he was leading and ultimately successful to win the leadership of the NDP at the time, that he called those projects redundant because of Site C, a project, by the way, which the minister, then leader of the opposition or candidate, opposed. And that's public record, and that's fine. And obviously those positions have changed. But we are in an absolute energy crunch right now. And we've had people in this House, the Minister of Energy, oppose wind power. When? Well, in 2011, 2012, 2013. It was in the speeches. They're articled in the Vancouver Sun. Leadership debates with then John Horgan. And he called, we didn't need it because that power would be redundant. And if the article's wrong, I can table it, but we are in an absolute race right now because for the last 8 years, we haven't been doing much, right? Now, Site C, great. But if this government wants to go cut the ribbon on Site C, albeit, have at her, but how many times do they spend campaigning against that? Right? And the minister talks about the US, and he's right in a lot of what he says. Prior to this election that we saw in November, they've been eating our lunch for 8 years. A lot of our lunch. We've had multiple opportunities for resource development in British Columbia. And we've watched multiple times companies walk out the door because they did not believe that this was the right climate to invest in. And why did they believe that? It wasn't because of the resources, wasn't because of the people. It was because a government was in place that kept moving the goalposts in the middle of a game. Now, the Minister of Energy is a huge sports fan. I am too. I think a lot of people are in this House. It's really frustrating when you're in the middle of a game and they change the goalposts. So when you go overseas and you talk to companies and you try and encourage them to invest in BC, one of the biggest challenges they have is the shifting landscape that we've seen in the last 8 years. And now we're in a scenario where this government is going to pick winners and losers. And we can get into that. And that doesn't mean that we're opposed to certain projects. We're opposed to a lack of transparency. We're opposed to the fact that, again, you look at the clawback on Bill 7, and now where you look at we are with Bill 14 and other legislation that we'll be talking about in this House. It's incredibly problematic. They want to know when corporations are coming to BC or proponents, they want to know, are you a credible regulator? Are we going to be caught up in the political climate of BC? I know for a fact that we've lost billions and billions of dollars of investment just because of that. That's proven out. And you talk about the US and what the US has done, and you go to Galveston, Texas, and you look at the LNG industry that's out there, and you look at how quickly that all came to fruition, and we couldn't even get a straight answer whether this government actually supported phase 2. It with LNG Canada and Coastal GasLink. Took years to get that. So I think it's fantastic. It's a miracle that this minister has found religion when it comes to the resource sector and energy. And I mean that. I think that that's a good thing because we need it. But it's also fraught with a few issues here because we talk about certain things. We talk about, the minister mentioned Lytton. And I know the minister's probably been to Lytton many times, just like everybody in this house has. The fire in Lytton was beyond catastrophic and decimated such a proud part of our province. And this government's response to Lytton was absolutely unacceptable, a complete failure on every aspect. And you go have that conversation with my former colleague, Jackie Taggart, about Lytton, and she can clearly illustrate a lot better than me or anybody else in this house the failures that this government had for that. The minister talked about the heat dome. He's right. And we talk about the electrical needs that we need for the heat dome. We talk about the fact that we had seniors that were dying in their apartments because they were turning into greenhouses. They had no air conditioning. Another failure of this government. We lost over 600 people in that. You know, it's always a challenge when you're looking at this legislation, and it's almost like a trust us moment here, right? We've got it, trust us. We'll do the right thing. Well, we've seen that end in absolute disaster. And I think a lot of organizations, a lot of people, a lot of groups that my colleagues are going to be very familiar with, because when they go back to their constituencies, they see them and they deal with them every day. And they're frustrated. And they're angry. And a lot of them are scared. There's a massive lack of trust right now. And we've seen it. We've seen the overreach that this government does consistently, and they see how far they can push the line, and then they pull it back when it becomes too much. The Land Act. Major parts of Bill 7. We're going to talk about it in Bill 14, and we'll talk about it again in Bill 15. Because I think that there's some very, very serious issues that we need to delve into, and we'll do that. And I look forward to my colleagues doing that as well. You know, right from the start, from the outset, there is nothing I view as streamlining when it comes to unchecked balances. And once again, we see an NDP government that is using this opportunity for a power grab. And it's our job to prosecute that. And I know the minister understands that, because I know the minister's done that on this side of the House, and I mean that with all due respect, because he did it very effectively. I watched that. And I do, when the minister speaks, I do watch, because, you know, I think that, you know, he's very aware of what he's talking about. And he does his homework. But we're doing ours too. And I think there's going to be a lot of questions at committee on what's contained in here and what this will allow. You know, there's no debate in this House, or at least from us, from me or anybody else, about the support for renewable energy. I haven't seen it. There was debate previously, a decade ago. There was. And support renewable energy, right? They're in our ridings. They're not in many of the government MLA's ridings. Maybe a few, but not many. But I think the problem is that this bill really isn't about clean energy. It's about granting unprecedented power to a government, sometimes unelected bureaucrats, without proper oversight or accountability. Madam Speaker, it's almost like this is a bad sequel to Bill 7. Most sequels, except for The Godfather, maybe a couple others, are usually pretty bad. Die Hard 2 is really bad. Terminator 2 is really good. I had never watched that, but the Pink Panther, but I'll put that on my list. But back to the Bill 7. I will debate anybody on Die Hard 2 because I wouldn't even, that does not hold water. But again, we are seeing sweeping powers to the cabinet and the BC Energy Regulator. Powers to override environmental assessments. And again, and to be fair to the Minister of Energy, and I talked about his previous statements when he was running for Leader of the Opposition, he talked about strengthening the environmental assessment. And I should put that on the record because he did do that in his campaign. That was listed out there in the articles that I'll reference. He talked about strengthening the EAO. Should be commended for that. This is absolutely stripping authority. And it powers to override environmental assessments, dismantle, establish safety standards, worse, silence communities. Powers that only put at risk our environment, but they put at risk our democratic process as well. Right? We're elected to have these conversations, whether they're on policy or whether they're on projects. And that's a good thing. Again, and I'm not, the minister, this is what we do in this building, is that at one time, the minister opposed Trans Mountain. They opposed Site C. They did oppose wind energy. They opposed private power. And now things have changed. They opposed LNG, and things change. And I get that. But can you imagine the position that we would be in if this government came into office and actually supported the resource sector in a transparent way and actually encouraged investment? Now, I understand that they continued on with projects, and that's a good thing. They should be commended for that. They should be commended for continuing on with LNG Canada and Coastal GasLink and Site C. They desperately tried not to continue on with TMX, but that they lost that many times in court, and that's fine. But can you imagine that if they actually came in and said, you know what, we are going to visualize British Columbia in 2025, and we're going to look at areas, whether it's Dawson Creek or Fort St. John, Prince George, Nanaimo, Surrey. And we're going to say there's going to be tremendous growth in some of these areas. There's going to be tremendous energy needs in some of these areas. We want to encourage investment in these areas. So what do we got to do? We got to plan for the future, right? We got to embrace what we have been blessed with, which is a great resource sector. And we got to embrace it in a way that we do that doesn't put our environment at risk, that doesn't put our workers at risk. But that wasn't the case. It was an internal war every day to say, do we support these projects or not, or what's this going to cost us? And it was. And that played out. And it cost billions of dollars of investment to this, thousands and thousands of jobs. But think of where we could have been in terms of meeting our electrical demands if we had actually done that work when we had the opportunity to. And we chose not to. Well, this government chose not to. They picked winners and losers. Now, I will say, and I mean this because I hold this person in high regard. I think a lot, like we were actually really blessed with the fact that, you know, when I was a staffer in this house, one of the people that knew the energy sector the best was the guy that sat on this side of the house. And his name was John Horgan, and he knew it. And didn't agree with a lot of this stuff, and that's politics. But I gotta say that in terms of a critic and how you can learn this job and do your job well as a critic, people should actually go back and watch how he did that job. Whether you agree with what he said, you should actually watch. Anybody that is in this building, especially if they're in opposition, should actually go and watch how John Horgan knew his file, did his homework specifically on energy, as an energy critic. But again, we've had the opportunity here in British Columbia to do something different. But we need to do it in a way that makes sense, not cut corners. And also not in a way that centralizes power and allows for absolute overreach. And we've seen the reactions to that. We've seen the reactions to that in Bill 7. I think the government was surprised by the reaction they got on Bill 7. But for some odd reason, I think that they're trying to see if they can get away with it in the legislation that we're talking about today and some of the legislation that we'll be talking about in the coming days. And it's not good. And this is a pattern that we've seen before, right? The NDP creates regulatory chaos, layering on rules, barriers, discouraging investment. Then they come in and they say, here's what we're going to do. We're going to offer a streamlined solution. We're going to dismantle due diligence. We're going to override local decision-making. And we're going to consolidate control with the cabinet and the bureaucracy. It's almost like setting fire to your house and then giving yourself a pat on the back when you call the fire department. Because we know that this isn't going to end well. And it doesn't. It just ends up costing. It's an overpromise and underdeliver, but it's going to cost the taxpayers, it's going to cost investment, it's going to cost jobs. And my colleagues are going to outline why that is. The minister claims that this bill addresses 9 wind energy projects in the transmission line. And we see, because it's buried deep in the fine print, that there's no limits in this bill. Cabinet can expand its scope, and they can do it arbitrarily. They can add projects, and they can do it without even coming back to this legislature. The minister talks about the 9 projects, he talks about the transmission line, but if this bill goes through, they can decide, and the minister's agreeing, they can decide that here's what we're going to add. Sure, maybe they're wind projects, maybe there's something else. Could be anything, but we don't know because it's going to be done by cabinet, right? It could be wind projects, it could be something else. I don't want to take a guess, right? The minister talks about definitions, but the problem is that the minister, and if the minister, he had his chance to talk, and if he wants, we can have that conversation. He wants to be the judge and the jury and the executioner. Right? Yeah, he says there are wind projects today, and what are they tomorrow? You run a river, it could be anything. There's no limits on this. Trust us. Right? Just like they said, trust us on Bill 7. That didn't work out well. I think we're still up there doing Bill 7 right now, somewhere. I don't think there's a lot of trust in this province, especially when it comes to this government and energy. You know, again, the ability to add projects at any discretion, projects without community input, they could have lack of environmental assessment oversight. And the minister will say that this is his idea and vision of streamlining. Right? So the minister could be saying one thing today, and he could be saying one thing. We've seen what he said on TMX. We've seen what he said on LNG. We've seen what he says on Site C. Things change, right? That's the minister's prerogative. He's obviously held a lot of different positions inside this House. But now this is giving them the power to hold a lot of different positions and support or non-support or pick winners and losers inside of a cabinet room. And I don't think the majority of British Columbians would be comfortable with that. That's just my opinion. Others may disagree. This government is not good at picking winners and losers. They never have been. Most governments aren't. Right? Look at how the CBAs are going for them. Picking winners and losers. We'll tell you who can work on these projects. Doesn't matter if it's over budget or delayed by years. They're going to tell you who's doing the work. Picking winners and losers. It doesn't work out well for anybody. The other thing, too, is it's taking the decision-making out of the public view. And I think that's an important aspect that the minister didn't really outline in his remarks. We talked a lot about other things, and they were good to hear. But in terms of the decision-making and how a community can view that, have input in that, be a part of that. And the minister referenced interveners and all that good stuff, and that's important, but we're not really hearing that. We're hearing people are pretty nervous about what's inside this. that are actually really, really nervous about what's not spelled out in here. The authority that this gives this cabinet. You know, Madam Speaker, the challenge that we see in all of this is that this government has had a track record of really limiting our investment, right? We've seen that. We've seen people turn away from British Columbia. And it has been because people have been nervous to invest here. And I don't really see how this legislation helps with that. Because when you're talking to corporations about making multi-billion-dollar investments, even FID before a final investment decision, the one thing they look for is certainty, consistency. And I think both those things are completely missing from this piece of legislation. Because this allows the government to basically choose who and how proponents, projects are going to be successful in BC. I don't think that's going to benefit a taxpayer. I don't see how that benefits a community. I don't even know how that benefits government, other than giving them the ability to have more control with less transparency. And another aspect, maybe I missed it, and I'll check answered. I didn't hear the minister talk about it, and I mean this sincerely, and if he did, I apologize. But public safety inside this bill. And certain projects, essential safety standards under the Safety Standards Act can now simply be disregarded. And the government is not required to demonstrate that projects are safe, nor are they obligated to justify their actions to those who might be affected by these projects. And the minister's asking what, and seems confused. But I think we can discuss that at committee. But this is why a lack of oversight is problematic with this legislation. You know, if the government strategy is clear, it's minimal accountability, maximum authority, I don't think many proponents or communities or any groups are going to be encouraged by that. Unless they've already got stuff lined up with this government and the projects that the minister has listed. But again, like I highlighted a few minutes ago, it's not just about those 9 wind projects and a transmission line. It's much more broader than that. And the minister knows that. There's no clause in this bill that just limits them to those projects. It's not. We believe in renewable energy. Renewable energy has been a part of this province for quite a time now. And yeah, it's been opposed. It's been opposed by the minister. Right? And it's not debatable. I guess his position now can be. But this side of the House also believes in transparency, accountability, and fairness. all of those things are disregarded in this bill. You know, it's important that we not just debate the text of Bill 14, but, I don't know, did I say something funny? What's that? All right. But the troubling implications that it has for British Columbians. Sorry?
Okay, you know what, you'll get your chance. Let him speak, please. Thank you.
Oh, I'm good. I'm not, it's good. Oh, I thought, okay. We good? All right, okay. All right, let me continue here. Imagine being a small business owner whose family has guided visitors for generations, contributing not only to the local economy, but also to conservation and wildlife management. With Bill 14 overnight, your business could be at risk without explanation, without compensation, and without any clear avenue for appeal. Madam Speaker, this legislation provides no statutory guarantee of compensation. If licenses or permits are suspended indefinitely, license holders across our province could face devastating financial losses. Now, that's not a theoretical example. Those are real families that would be facing real consequences. Those are real jobs in real communities. And they depend on this. They depend on this. And yet, under this legislation, they're left vulnerable to arbitrary decisions made by this government, by officials who are accountable to no one but themselves. I don't agree with that. I think we have a duty here to be accountable to a number of people. The minister, this government claim that they aim to streamline these processes, but in this bill, the actions indicate otherwise. They've introduced a bill with no clear limits, no safeguards, no protections. License holders aren't just facing uncertainty, they're facing complete exposure to this government's whims. And this is why, and there's no surprise to the minister, that we will be calling for an immediate and substantial amendments to Bill 14. I don't think that comes as a surprise, but we need clearly defined criteria, guaranteed rights to hearings and appeals, and to see assured compensation if licenses are suspended unfairly or revoked. We need to see from this government genuine accountability, not sweeping powers that undermine democratic oversight. You know, it's essential to emphasize that this bill doesn't only impact rural BC. It actually sets a disturbing precedent that could affect, well, it will affect every British Columbian. The unchecked authority embedded in this bill risks becoming a model for future governance, eroding public trust and investor confidence alike. British Columbians deserve better than legislation that centralizes power and dismisses democratic norms. Transparency, fairness, and accountability. I've been listing them all throughout this debate. That wasn't in the minister's remarks. They're in ours. They will be because they're not in this bill. They're not. And those things, they're not buzzwords. They're actually fundamental to our democracy. And to the trust that these constituents, our constituents, place in us as our representatives in this House. And Bill 14 threatens those principles. You know, we look at Part 3, and let's talk about some of the specifics of Bill 14. Because I do truly think that the devil lies in the details here. So let's take, for example, I'd say, profound implications of the agricultural land reserve. So this legislation would permit streamlined projects to proceed on ALR lands without adhering to the standard protective processes. Under the guise, progressive farmland that generations have safeguarded to ensure food security and preserve our agricultural heritage can now be subdivided or repurposed with no real oversight. That's what's in this bill. Think about that for a second. We're not talking merely about administrative adjustments. We're talking about, and we'll see if, you know, the Minister of Agriculture, very respected, we'll see if she gets up and speaks to Bill 14. But we're talking about dismantling safeguards that protect British Columbia's most fertile and critical agricultural lands. Farmers and local councils, they know best on how to manage their lands sustainably, and they've been sidelined in this. Instead, their input is replaced by a bureaucratic decree, a scenario that neither nor British Columbians have asked for. And we are shutting out, the government is shutting out some of the most critical stakeholders with this bill. They're silencing them. And I just gave an example of that. Further, Bill 14 provides, I think, the disturbing possibility that critical environmental regulations could be selectively applied or waived entirely at the discretion of this government. Now, I talked in the past about what investors look for. They want to know, are you a credible regulator? Seriously, that's what they discuss in a boardroom when they're looking about where they are going to put their money, where they're going to invest. And they have options. And for 8 years, we've been missing the boat in a lot of those boardrooms. And Madam Speaker, it's because we have not been viewed as a credible regulator. And we're not now, especially with Bill 14. Right? Especially with what we saw this government try and do with the Land Act. Especially with what we saw this government try and do with Bill 7. It's always, how much can we get away with? How far can we push the line? When are we going to get caught? And they're trying it again here, and they're going to try it again on another piece of legislation that we'll talk about. But regulations designed to protect our communities from potential hazards, could be spills, can now be arbitrarily set, be set aside. And this isn't theoretical. It's not sky is falling. It's explicitly permitted under the broad language of this bill. This is a government that says that we stand with the environment. This bill absolutely does the opposite. And once again, there is no clear criteria, no transparent process, only unchecked discretionary power. Moreover, again, didn't hear it in the minister's remarks, this bill also presents serious threats to our cultural and heritage sites. This legislation empowers the regulator to override established heritage protections, even those vital to Indigenous communities and historically significant locations. The decision maker in such cases isn't a neutral or democratically accountable figure, but rather an individual appointed by the very regulator giving these sweeping powers. Now, this constitutes a fundamental erosion of our collective commitment to respecting and preserving cultural and historical heritage. You know, Madam Speaker, and since I've been elected, you want to try and have a government that can balance economic progress with environmental and community stewardship. And Bill 14 is a spectacular failure in all of that. It does not merely streamline processes. It steamrolls over protections and established democratic norms, leaving British Columbians exposed to decisions made behind closed doors. And this legislation goes beyond merely regulatory adjustments. It fundamentally reshapes how critical decisions about land use, environmental safety, heritage preservation, and economic activity are made in British Columbia. And it does so without meaningful accountability, transparency, or public consultation. And we've seen that this is not, I guess this isn't new for this government. We saw this in Bill 44. And a lot of that is some of that's kind of mirrored in terms of taking away voices of people that are impacted by that. Right? Shutting out the public's ability to have a say in what happens in their community. And that's actually being kind of a common thread in the legislation that this government has put forward, not just in this session, but in the past, is actually shutting out the community, stakeholders, the people that are going to be affected on the ground, their ability to have a say. It's not overly democratic. In fact, is that they have now chosen, in many cases, to actually override local governments, regulators, regional districts. They know best, right? Don't need to hear it. And I think that part of the challenge is that nobody here knows best. But you have to rely on the people that are being impacted and what's their position. You may not agree all the time, but it's important that they're heard. And we have a lot of people here that have served in various levels of government. Former mayors, and I'll tell you, is shutting out the public, even if you don't agree with what they're saying. But not allowing them to have a voice when they're the ones impacted is one of the most undemocratic things you can do, but it's also one of the most stupid things you can do. And I'll tell you why. Because you're setting things up for failure. You are. Is that you're setting projects and people up for failure. Because you're not allowing people to have input. And a lot of people will say, listen, I want to be heard. I know that you're going to make a decision here. I may not agree with it, but I want to have a voice. I want to be able to contribute. That's a good thing. It's democratic. I think it should be embraced. I don't think it should be disqualified. This is a government that has now had a pattern of doing this in their legislation, shutting it out. We'll make the decisions in a cabinet room, and you'll figure it out later. Right? We don't want to hear from you. And that's been interwoven in a lot of legislation, and it's here. It's present in Bill 14. It was there in Bill 44. It was definitely there in Bill 7. It's here in Bill 14. And it's in other legislation as well. It's actually, it's actually pretty scary stuff. But it's also incredibly stupid because, listen, I support renewable energy, support projects. And I challenge the minister to ever find me saying that I don't. Won't find it. But set them up for success. And the way that you do that is by inclusion. The way that you do that is by having conversations, even if they're difficult, by allowing engagement. Not with an authoritative hammer. And I don't understand for a party that has actually the word democratic in their name, why this is such a hard concept for them. And they'll say, well, there's panic. We got to do this. We got to do that. Well, we talked about that a little while ago. Right? Like, in the last 3 months, this government has decided they're going to support the energy sector in British Columbia. Like now they're understanding that we're in an energy crunch. Can you imagine the position that we would be in if this government came into power and supported LNG? They supported one project reluctantly, I get that. And good for them. And they supported Site C eventually, reluctantly, and good for them. TMX still a bit of a sore spot, and I understand that, but we're getting there eventually, right? Can you imagine, though, if this was a government that actually said we're all in for good resource development done in the right way? And here's what we're going to do. We're not going to strip the Environmental Assessment Office. We're going to embolden it, right? We're not going to pick winners and losers. We're going to have a clear playing field. And we're going to allow people to come and invest. And we're not going to change the goalposts. Like that makes sense to me. And I think it should be applauded that the minister's taken on this file with great energy, no pun intended. But there's some It wasn't. I'm not that good. But there's some challenges with that, right? These projects can't happen overnight. They can't. But can you imagine if they actually happened in the last 8 years? Can you imagine if we actually said, you know what? We are going to get behind the energy sector and the resource sector, and we're going to do it in an environmentally friendly way. We would be in a much better position than we are today, and we're not in a good position. And the minister knows that, and I'll give him props for knowing that. Right? When you go to the city of Surrey, and most people in Surrey, well, the MLA for Surrey Serpentine will tell you, we have some incredible energy challenges right now. And the province is, they're late to the game, really late. They're behind schedule on a lot of it. And so what does that mean? That means we lose out in Surrey. That means we lose out in investment. That means that people don't build out in Campbell Valley because we don't have the power to support them. We don't actually even have the transit to get them out there. That's a problem. You can't get a bus there, where we have thousands of jobs and no transit. But we actually don't have the power to sustain it. And that affects us out in Surrey. That's jobs that get lost. That's a freeze of investment. And that's not fear-mongering, that's reality. There's businesses that will tell us that. That's Surrey. But those challenges exist all over this province. And if the government is surprised by that, then we've got way bigger problems. Like that would be a great, I know cabinet confidentiality, familiar with that. But if I could attend one NDP cabinet meeting, it would be the one where they figured out they actually had to support the resource and energy sector. Because that would have been great. Where they'd actually be like, oh, okay, listen, we have a problem here. Okay? We've been getting our lunch handed to us every single day. We've lost billions of dollars of investment. We have massive electrical needs all throughout this province. And we have somehow got to figure out a way to pretend like we support this industry. So how are we going to do it? This isn't the way to do it. It's not. You do it by collaboration, and you do it by laying a groundwork where people know where they stand. You don't do it in closed doors where you pick winners and losers and you shut out the people that it impacts. Because you want to know what? That freezes up investment in other areas. Areas that are really important to the economy. They're important, like Surrey White Rock, for example. We have a lot of hunters and trappers that live in Surrey White Rock. You wouldn't think that, but they do. They have trap lines because maybe their grandfather had a trap line and they've maintained that and they go up, whether it's to Mackenzie or other areas, or they hunt and they fish. This legislation scares them, and it should. There's nothing democratic about this. It's shutting them and thousands of other British Columbians out of the process. And I'm not going to pretend that I can speak eloquently to some of those challenges, because I can't. But you know who can? The people that sit around me, because they live it every day. Because they are those hunters and they are those trappers. And they are representing those areas where those wind projects are proposed to go. And they are representing those areas where we have abundantly great resources. But selfishly, you know who benefits from that? My riding, A lot of other ridings in here, actually the Minister of Energy's riding. They benefit from that. We won't talk about that, right? Because this is a government that has refused to have that conversation until they've been shamed into it, until there's absolute panic now saying we can't meet our needs. We won't get investment unless we get behind some of these projects, whether they're the Northwest Transmission Line. And I think the wind energy works. But if this minister thinks that we're going to meet our energy needs with just with these 9 wind farms, he's delusional. And he's not delusional, I know. But he's talking about, he keeps referencing for 9 wind farms and 1 transmission line. Yeah, I know, because it's in the bill. It's not that. So the challenge with that is that we don't know. We don't know what projects this government lists off their projects, but we don't know what projects this government supports. But more importantly, I think the bigger challenge and the scarier challenge is we don't know what projects this government does not support. And the challenge is people will not invest because of that climate. Because of the fact is that there's not a process that is clear. There's a process where government will be the judge, the jury, and the executioner. And I think investors are scared by that. I think people that have existing businesses are scared by that.
Noting the hour, member.
All right, Mr. Speaker, noting the hour, I reserve my right to continue debate.
And adjourn the debate.
Adjourn the debate.
Member, you heard the question to adjourn the debate. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply Section A reports progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Transportation and Transit and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting, Honorable Speaker.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Section C reports progress on Bill number 5 and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting, Honorable Speaker.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
You heard the question to adjourn the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.